Joseph. Is everybody ready? Good morning, everybody, and welcome back to Whilton Mill, day 2 of the NKC, the National Kart Cup all-plate meeting. And this is perhaps one of the most, if not the most important day of perhaps the season. Apart from championship finals, of course, but it's all about the all-plate this weekend. And we've got a full day of kart racing ahead of us. At the moment, we're just concluding our morning warm-up practice sessions. Out is the KZs. The gearbox class on track at the moment, but coming up very, very quickly after the warm-up sessions are completed, we're going to be getting straight into a set of 7 heats. All of our classes represented, some of them twice. And after that is a bit of a new feature. We saw a little bit of this yesterday. We're going to our time attack sessions. We'll explain all about that. Here we are in the middle of the United Kingdom. Beautiful sunny day already. Here we are at, what is it? It's 9:42 a.m. here. And already the temperatures are in the low 20s. It's going to get even warmer by lunchtime and continue to tea time. No rain is forecast, however, we did say that yesterday. My name is Joe Bradley, alongside me is Nick Damon. Nick.
Hello, Joe.
Day 2.
Day 2.
All plate.
Beautiful, sunny.
What's it all about?
It's all about having a good time, driving well and enjoying the day. Oh, no, hang on. It's all about winning. It's all about winning.
Win.
Nothing else is important.
All about the win. And why is it all about the win?
Because nothing else counts.
Absolutely not.
If you don't win, you're nobody. You're nothing.
If you are unfamiliar with the term all plate, it's quite a thing in karting. Pretty much every what it means is if you win on the day, for the rest of this season, 2 more rounds of the NKC Championship, and then on into next year until we reconvene for our 2024. So when you see and they steer out of trouble, carrying forward over 6 rounds. Just think about the intensity and drama as we get through today towards those all-important finals. And I'm not sure
I mean, we've had some great racing so far. It's all about modern karting. Well, everyone plays it. It was good once again to
which was awarded in the Park Fermier pretty much immediately on entering the Park Fermier.
Got it there, take it.
Now on YouTube, and it basically from the 1990s. Anybody knows me, you'll know that I'm very much interested in the history of the sport and very much a big advocate of historic car racing. Well, yesterday we had a bit of historic kart racing, And we had some drivers who were actually campaigning that equipment back in the 1990s and early 2000s. But it was great to see, a lot of pleasure in just prepping the karts and getting them to run. And we saw quite a phenomenon that we are a stranger to in modern karting, which is attrition and reliability.
Yeah, you can get 67 cars at the end. It doesn't work much because they dipped up, they had the problem, they'd stopped, they'd slowed, they bogged.
Yeah.
Not because they've fallen off normally, just because mechanically there'd be an issue. But you are dealing with, 25-year-old chassis. The barrel, well, the basic elements of the engine are 20 years old. Obviously, got a new barrel, new piston, but they are still from those designs, and they are running at ridiculously high numbers of revs. And unfortunately, even with the modern oils, which are even better than Castrol R, don't smell as good, but even better than Castrol R, you can only push them so far, and racing drivers like to push them too far.
So check that out, the 100 Super heats and final that took place yesterday. Today, though, as you say, Nick, all about the heats and the time attacks. And then after lunch, we go straight into our finals, starting with the B finals, of course. We're going to kick things off with the fourth heat for the Rotax 177s. That's the senior Rotax class. 177s denoting how many kilograms is the minimum weight that you can carry. This is the heavier Rotax class.
It's the manly class, for manly men.
There was talk of an outright lap record in this class yesterday. I'm waiting for that to be confirmed. But the factors are that the 177 class in NKC has effectively evolved into what is a British Championship, because in the MSUK British Championships, the 177 class has kind of disappeared. It's dissipated, and it's all gravitated towards the NKC. So when we look out there and you see the likes of Louis Large and Phil Howarth, who were, Louis Large, British champion in 2018 in the class, and he's back out of retirement in very Frank Sinatra style.
Is he doing it his way?
He's doing it very much his way, yes. He's telling people how to do it, the people who he's now running in LRG Motorsport. But
when you ask him where he lives, he goes, north of York, north of York.
North of York. Shall we sing that? No, maybe not.
But,
no, it's far too early, Nick.
I have to get some of this stuff in because obviously I'm being replaced for the time attacks by Gaz Bury.
Yes, you are.
Who, just so you know, please be gentle on Gaz. He's got a bit of a sore head. His wife's birthday party yesterday.
Yes, wife's birthday party. Bad planning on his part. Yeah. Planning a wife's birthday party at an NKC weekend of racing.
Absolutely.
So that's what he gets, thick heads, and he'll have a thick tongue as well for the time attacks. What's the time attacks then?
Well, basically, it is, I suppose, what you would call the old-fashioned way of doing karting. It's just timed qualifying. But
it's
rather
not
than getting
qualifying.
But rather than getting a position on the grid by qualifying for anything, you just take the fastest time. You don't plonk them anyway. You just give them points. And what do points make?
Grid positions.
No. Well, yes, and wins.
Yes, grid positions.
No, the answer to all the question is win.
It's all about the win.
Yes.
It is all about the win. It's not a qualifying session. It's a time session where points are awarded to the fastest driver down to the slowest. Now, today's time attack session, yesterday was the first time the NKC have tried that, I think, certainly with our involvement. And I think it's great. It's quite exciting. It gives us a chance to cover drivers that we might not see because we have to focus on the front end of the grids in our races. And it became quite an exciting thing. The timing screens were just a sort of a living organism, really. They were just moving around right up until the checkered flag. Points awarded towards the grid positions, forming the grid for the finals. The time attack sessions coming up after these 7 heats. There are going to be double points awarded, so it's even more important to be towards the front of that time.
When you've got 2 heats, so Rotax Group 1 and Rotax Group 2, it's the scores in both heats are aggregated. The fastest you do Rotax Group 1 is going to get 100 points. That's right. Fastest in Rotax Group 2 as well.
That's right, amalgamate the groups, yeah.
That's right.
Right, so out onto the track are our Rotax 177s. This is the 4th heat for them. Each driver getting 3 heats to qualify for gain points again for the grid position for the finals.
I would have thought you got rid of that frog overnight. I mean, honestly.
No, mate, it's still there. It's
still there.
It's all this dryness.
Joe will go momentarily. Momentarily.
I may have a frog in my throat.
Joe will go momentarily quiet every now and again because he's got a frog in his throat.
Because I don't want to cough into my microphone.
Don't cough. No, I should get those. You get cough buttons, can't you?
Yes. But can you really? Yeah, you can.
Yeah, but have you seen the amount of wiring on this desk already?
I know, mate. We don't need that. There on the screen is your grid form-up because they're already at the booth. And if the stragglers can catch up to the rear end, we really can get this race working the way Jack gives you. It is on the course. It's going to be here, and we are indeed in the 177 Rotax into turn 1, Oblivion, into turn 2, that's Crooks, and then on and up that hill towards Christmas. Ooh. And already Jamie Zyra absolutely on the limit of braking, but not quite enough to get round the outside of our leader, who is Alex Rowley, who hangs on to it all the way through Ashby. Now onto the infield sections, 2 left-handers here. That's Parker. Then this one's called Chapman, and down the inside, it's a late apex for Rowley, and that left the door wide open for Jamie Zyra, and he took it, didn't he? Who's just coming through in the second? It's 96 of Alfie Williams. Carrying the number 2 because he's the reigning vice champion in the NKC in this class, and he's out of retirement. He hasn't raced in the championship. He's been running his race team for customer drivers, so finding himself very, very busy. But Louis now in 4th. Louis struggling to get by Scott Smith and Alfie Williams. Scott Arden struggling to get by them. Jamie Zyra is off. He's off and running already, pulling a gap of almost 7/10.
Yeah, it's a clean, clear start. Jamie's been the class of the field for the last 3 weeks, actually. He's really quick in the standard round back. The battle is in third and fourth. That's Louis Large and Scott Smith. So Louis now mostly a team owner rather than a team runner. He's coming up the run towards Christmas. He's going to make this one quite easy. I think there'll be too much of a battle, a little bit of a, I don't really want to let you pass, but in the end, Williams cede to the reigning, as you say, reigning man who almost won the championship, having been for a broken chain at fullback. The person, of course, who won the championship is in the event, but not in this class, and that is Phil Howarth, who went on a diet and has moved into the standard senior Rotax 162, which is 15 kilograms. He has lost 15 kilograms. He's lost some kilograms and he's got some lead off his car.
Early Sunday morning here, and people just waking up and finding their Sunday Times across their morning coffee, tuning in on this live stream, bringing you the NKC All Plate all live from Whilton Mill. And the first 3 now beginning to spread out a little bit. Alfie Williams has now got Callum Porter. Now, Callum Porter is another one of those Dan Holland mechanics who have basically taken over the Dan Holland workshops here. This Whilton Mill, the home of Dan Holland Racing, who are current UKC senior Rotax champions and other championship winners. Kai Hunter taking the UKC championship in fine style with a round to go, and then went off on holiday in Sardinia instead.
And I'd like to say thank you to Hobenstein on the feed, who pointed out we had left the volume wrong on the on camera 1. I had the volume for the interviews, not the volume for the ambient. So they were getting like full volume of the carts going past.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, hey, music.
Couldn't hear us.
Couldn't hear
us. No, they couldn't hear us.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, they couldn't hear you.
And
it's all about you.
It's all about the music of the carts, though, isn't it, really?
The music of the carts.
Yeah, there he goes again.
Yeah, it's an early morning sing-song.
The musical references.
So I hope that's all right now, Hobbins. I've turned it back down to its previous level. People say they want more ambient. You deafen them, they get upset.
Yeah, we like a little bit of ambience, don't we? We need to know that we're actually at a kart track and hearing everything. That's the number 20 of Callum Porter there. We were talking about Callum. Callum and Jamie Zyra, who's leading this. Callum currently 4th. Like I was saying, running out of the Dan Holland workshops. It seems Dan Holland's mechanics are all former racers. And when they are mentoring, I mean, Jamie Zyra is the mechanic on Timo Jungling's Dan Holland kart in the British Champs, and when Jamie Zyra is telling young Timo how to go on, he's proving today that he knows what he's talking about. He doesn't just know what to do, he actually can do it, and he's been quite formidable in the 4th round of the NKC, the Junction 6 NKC Championship last month here at Whilton Mill, and now he continues to be quite a challenge to get on terms with, and here he is getting on terms with leading this race, but not that far behind and closing the gap. If anything, Nick, is Scott Smith and Louis Large.
Yeah, Louis Large coming back, which is the interesting thing, because Jamie Zara just leapt off into the lead. Looked like he was going for a Sunday drive, not a kart O-plate at Whilton Mill. But after that initial launch, effectively, once Smith and Large also got into free air, they were able to catch up. And I think it's kind of a case, it's easier to follow into the lead. You get a little bit of bonus, of course, from the slipstream, which is more important, I think, in these larger, heavier karts. You know, they're punching a bigger hole through the air. They're a little bit less accelerative because they're carrying the weight. So your aero is going to help you. The slipstream is going to help you more.
Tyre pressure as well. It's all about the tyre pressure when you pressure the tyres for the tyres to come on. So you'll see people not being as quick in those three, maybe first 2 or 3, 4 laps, but then the tyres come on, and this is certainly what we're seeing here with Scott Smith now. Louis Large glued to his bumper, and likewise Scott Smith chasing down Zyra. Zyra knows he's there. Louis Large down the inside. Can he make it happen? Yes, he does at Christmas. Large through into second. Jamie Zyra's got a challenge now. The former British champion in this series, in this class I should say, the 177 Rotax class, the 2018 British champion now carrying the number 2 in the NKC, is now chasing down Jamie Zyra. Bit of a gap pulled there, and that was purely, that's how on the limit these karts are. Because those two karts came together and went side by side, they lost a little ground to Zyra and stuck a whole lap
back again,
to make that up though.
Now, is Zyra, I'm going to throw this out to you, is he actually playing a canny game?
Well, he could be.
And is he, trying to win, as Jackie Stewart says, in the slowest possible time?
No, he's
flat not, because Louis really got some play. Oh, he's gone defensive. Up into Christmas. Can he go the long way round? No, he can't. Now, the problem for that is that slows them both down and plays Scott Smith back into play. More important, Callum Porter, who's cast adrift in 4th now, is joining this, making this a 4-kart train, led by Zyra. Zyra, uses that blocking move, despite him not having the ideal line, actually cost Louis Large more time.
I'd prefer to call that a defensive move than a blocking move, because that's all he did.
Because blocking is a bad word in America. Indy cars are blocking. Blocking is if you block someone legitimately, it's a completely legitimate move. It's not a problem.
Well, yeah, it's not a problem, because all he did was take the inside line there, and now we've got a 4-card battle. And somebody like Callum Porter, who's an experienced karter in himself, he's going to know that he's just got to sit there and maybe, think of a move. Zyra's going to defend again. He looks over his shoulder. Oh, he opens the door there. So he does take a more conventional line. But Louis knows Whilton Mill as well, very well. Out of that, down the hill towards Ashby. It's a corner that sucks you in because of that downhill aspect to it. And Louis lost a little bit of ground there, having to defend from Scott Smith and Callum Porter.
Yeah, there is a huge amount of temptation for Scott Smith to throw it. You could see he was thinking about sending it. He was thinking about sending on 2 occasions there, and luckily discretion got the better part of valor. This race has flown by. We're down to half a minute.
Yeah.
So they're going to get 2 more laps, aren't they?
Yeah, 2 more laps
across
Nick.
the line. But
Zyra really wide there, Nick. Did you see the kart flip up there on that bumpy outside curbing? Here we go. Time ticking by, and chances and opportunities running out. Large.
Oh, it's going to be Smith up the middle. Oh, I thought Smith was going to be. Oh, Smith.
Callum Porter. Wow. That's what he's been waiting for, Nick. That's exactly what I meant. He's going to wait for these 3 to start tripping over one another and then take advantage. Now Callum Porter's vulnerable to Scott Smith because he's not going to take this lying down.
Yeah, he got through and then he lost a bit of momentum, and suddenly Louis Large closed up the space. There's a massive 6-kart length gap between them. It's ridiculous. Who said karting was close? Now
Zyra's having to defend, and Louis Large is then able to take the optimum line, tries to squeeze down through the latter section of the boot, has to conform and slot in behind. This is where Louis Large has to be very, very precise and get that throttle nailed through crooks and all the way up the hill. He's in the slipstream. Zyra pulls to the left, takes the optimum line. Louis Large in his wheel tracks. Callum Porter waiting like a buzzard over a corpse in the desert, waiting for that opportunity, waiting for these two to trip over one another. And Callum Porter right now on the bumper of Louis Large. Louis just doesn't look. He's just got momentum that he's got to go with sometimes. Last opportunity now, into the boot for the final time. Oof. Louis looks down the inside. He's got to defend as well. Everybody, line astern, 1, 2, 3, 4, going to be joined by Harrison Crook across the line, and that's the way. That is a very, very high standard of karting there, Nick. That is quality driving. Jamie Zyra takes the win, Louis Large second, Callum Porter third, Scott Smith fourth, fifth is Harrison Crook, Ben Hitch sixth, Jamie Tyler seventh, then we've got Alfie Williams, James Yap, Joshua Gollin finished 10th, Daniel Burgess, Alex Rowley, Nick Skelton, Finley Cross, Ollie Hancock 15th, Andy Collinson 16th, Jack Taylor, Jack Goodyear, Alex Jones, Joe Pfiffner, Peter Jeans in 21st. Then we've got Matt Ogden, Adrian Smith, Seb Bulpin, Stuart Dixon and Tom Eldridge. 26 karts there for the fourth heat for Rotax 177s. You know what, Nick? That was just a heat.
That was great.
Can you imagine what it's going to be like when it's all about the win?
The thing that surprised me was how Zara got in the lead so easily, but then didn't pull away. I really thought he was going to pull away, and we were talking about a battle for second, third, and fourth.
This is what I mean about a very high standard of karting, Nick, because those five drivers, they all started to come together. They're absolutely on the limit through every single corner, every braking zone, every application of the throttle, nailing it at the apex, carrying the speed. You know, that is a very, very high standard of driving there from all of those four. And I'm going to put Harrison Crook in there, 5. In fact, 26.
Well, no,
that is a very, very. You could tell the way that they were, you know, how on the limit they were, because nobody was gaining through the corners into the braking area. Everybody's braking on the very, very limit of what they can do. Great stuff.
I think, and totally clean. No one's had a problem with the nose check, so all good. Terrific. So already the next heat's going on.
Yeah.
And I have a job now, and I've got to pour the coffee out.
Yes, you have. While I do the grid rundown for this junior Rotax, it's the fourth heat for this class as well. They're already out and released from their caged. Louis Rees, it is on the pole position for Mitchell Mulvey alongside Alfie Bushell and Billy Vogt share row 2. Row 3 is Joshua Priest and Alex Fraser. They've got Freddie Moore and Nicholas Ellis on row 4. Row 5, Harry Hannam and Finlay Patterson. Row 6, Lewis Crocker and Billy Edgecombe. Marcel Poppercool and Harry Hine are on row 7, with Joshua Della Carter and Jaden Hewitt on row 8. Frank Ward and Curtis Latimer are on row 9, with Caius Zigmanta and Harvey Williams on row 10. We've then got Jack Dimbleby and Byron Scott Simmons, Abdurrahman Sheikh and Presley Walker on row 12. Lewis Llewellyn, Joel Bullen are on row 13. And then rounding off 27 kart field is Joshua Whitcomb. Remember, mixed grids these heats, so it's not the positions on the grid here are basically where every driver gets a chance to start near the front, one in the middle and one near the back of the grid. We are getting this underway. The 25 pops out. Louis Rees leads off the line. Mitchell Mulvey alongside. Let's see how things have panned out at Crook as they head off towards Christmas. It's the 47 of Louis Rees, the pole position driver, hanging on to that lead through Christmas Clinic.
Oh, we're off for there. So some kerfuffle to the back of the grid. I think it was a 25 who spun off. It is a 25. Yep, Jaden Hewitt. I think he lost out, and the way it looked to me like he was helped off the track, the way he was coming off the Christmas corner in the dry. It's like how we were falling off in the wet during our Friday night karting extravaganza. The lead is about to change again. The dive. This is a really popular first lap movie. The dive up at the inside of Chapman, and straight into the lead has gone the number 155 of Mitchell Mulvey. And then there's been more kerfuffle there at the back, and I think that Louis Rees may have dropped in our position. It could have been a bit more of a confusion further down. Let's watch them come across the line. It is indeed the 47 of Rees' second, but it was third and fourth and fifth who had it. Yeah, big winner there, Harry Hanman. Great start and up into fourth. Alfie Bushell third. They come through the complex for the second time.
We saw yesterday just how much speed Harry Hannam has. He's up to fourth there on lap 1. Mulvey, Rees, Bushell, Hannam, Ellis, Vogt, Priest, Moore, Patterson and Edgecombe. There's your top 10. And already side-by-side karting through Ashby. The 26 pushed off there. Alfie Bushell finding himself finding himself on the grass without any grip whatsoever down the inside. Who was that who pushed him down the inside? 19, Harry Hannam.
I don't know.
Forceful driving that.
I don't know. That was kind of like they were just racing and they ran out of space. But I'll be interesting how it gets the quick tempo on the stewards. I'm pretty certain that Alfie Bushell's very upset about it.
Yeah, that might have caught the attention of the official. We will see. Our job is though to focus on the front of this field, as once again we see them space out. Now whether they stay spaced out will remain to be seen, as Mitchell Mulvey, Louis Rees, Harry Hannam, Nicholas Ellis. Just dropping off is Billy Vogt, Freddie Moore, Alfie Bushell after that off-track excursion. Gathered himself up for 7th. Finlay Patterson 8th. Billy Edgecombe now moving up to 9th. Joshua Priest 10th, and then Caius Zigmanta, who you will see in our Paddock show down the inside. That's Harry Hannam again.
Beautiful move. I've not seen that done before. Just coming up, he almost kind of, the door was lightly opened. It's like he got through that like my cat opens a door. The door's slightly open, and then the cat just nudges his nose up, flicks it a little bit more, and he then slides through literally a cat's width of door being open, and that's how he got round at the boot there.
Harry Hannam in like a cat.
In like a cat, like my cat opens a door.
In like a cat, Harry Hannam. He's now pushing on Mitchell Mulvey. So Harry Hannam, you saw how quick this young lad can be yesterday.
Yep, going well for Harry. He had a couple of good results. I think he certainly had some top finishes. I don't think he actually won any of them. But he's now right on the tail, and he's done it. He loves it. He loves it round the beginning of the beat. Does another overtake, and in fact, he's forced poor Mitchell Mulvey so wide that the second place Nicholas Ellis has also come through. So Mulvey and Ellis went through. Hannon and Ellis went through. Mulvey got to third, all round the boot. I don't want to Hannon and his entry into the boot and his speed round the first of those right-handers. It's lethal for anyone who's trying to keep him back. So
now then the question is, Nick, can Harry Hannam pull away? It doesn't look like he can, because Nicholas Ellis, who had some supporters tuning in on the live stream yesterday, didn't he?
Yeah.
And Nicholas Ellis not letting Hannam get out of his sight whatsoever. He's glued to that rear bumper. They're through the left-hander of Chapman. Has got the right-hand kink there. That leads on to the relatively short straight, and already Ellis looking down the inside there. He had the momentum, not quite be able to carry that into the boot, and has to back off, slots back in. Mitchell Mulvey, these two coming together has allowed Mulvey back on terms. Louis Rees just dropping off the back of them. Freddie Moore is crossing the line in fifth. Billy Edgecombe, Alfie Bushell, Finley Patterson, Joshua Priest, Kaya Sigmanta there, moving up to 11th, I see. And Joel Bullen dropping down the order. I think he's got a problem. Joel Bullen, look, I think he's gone missing. The number 77, that was very much in the top 10. Now dropping down the order.
Well, they're not going to break away if the defensive driver Hammond carries on, because it's noticeable he just took the middle line down the run up to Christmas. And what all that achieved was obviously it's prevented Ellis getting past, but it gave Mulvey about 4 or 5 kart lengths of free time to catch up. And so it's a train of 3 now. Mulvey probably still smarting the fact that they both can open the pass. That's too wide by Mulvey there, and it's fun to go over those rumble strips. It does bring us, but you get a point there where the wheels are bumping up the ground. And I remember one of our overtake now.
Challenge for the lead.
Great.
Nicholas Ellis, that was textbook, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Gathered the momentum all the way up the hill from that very, very fast right-hander at Crooks, and then made the move down the inside. However, Harry Hannam, he's kind of just, he didn't fight it. He didn't try and close the door. He let him go, and now he follows him.
Yeah, he's got 3 minutes. Just to finish that thought about the rumble strips coming out at Pit Bend. Yes, going wide speeds you up, but they are very, very bouncy. And as our good friend John Hindhoff once said when he was commentating on 4-wheel drive cars, he said, if all the wheels are in the air, you've got no wheel drive. And it's the same there. You saw the extra bounce that Mulvey had, and the wheels were off the ground. Yeah. Therefore, they're not giving any forward momentum.
That's right.
And of course, remember, with kart, it's a solid rear axle. So you haven't got any suspension to have, or a diff to give you some drive. It's nothing, and that's where he lost forward momentum. But luckily, because of the scrappage in front of him, he's still right in the mix and currently in 3rd place. That's Mulvey.
And we're literally measuring microseconds here around a lap here at Whilton Mill. So your rear axle being in the air for a few consecutive microseconds will cause a little slight disadvantage. However, he's recovered from that. And now we have a 3-card battle for the lead with inside of 2 minutes remaining. Remember, our usual 8 minutes and 1 lap. Now, the duration of our heats.
Now, you know how it's all about me sometimes.
Most of the time.
Harry Warby has put a chat on the Karting Live TV YouTube of "Come on, Nick." I thought, that's very nice to support. Come on, me. I went, no, it's the lead, Nick does Ellis. So literally, I was confused. Why? It was very nice to say that. That's great. Oh, it's not me. It's the racer who's now currently just dropped back down to 2nd again. It's been challenged for 1st and 2nd. Sorry.
If you want to believe it's you, it can be you.
It's not. It's the black nose. I assume either he's on the weight limit or he's had to get a new Nassau panel, which he couldn't get the stickers for, and he's pulled a whole 6 meters. Well done. Oh no! And then the perfect little dive back up the inside again. And so I think we should watch that to see that again, really, because it's amazing. He wasn't there, and then suddenly, in goes Hanman.
Yeah, Hannam doesn't take much encouragement, does he?
No.
He didn't look anywhere near it, did he?
No.
But he's look, so into the left-hand bit of the boot. Look at the momentum he's got.
He actually springs it off the curb to get the turn. That's an amazing move.
He carried that speed, and then through goes Mitchell Mulvey, because by then Nicholas Ellis is right on the outside and losing speed.
Yeah,
Ellis down the inside through. through Parker.
Yeah, he wasn't asking for invitation. I am coming through, and that is it. You're not. No.
That is a tricky corner because there's very little speed difference from the short straight out of Ashbury into that right-hander. They're already at the boot there with just on 20 seconds or so as they cross the line. So it's 2 more laps of this very, very intense Junior Rotax 4th heat. It's the last of the Junior Rotax heat. So after this heat, Nick, we'll know exactly what the finals are going to look like. The grids for the finals are going to look like.
No, it won't. Time
Oh
attack.
no, we've got Time Attack. Yeah, of course. Yes, of course. Time Attack. Time Attack 2 coming soon.
Time Attack 2.
Yeah.
The sequel. Jean-Claude Van Damme in Time Attack 2.
0 time on the clock will make. Oh, a little bit of a nudge there. Could bit of contact there.
Mulvey's made up for it. This is fantastic. This is absolutely fantastic kart racing because you've actually got Mulvey isn't as quick as the other two. Oh, he's gone off.
Ellis on the grass.
Oh no, he was taken. Oh, I don't know. Well, that's going to be hard. But let's watch that one again very quickly now before the rest of the last lap.
He put himself where he didn't need to be.
No, Mulvey's up the inside.
Yeah, Mulvey's up the inside.
There's no space there.
Well, he turned into Mulvey.
Yeah, but
Nick Ellis turned into Mulvey.
Yeah, I think in fairness, actually Mulvey had got alongside him by more than the kart links. I think possibly, that's going to be no result. The net effect was, how far did Nick just drop down?
He's 6th. Yeah, he lost a lot of ground there, but he did turn into Mulvey. Mulvey was fully alongside into the left-hander. That was a clean move.
I'm not sure whether he knew, but I mean, I suppose there's been quite a lot of turning in and expect the other person to give you room.
That's sim racing.
And that isn't going to happen sometimes. But now Mulvey is so close. He's managed to. He looked like he was the kind of the wounded little brother who's getting kicked by his older brothers. But this time, there we go, all over. Another cracking race.
Another one, yeah. It's building, isn't it? It's building.
Yeah, I'm like a wrestler now. Can we look a couple of dull ones, please?
It's building. The tension is building. Harry Hannam takes a very, very intense win there in the 4th and final heat for Junior Rotax. We, like Nick said, have got Time Attack coming next for more points to shake up the grid if needs be. Mitchell Mulvey, a very, very intense 2nd place. Billy Edgecombe, he earned 3rd. He inherited 3rd, I should say, after that incident. Freddie Moore was 4th. Louis Rees 5th. 6th was Nicholas Ellis. And then we've got Finley Patterson, it was, who comes through in 7th. 8th is Presley Walker. Kayas Zigmanta was 9th. And rounding off the top 10 was Joshua Withcombe.
And breathe.
Wow.
Well, people are just during the stream missed a couple of crackers.
Yeah, I tell you what, though, there's every chance that the next race, then the next race, and then the next race is going to be equally as intense.
Yeah, and then we go up to finals.
No.
Then Time Attack.
Well,
then lunch. Then final.
There's a different nature to Time Attack, and we'll be talking about Time Attack as we get towards it because we've still got some heats. The Senior Rotax 162s are coming next for their 4th and final heat. It's a different mindset, isn't it? The last thing you want to be doing in Time Attack is actually racing someone. You need to be working with someone
close enough to get the slipstream.
Yes, and working together to go optimise the track, optimise the lap. The last thing you want is to be tripping over people because with only at the Time Attack sessions only 6 minutes, and that time certainly ebbs away very, very quickly. Senior Rotax out on the track. And at the front of the field, Ollie Goodyear, it is on pole position. Kart 101, Philip Howarth, current 177 NKC champion, moving down the order, so losing a bit of weight and moving into the 162s. He's alongside. Roddy Trehorn and Dan Andrews are on row 2. Alex Wannabe and Matthew Lambert are on row 3. Braden Hill and Michael Goodburn are on row 4. We've then got Tom Patterson and Archie Lyons, Kieran Gifford, Andy Ambrose qualified in 12th. However, after that big accident yesterday, Andy went out in warm-up and found it just too painful from those bruises and batterings that he took yesterday. So Andy Ambrose has pulled out. So Joseph McVeigh and Mohammed bin Mahfouz are on row 7. Jake Richards, Evie Poulain, who had a great run yesterday, they're on row 8. Row 9 is Alex McGee, Jake Dennis, and then we've got Alex Jackson, Hayden Phillips, Archie Elliott, Alex Moody, Tommy Lee Davis, Toby Case, Matthew Herbert, Matt Llewellyn, Scott Goolsby and Ollie Varney. 28 karts have qualified. I think we've got 27 out there with the loss of Andy Ambrose. I hope Andy's feeling okay. And off into oblivion. Off into oblivion.
How are they not having accidents?
All I ever hear from my right is, ooh, Oh,
I'm the effects guy.
You clearly are, yes. And you get me excited about
I like it. I love that shot with the carts. I can't work out how they get through without at least 4 of them being punted off into the side.
It's brilliant camera work from Karting Live TV.
I know. But the cameraman, to be honest, the cameraman on that shot deserves... Oh, hang on.
He does, yeah. No, don't spoil the magic. It really is absolutely awesome. You really do grasp the speed through that first section here at Whilton Mill. Guess who's in the lead?
Is it for Harris?
No, it's Ollie Goodyear.
There we go.
Car 73.
Well, Phil's up to third. That's second.
No, he's back up to second, yeah. Phil Howarth.
Oh, that was... Do you see the 95 there? Matthew Lambert went across by flying across the curbs of the start of Oblivion. So he's now in third now, I think, is Lambert, and fourth is Brody Trehorn. But this one, luckily, it's taking you a little bit of a chance to breathe.
Yes, this.
About to stop though, because Howell's going off this year.
Well, this is what I was about to say. We're only on lap 2, so tyre pressures aren't up. The tyre temps are not where they want to be. So we're just going to be seeing in perhaps the end of this lap and then into the next lap. That's where we're going to see where people are with regards to pressures and setup. And as we say that, Phil Howarth moving onto the rear bumper of Ollie Goodyear through Oblivion. Then the right-hander at Crooks, absolutely flat track. And we see what I mean? Tyres coming on, Nick. 4 carts. Goodyear, Howarth, Trehorn and Lambert coming together. And then not that far away is Dan Andrews. Dan Andrews there having a bit of a lonely 5th place.
Yeah. Yeah, the 4... Oh, just a little bit of a kind of a sneaky little... Have a quick look in there, wasn't it?
That was very messy there, boys. That was very, very messy. And we've got side-by-side into the boot. The 95 of Matthew Lambert has taken advantage. Who's that? The 28? That's Kieran Gifford. We know how quick he is. Kieran Gifford trying to get alongside, opening the flap. This is getting pretty busy now.
Yeah, there's almost there appears to be some indecision about when to actually go for the move there. Oh, hang on, what's the pointing about? Basically, there's a four-car punting going on there. Right round the outside came the 28 there of Kieran Gifford from fifth into second there.
Incredible.
Round the outside, but
down the inside has gone Gifford. Gifford down the inside.
I'm just wondering if Goodyear's lost some pace.
I'm not sure, or whether or not people have just found pace. Pace is coming to them. But this isn't even the
leader
final.
Now is Lambert. Lambert's going to lead.
This isn't even the final. This is just a heat. And look at the way we are battling. We are battling over every single inch. Guys, there's 5 minutes to go. This is the bit where you settle in and follow each other for the last 2 minutes. But not for this one, not for this weekend.
No.
It's all about every single inch and centimetre of real estate.
What we've not seen so far, which has got to be coming, is Howarth moving forward. He's been going backwards, really, but you can't. That's not going to stay long. Because Phil's not going to going backwards, is he?
It was tantamount to assault there on Phil. Assault of his senses. They were coming from all angles, weren't they? And there was no doubt that we were tripping a little bit over Ollie Goodyear, who was doing all he could. Because when you're in the front,
I know
it's very hard to keep people behind who are equally as quick.
When Gifford did the amazing 5th to 1st place or 4th to 1st place around the outside, it's because down the straight they were arguing as they hit each other. There was a row going on with 4 cars at 70 miles an hour.
Well, you saw Kieran Gifford there. He's what he's saying to Matthew Lambert on the 95 is just go, just focus. I'm not going to overtake you. I want to break away from Ollie Goodyear, Philip Howarth and Brody Trehorn behind.
It's working. Change the lead coming up. Stick with the front. And there we go. Gifford takes it.
Let's break a lead, and then I'm going to overtake you and take the lead.
Yeah. That's about it.
But Lambert looking like he might even want to come back. Lambert's on the black cart, Kieran Gifford on the red and white cart. Now Gifford says, come on, let's join in through Parker into the left-hander at Chapman now. Just use the curb on the right. A little bit of a kink there, exiting Chapman. And then into the boot. Now then, that's the most settled we've seen all morning. First and second, Kieran Gifford, Matthew Lambert. As they cross the line, the graphic will change. And look at the gap they pulled. That was a 1.7 is the gap. And things beginning to settle down. 4 carts in 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th. That's Ollie Goodyear, Philip Howarth, Brody Trehorn and Archie Lyons now into 6th. And that 4-card battle is perhaps something we need to maybe drop back to, Nick.
Yep.
Because that's where the action's going to come.
Certainly
because that
is.
One's not over, is
Howarth
it?
is desperate to get past the 73 of Goodyear.
Ollie Goodyear's quick. The guys behind, I fear, are slightly quicker, but not quick enough to get by him. Look at how he's having to defend. And this is why everybody concertinaed up, and we had that little bit of kerfuffle there in the early stages. We'll keep an eye on the leader, obviously, Kieran Gifford, who's pulling away now from Matthew Lambert. But this is where the action's going to be. Ollie Goodyear having a cracking drive.
Managed to break slightly.
Yeah, he
there.
has. Yeah, that's what I mean. He's really, really quick. And the carts behind beginning to concertina up.
Yeah, there's a 1.7 second gap between second and third. And then, of course, these are all covered by a handkerchief again. But looking at the moment, Goodyear's able to actually run at the pace enough to keep a gap. Howarth now knows he's got 2.5 minutes. He's got 4 or 5 laps to do something. But actually, he's not quick down that back straight. And behind him, Brodie Trahorn, I'd say, is the faster car in the straight line there.
Yeah, I think you might have a point there. The 41 there just behind, that's the 41 there of Trahorn. And as he slides wide, Archie Lyons comes right up to his bumper. He lost time there, didn't he, using all that curb?
Too wide.
You mentioned that before, using a lot of that exit curb at Pitts Bend. As the leaders continue to circulate, only 2 tenths between them now.
Yeah, but it's not really changing that gap at the moment.
No, it's not.
We'll take a risk on missing it.
Well, there they are, there just in the
foreground
of the shot. Yeah. We'll keep an eye on that one because I think the action's not over yet inside the last 90 seconds.
Sort of equidistantly spaced now. Howarth has got Howarth has got Trahorn off his back now and give it a go at attacking Goodyear, and this is what he's doing. So the gold helmet, blue and yellow, that's Howarth 101, the 73 just ahead of him. That's Goodyear as they sweep through Oblivion and Crooks, and now they're looking left, they're looking right. I'm going to go in, I'm going to go out. Are you going to take me, going to take me? No last minute leap out from Howarth there. Admittedly, there were more eyes than the Chinese CCTV camera there, wasn't there, really?
The drivers are fully aware how much time's on the board. They can see that every time they move, go back across the line and look at the gantry. We've now got a few challenges.
That's a major advantage from wheel karting, isn't it? You just went off and you had no idea how long to go, did you?
That's right. Yeah, you didn't. You sometimes got a countdown board. But then sometimes the person on the countdown board would be not there because they were having a fag or something. Oh, there's contact.
Oh.
Contact there's a challenge. I mean, that Pitts Bend is not an overtaking place, but sometimes you haven't got a choice. You gather momentum out of boot, and the 41 of Brodie Trahorn moved down the inside of Philip Howarth through Pitts Bend, and they're coming out of the boot here. Look at that. It's Trahorn who gets down the inside, and a sideways Philip Howarth kept his foot in, did Phil. Kept his foot in and controlled the slide, but I'm not. That's just an acceleration zone through Pitts Bend out of the boot. 0 time on the clock.
But one more after this.
Here comes the leaders across the line in front of us.
2 or 3 tenths.
Last lap board out. That's what we will see now. And that little trip by Trahorn on Howarth has allowed Ollie Goodyear to be able to take a breath on this final lap. He's no longer under pressure at all from Howarth and Trahorn.
No, it's all kind of spread out, isn't it? 3, 4 and 5.
And if anything, Howarth has gathered up his thoughts as well.
Yeah.
And he's pulled away from Trahorn. Oh, there's a move from the 39. Matthew Herbert moving down the inside of Archie Lyons just in the background there. We'll stay with this battle there that's Philip Howarth on the screen there. And just look at that tyre mark on his number, obscuring his number there, as Kieran Gifford takes the checkered flag to take the final senior Rotax heat.
Let's be honest, it's not the first time that Phil's had a tyre mark on his side, Paul.
No, he's very comfortable in that environment, isn't he? Sideways with the wheels spinning against his side pod. Kieran Gifford takes the win in quite, I would say, relatively dominant style there. Matthew Lambert, Kart 95 is in second, Ollie Goodyear third, Philip Howarth fourth, Brodie Trahorn is in fifth, and Archie Lyons, it was in sixth place.
And the complaints have started.
Brodie Trahorn fifth, Matthew Herbert, it was sixth, Braden Hill seventh, Archie Lyons eighth, Alex McGee ninth, Dan Andrews 10th, and then we've got Aidan Phillips, Tommy Lee Davis, Scott Gouldsby, Jake Richards, Archie Elliott, Joseph McVeigh, Michael Goodburn. 18 was Toby Case, Alex Jackson, Jake Davis, Alex Moody 21st, Matt Llewellyn was the last finisher in 22nd. We lost Mohammed bin Mahfouz on lap 6. Olivani went out on lap 4. And then I think we lost Evie Poulin.
Someone just has a question, which you might be able to answer, if you can. What sort of times are the senior Rotax doing here today? What was the fastest lap? Has it gone? It's gone. Sorry about that. I've missed that Mango Motorsport. Sorry about that, mate.
Yeah, you know what? It's perfect conditions. We're seeing some real fast laps here. Remember, they're on the Maxxis tyre, so you can't really compare the times in the NKC with the times in the likes of the MSUK, the Vera Tools British Championship, or the UKC. They're on a Mojo tyre. The tyre rules is what, in my view, in everybody's view, I think, the reason why the NKC has become such a success. Because 2 sets of Maxxis tyres, 4 front tyres, 4 rear tyres, have to last you the whole season. You're free to use those sets of tyres how you wish from the very outset, but it certainly keeps the cost down in comparison to other championships and other series. We've got the Minimax out. This is the smallest of our grids, with 9 karts, pretty standard with Minimax. Minimax does live on in the Junction 6 NKC Championship. We've got the driver who is currently second in our Junction 6 NKC Championship on the pole position, Sonny Morgan. Max Carlton is alongside him in second place. Then we've got Daniel Hartley and Lucy Lavelle. Harris Roberts and Eddie Stewart are on row 3. And then row 4, Daniel Parsons, Riley Thatcher. And then rounding off the 9-kart field is Andrew Dixon. So 9 karts. There may only be a small amount of them, these Minimax drivers, but I tell you what, they're not short of intensity and competitiveness. We've got a couple of new people, a couple of new drivers to the series, and nicely ordered grid. Well done, Sonny Morgan, who leads through Oblivion and into Crooks for the first time, and already up the hill. The bright blue and yellow kart of Sonny Morgan already in the lead from that pole position. He'll want to consolidate that and maximise that pole position and turn that into a heat win, knowing Sonny as I do. Now, who's that? Who's just come through to second? We've got the number. I just didn't quite grasp the number there. I can see the 43 of Harris Roberts. He's already up to third.
You're giving the second place man, are you? Second place man is
Daniel Hartley,
number 63. Yeah,
Daniel second place man there, kart 63, being hassled somewhat by the number 43 of Harris Roberts. So Daniel Hartley, Harris Roberts into second place. Sonny Morgan's checked out. Goodbye, says Sonny Morgan.
We've got Lucy Lovell in that train as well, and of course our new star commentator Eddie Stewart just behind in 6th currently, 5th actually. Sorry.
If you watch the live stream from yesterday, we had Eddie Stewart here commentating with us. He did a cracking job. He was with us with me for the final junior Rotax heat yesterday, and we've got a bit of competition there, Nick.
Yeah, it's fine.
That's how.
As long as I got my chair, it's all right.
Absolutely. Right.
Some young whippersnapper with a fresh back gets to sit down.
Well, that's our future there, right there in Eddie Stewart's hands. Karting Live TV will live on for many, many decades with Eddie Stewart being able to take over the microphone over at Denver.
That's a jolly thought.
I know. He's just going to lift the mood now.
He's just going to climb over our corpses and start talking.
Just going to lift the mood now. With 2 laps completed, Sonny Morgan's gone. He's got 1.2 seconds lead there, but behind him, this is where the battle is, side by side through Christmas. And the 63 of Daniel Hartley from second place ends up in, what is that, fourth?
Yeah. That was a little bit of an experience, I think, really. He didn't know when to go up the corner.
He went round the outside and then lost the back end. It was sliding and not going forward.
Very wide, yeah.
And that allowed the number 16 of Lucy Lovell into third place. And Lucy losing ground through Chapman there, holding people up, and coming back at her is Harris Roberts. Sorry, not Harris Roberts, Daniel Hartley. Daniel Hartley down the inside, but Lucy Lovell comes back at 3 wide. 3 wide into
and
pits.
The winner is the 25, the big black card.
Very, very crowded, the 25 Andrew Dixon.
Wow,
it's got carnage written all over it, hasn't it, as they head towards Christmas. Who's that now in second? Sonny Morgan, 1.4
Harris
seconds.
Roberts has broken into second.
Yeah, I think that's Andrew Dixon now in the 25.
In third, yep.
Yeah. No, isn't that Andrew Dixon in second?
No, there's 2 ahead of him. 2
karts ahead of him. Harris Roberts and Sonny Morgan.
Yeah.
So there is, yes. So that's third.
Yes.
So
third's broken away as well.
So there's Lucy Lovell
in fourth.
In the pink helmet.
By the way, when you point at the pictures, no one can see you pointing.
No, you can see me pointing, though. Look how crowded that is in the boot. That's Eddie Stewart there on the 45, who has just gotten round the number 15.
Max Carlton, who was in second at one point, has now dropped right to the rear of the field. I mean, I think he's obviously a bit of a bully, being bullied today.
Yes, he was. They've strung out now.
That is
right. Let's just gather our thoughts here, because we can try to make out numbers whilst they're literally swapping places, left, right, and centre. Right, here they come through Ashby. Sonny Morgan leads. Harris Roberts second. Andrew Dixon on the 25 is third. That's Lucy Lovell on the 16. Daniel Hartley behind her in the 63. He was up there at the front a short time ago. Eddie Stewart in the 45. Eddie just dropping back off the back of them by about 3/10. So Eddie not quite being able to get on terms with those two karts. The 63 of Daniel Hartley right on the bumper of Lucy now.
And that's going to come up the inside.
Down the inside goes Hartley. Lucy Lovell will try and come back.
In the switch back.
Has to slot in though. Through Inkerman's there, that fast right-hand kink using all the curb there. And there's the 63, Daniel Hartley. Having got by Lucy Lovell, she's going to come back at him though. You can kind of feel that. 3.5 minutes remaining in this third and final heat for Mini Max.
Dixon's beginning to bridge the gap to Roberts. That may evolve into something. Dixon, of course, a guest. Well, there's no guest at the OC. He's not a regular in the NKC. No guest for the O plate, so anyone can turn up to the O plate.
Yeah.
But he's not a regular in the NKC. This is the closest battle on the track at the moment, which is the Hartley-Lovell kerfuffle. And Lucy happy to follow in his wheel tracks at the moment. Coming down to Ashby.
He's not pulling away from her though, is he?
No, I think it's a case of once they get past, the tracking driver finds it relatively easy with the little extra bonus you get from a bit of slipstream, which is probably worth a tenth or two, and it's enough really to sit on the tail of the other cart. The problem really is trying to get past, and what we have seen is an ever-growing number of attempts we made going into the boot and through this right-handed section, long right-hand at the top of the boot. And some ill-advised attempts to go round at the pit bend as well.
Sonny Morgan has continued to command this lead of this Minimax heat. They're in the lead of this race.
I think second and third is where we need to be.
Second and third is where we need to be. Andrew Dixon on the number 25 and Harris Roberts have come together. Sonny Morgan's gone. He's got 2 seconds gap. But this second place now have come together. The 25, the black cart there of Andrew Dixon, now has the number 43 of Harris Roberts right with him through Chapman and off on that short back straight towards the boot. And just look at that, Andrew Dixon knows he's being chased down, isn't he?
Andrew Dixon, of course, down the straights needs to lean down to be aerodynamic. Harris has got a something up, being so short he's already aerodynamic, so he's lower.
He's still covering his helmet.
Weird things about Minimax, of course, is it's an age range, but the size of the kids is completely different because they're at completely different parts of their growth spurts. So you've got
Sonny Morgan's really tall.
Yeah, there can be 7 or 8 inches difference between the two drivers. It's really interesting, and therefore they look very different in the karts.
Yeah.
You look at Andrew, he looks like a junior Rotax guy. You look at Harris, he looks like someone coming out of cadets. He's tiny.
Yeah, and there, number 25, Andrew Dixon, beginning to pull out a little bit of a cushion to Harris Roberts. Now,
it's not like the constructor feels having a moment. Feels tiny behind us.
Take your headset off and have a listen while I do this. So Andrew Dixon, he was being challenged by Harris Roberts, but he's kind of responded to the challenge. And he pulls out a bit of a cushion. So we're inside the final, 45 seconds almost, as we tick by. The leader, Sonny Morgan, just getting a grip of where Sonny is on the track. He's just coming through Inkerman's and on the downhill sweep towards Ashby. Let's try and pick up the leader, Paul, if we can. That's him there. Well done. You read my mind. Sonny Morgan, who's kind of went off from pole position there on the number 27, and he's dominated this heat, and while everybody behind him was squabbling and tripping over one another, Sonny Morgan's gone on with the job and did exactly what the plan is. And you can see there the tall youngster beginning to outgrow Minimax. We'll probably see him in juniors next season. Comes through. Oh, there's 6 seconds on the clock. 3 seconds on the official clock there.
2 more to go.
So 2 more to go for Sonny Morgan.
It's been a very lonely race.
It has for Sonny. He looks over his shoulder. There's nobody there, Sonny. Just crack on, mate. Get on with it. Keep doing what you're doing.
He's had as much competition as I had karting friends back in the 90s. That's a reference to yesterday's broadcast, everyone. So if you didn't hear it, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, Nick and his karting friends.
That's it, yes.
Or lack thereof.
I know, there's a picture of them. It's just me.
Nick and all his mates. Well, Sonny Morgan is surrounded by no one at the moment. Andrew Dixon's doing all he can to chase him down. He's reduced the gap to the leader by a couple of tenths, but that's all. Some great shots there from Ash, our cameraman, in the boot, just showing how the driver's working away. Just slight movements on the wheel there. It's more of a balance thing, last lap board. And through this very, very fast section, gap 1.9, so it's not changing drastically as Sonny Morgan continues through Christmas Corner. Faster than it looks, Nick.
It is. It's much faster. It's not a hairpin at all. It's kind of like about 120, I suppose?
Yeah, sweeping.
Yeah.
And it's uphill as well, so you can kind of carry it
the right
speed.
way, yeah. I think Andrew Dixon will be pleased with this result, this second place from where he started. I think he
started ninth.
This is last, yeah. So one person didn't start the race, but this is the best. Yeah, he's got through the second. Morgan off the front or near the front was always going to be very hard to catch. So I think Dixon will go back and he'll say, right, that's great. I don't have to do anything now. It's all about the time attack and the final. And I think Dixon thinks if he can start on that front row, he's got a chance of staying with Morgan when we get to the longer final. Morgan pats the side pod of his cart. Well done, boy. It's a horse and rolls through. Dixon second, Harris Roberts third, Daniel Hartley fourth, Lucy Lovell fifth, Eddie Stewart didn't really show anything that one. He's obviously thinking too much about it, probably talking himself around the whole way. I thought he was just pleased to have a chair and sit down. Then Max Carlton and Riley Thatcher are the 8. Who didn't run? Who didn't start?
It was Daniel Parsons. Who
okay.
Just noticed there at the very
we have
end.
we have lost a couple of drivers overnight to various reasons, damaged carts or damaged drivers, to be honest.
Yeah, we have.
So we may have a couple of people missing later on in various heats.
So the mini-max, for a change, were kind of evolved into a nice, calm procession of driving
gave
there.
a chance to rock a little bit this and
It's not
chat
usually like that.
and relax down.
Well,
perhaps a bit of kind of whispering Bob Harris.
Senior TKM next. This is the 110cc air-cooled TKM engine formula. They're on the Maxxis tyre. As pretty much everyone is today, apart from the KZs. More of that coming after this one, though. For now, we're all about the senior TKMs. Harvey Roth, pardon me. Harvey Roth, our pole position driver, with Mitchell Ball on the number 2 alongside him. Jack Ransom and Charlie King, who was going very, very well indeed yesterday on the number 26. They're on row 2. Row 3 is Matthew Temple Purcell and Joseph Jakes. Row 4, Olivia Jackins and Will Cregeen. Row 5 is Tom Johnson and Andrew Platt. And then rounding off the 12 kart field, we've got Alexander Lehman and Joseph Phillips.
Phil's back for more. Oh, we're now being quoted.
Well, absolutely. We had some great footage of that one. That's going to be very beneficial if that's the one he's talking about.
Me and Phil have got history. I'm not saying anything.
I wouldn't say anything.
Well, no, coming down the straight when he was down the back.
It's not our job to be judges of fact.
It's
our job to observe and tell people what's happening.
Say it how you see it.
Yes.
I just love Phil. He's so indignant. It's great.
You know what?
He gets it out when he gets it back.
During a race weekend, during a race day, Phil is an intense character. Outside of a race day, before the racing starts, he's absolutely gorgeous.
And he's lovely. It helps everyone out with the world and everything else.
Absolutely.
He is the ultimate Jekyll and Hyde.
But he's I love his.
This is Phil Howarth, by the way.
I understand Phil's competitive intensity.
You're awful as well.
Because I'm horrible as well when I race. Absolutely awful people we are.
Can you help me? No.
No. Sort yourself out, mate.
You begrudgingly gave me one piece of advice on Friday.
I didn't begrudgingly give you it.
I gave you one piece of advice really begrudgingly.
Hey, mate, you took it on board as well. Right, we've got the TKMs out for their rolling lap.
I could tell from the smoke.
Yeah, we've got poles of two-stroke smoke, which we love.
Oh, I do.
Love the smell.
I love.
We love the smell of two-stroke in the morning.
And the evening.
I
think they've managed to string something. They might have to get a go around, which is obviously what they want.
We've got a straggler. We might get this underway, actually.
Really?
Yeah, we have indeed. restarting.
Oh, I feel sorry for cart number
the 91.
65.
65, Matthew Temple Purcell.
Yeah.
Got away out the collecting area a little bit late. Right now, though, all the TKMs, all 12 of them out to compete in their final heat. And already down the hill to Ashby, we've got the number 36 of Harvey Roth off the pole position, leading the field round. All nicely ordered there, line astern. Everybody doing as much as they can, waiting for those tyres to come on board, waiting for the tyres to pick up a bit of heat before we can really, really lean on them. And we've got Jack Ransom in second, Charlie King already up to third. Where's Mitchell Ball? He's carrying the number 2 because he's the current vice champion.
There he is, fourth.
And he's
I can tell by his Sunderland helmet he was in fourth.
Yeah.
So top 2, obviously they are teammates because they've got exactly the same sticker set. Henry Rolfe and Jack Ransom. And they are being trailed by the man in green, or green hat anyway, which is Charlie King. Charlie has won the first heat, didn't he?
I think he won the second heat as well.
In the 26th. But it's a very close run between these 3 boys straight away. Well, I say boys, it's here to take they're men. These 3 men.
Charlie King won the second heat. And
he's fantastically around the outside there. He's going to get 1, he's going to get 2, just to 1. He just got past the 27 Jack Ransom, put the cart where he wanted to go up around this short straight, which is so with this entry into the boot, it's become Mr. Popular. We're used to all the overtakes really happening at Christmas or Ashby, but suddenly, I don't know how the track is, it's dry, there's so much grip with the Super 100 Vega rubber down there, but it's that what you would think is a single line entry into the boot. Nope, we're all going to go for it, and into the lead at Christmas Corner, just to be slightly wrong and right, is Charlie King. So King now takes the lead of heat number 3 as well.
Yeah.
From Roth in second and Ransom third.
Well, Charlie King, I mean, a very, very high standard of TKM drivers here this weekend in the NKC All Plate. Charlie King leading the MSUK British Championship. The last time I looked, I'm not sure that has changed, but certainly doing a sterling job here and is absolutely... I use the term dominant very sparingly, but there's no other word to describe Charlie King. He's been quite unbeatable this weekend. Took heat 1, took heat 2. Doesn't matter where he's starting on the grid. All right, it's a short grid this weekend. Only 12 karts. So, you can make up good ground. But look at that already. Half a second was the gap at the line. It's going to be more than that when they come round, Nick.
Yeah, it's a great move there by Charlie. I'm going to ask you a question now. So TKMs in the British Championships, are they on the Rotax side or the Army side of the British Championships?
They fluctuate.
Right, they float, do they?
Yeah.
Because Army, I don't know much, but Army's just a different engine, isn't it?
Yes.
Is Army like a Rotax engine, like it's like nice and clean, or is it like a TK engine smoky as hell?
It's like a Rotax engine. They're a little bit more demanding, a little bit more. They need a little bit more maintenance.
These are like
than
the
a Rotax.
X30s, aren't they? And
that's X30, yeah. Juniors and seniors.
More popular on the continent.
They seem to be, yeah. They're very popular. The Army on the continent. Rotax engines seem to be the. There was almost a talk of the Army engine disappearing in the British Championships. That was a rumour that was being mooted this time last year, but that's not the case at all. And I think they're at Larkhall this weekend, aren't they?
Yeah. It looks, and it wasn't raining. I saw some pictures from yesterday, and it was not raining.
Yeah, west of Scotland.
It looks sunny.
Not raining in the west of Scotland.
Looks sunny.
Shocker. Yeah.
They were saying that there was a thing being done by let's say our friends at Alpha Life. Apparently somebody else covers karting. Can't believe it. But they've got a new structure there, which they're using for PR and everything else. Apparently it used to belong to W Series. So it's W Series Motorhome is now up at Larkhall.
For what? Sorry. For who?
For Larkhall track apparently now has W Series' motorhome and structure. They bought it off W Series.
Larkhall?
Yeah.
As like
to use
the
clubhouse, yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, right. Wow.
So at least they made some money back for the people, the 11.5 million people.
Well, there was clearly an auction, wasn't there, of their assets, of their property.
That's what was said on the thing I watched yesterday. If it is false information, you must blame other people, not me.
Oh, well, you've stated it now on Karting Live TV.
Who's the guy who's the really knowledgeable guy who works in the British National Championships?
Henry
Baudet said it, yeah.
Henry Baudet said it. All right. Well, if Henry said it,
exactly,
then it's true.
That's right.
Because Henry's a reliable source. And Henry knows everything.
It is true. He does. Yeah.
About karting.
That's right. Back here at Whilton Mill, as you can tell, we've had a conversation about something else because the race has been quite static. It's still Charlie King from teammates Roth and Ransom.
Problems there.
Oh no! And
I think that's Harvey Roth
saying that. Who is it? Thank you for that, Harry. It is the 36, yeah, it's Rolf
Yeah.
is broken down. Is that a seize?
I'm not sure that's a seize or a chain or something.
He's having a look.
Because
Oh, yes!
That's what we want to
Chain.
see. Bit of drama.
Chain.
It is. Something slipped
Let's
off
hope
there.
let's hope it's not whipped off, because probably when the chain comes, it can take your card with it. In a whipping situation. Can you get off the track, please, sir? What's it? Oh, you
He's put the chain back on. The chain slipped a cog, hasn't
Oh,
it?
I love that. He threw the glove off, but actually, he may not throw. He may have taken it off deliberately to try and get the chain back on again. But that's brilliant. I've thrown my glove off, and oh no, I'll pick it back up again.
Yeah.
Oh, hang on, we're going to see some top glove action here.
Yeah. He's not happy. Chain's come off.
Chain's come off, and then he
Chain's
fixed
come
it.
off the front sprocket. Oh, hang on. I might be able to do this.
I can fix this.
Yeah, we'll be able to
Thanks.
twang it on.
And there we go.
He's a lap down, obviously, is Harvey.
He's
but
done well if he's got his TKM started, because they haven't got electric starts, have they?
The chain is too slack, Harvey. He knows that. That's why he's going to limp round to the pits and
It's
pull
better
it in.
than walking, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. He gets it and be able to
Good
sort of
stuff, mate.
rectify that.
That's. It's not as good as the guy who kicked the tyres yesterday, but it's still good. Can I just say, anyone who's listening who's a karter, and you listen to this later on in your NKC karter, if you do break down, if you can react in a really petulant way, literally makes my day. So you can throw things down, you can kick the cart. Also, if you've been taken off and you wait a lap to wave at the guy who's taken you off.
No.
I love that as well,
We
like
can't
shaking
have
the
that.
fist.
No,
Why
because
not?
that will get you disqualified from the meeting.
We get me disqualified.
No, but
I'll still be commentating.
Nick,
I'm not saying any physical contact.
No.
I'm
But
just
you
saying
can't have
waving.
people standing at the side of the track waving at carts.
No.
You
We
just
had
condone
it once.
poor behaviour.
We had it once.
What?
We've had it once.
Well, I know we have, but we're not saying that we need it.
Is that on your 4G?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Hence that.
Didn't think you cared.
Hey.
No. Right. So anyway, back to the front, and it is still by a long way Charlie King. Jack Ransom now has second place, but second and third coming Joseph Jakes, isn't it? We found
Jakes,
that.
yeah.
Jakes, we
Joseph
found that
Jakes,
yesterday. So
yeah.
here comes Jakes.
Yeah, I mean, Joseph was out for round one at Three Sisters, and then Joseph Jakes is the chap who you will see in our Paddock show. And you'll find out that Joseph Jakes' day job is working for Carling Motorsport. Carling
That's a cracking
Motorsport.
day job.
Yeah, he works on the Formula 14. And so he can't make it to all the NKC rounds, so he's managed to come out for the All Plate. And he's a very, very quick TKM driver. No question. He loves it. He's there with his mum and dad. And him and his dad prep the kart. And being a Carling mechanic, he'll be prepping to a very high standard. And at the moment, third place. I'm going to be interested to see how this grid lines up behind Charlie King. And it'll be interesting to see if anyone has the pace to stay with Charlie King. That would be nice. He's absolutely been dominant. And not just dominant, though, with regards to here this weekend. If you look at the TKM Championship, Charlie King is leading the NKC on drop scores. He's leading the championship by 2 points from Louis Bevan,
Right.
with 2 rounds to go. So he's in contention for the NKC, the Junction 6 NKC Championship. We're about to see the last lap board come out.
Yep.
There's Charlie King just coming through the final turn and across the line now. There's the two boys in second, Jack Ransom, Joseph Jakes. And then behind them, Tom Johnson, Will Clegane and Mitchell
Jakes.
Ball. Did I say Jakes?
Yeah. It's very hard, isn't it?
No, it's Jakes.
No, it's Jax.
Joe Jakes, not Jacks. Joe Jakes.
Oh, is it E? Sorry, Joe Jakes, you're quite right.
Yes.
Oh.
Press record.
Anyway, Joe Jakes. Is that right? Yes. That was like, what, 9 seconds? Oh, a bare little brain.
I haven't got enough.
Joe Jakes.
No. Let's start from the top. Charlie
Oh,
King
please do. Thank you. Thank you very much.
takes the checkered flag.
Well done.
Charlie King, and continues in this dominant fashion, the likes of which is very rare at NKC level. But Charlie King, Heat 1, Heat 2, and now Heat 3. Jack Ransom has completed 12 laps and will take second place. Joseph Jakes was third, Will Clegane fourth, Tom Johnson fifth, Mitchell Ball sixth. Mitchell Ball dropping down to sixth. What happened there? Olivia Jenkins is seventh, Alexander Lehman is eighth, ninth was Joseph Phillips, Matthew Temple Purcell finally got away and finished 10th, Andrew Platt was 11th, and it was Harvey Roth who we saw with that chain issue rounding off and pulling into the pits at half distance, would you believe, 6 laps.
Wow.
That seemed like just a couple of laps ago. Yeah.
It was on lap 7 though, I suppose.
We've now got a bit of a treat. If you were a regular viewer on the Junction 6 NKC, you will not be familiar with our next class, which is our gearbox class, KZs. We're trying to get I'll give you a little bit of a secret here. We're trying to get the KZ boys to come together and join us in our 2024 NKC Championship. Whether that'll be 6 rounds, whether that'll be a 3-round championship, we wait and see. But I know that Chris Cox and Ollie Nick-Smith are working very, very readily behind the scenes to make that happen. Here they are, a guest class at the NKC All-Plate meeting, and it will be for the KZ
Very upset
All-Plate.
people out there. Very upset.
Very intense. It's all about the win.
Very upset.
All about the win. With the coffee.
Oh, sure.
Yes.
Sorry, sir. Sorry.
Yeah, I'll run through the KZ grid while Nick does that. We are in race control, everybody. So behind us is usually the sound effects of quite a vibrant sort of nightclub. It's like being in a nightclub here, with people being turned away at the door for no trainers. Because the intensity is beginning to rise. I knew it would. KZ's off the line. So, gearbox karting, standing starts, as if it's not busy enough around the Whilton Mill track. Let's have a seven gears to muster with as you go. Single-handedly driving and steering whilst changing gears up and down the box. Thank you, Nick. Rhys Llewellyn, the Dark Knight, the man in black. He's the Dark Knight in his overalls, but the man in pink liveried karts this weekend. He's on the pole position. Bo Phillips alongside. Bradley Calder and Bailey Regalsford are on row 2. Then we've got Harvey Reeby, Benjamin Ballou, James Webb, Sylvanus Klimas as on row 4. Ellis Borshier and Sam Ward. And then we've got Isaac Smith and Daniel Chabula rounding off the 12-card grid. 12 karts making their way around. That is not Rhys Llewellyn at the front of this field. That is the number 18 of Bo Phillips. Only 9 karts have come out. 12 karts have qualified, but only 9 karts have come out. So Bo Phillips, Harvey Reeby, Bailey Regalsford, Sylvanus Klimas, Benjamin Ballou, Ellis Borshier, Isaac Smith, Rhys Llewellyn is at the back. Why is Rhys Llewellyn at the back? I've got a Heat 3 grid sheet here for Rhys Llewellyn. Now that's probably a choice. Rhys Llewellyn is his first weekend on KZs, I believe.
Yeah, that would be my choice as well.
Yeah, and he's choosing to be discreet. Yes, he is. He's starting in the back. So the Dark Knight just finding his feet quite literally. On this grid of KZ. Standing start. The lights go out. And we are racing 0 to 60 in 1.5 seconds into oblivion at 70 miles an hour. They jiggle their way through crooks, and already Bo Phillips, look at the lead he's got. Down the box, through Christmas Corner, and then through the curve there and into Inkermans. Using a bit of curb, not all of it, downhill to Ashby, down the box on the brakes. Two axle braking with brake discs on both of the front wheels and a brake disc on the rear axle. So very, very stable braking, not like our other 2-stroke classes, which have only got brakes on the rear. So you'll see these guys braking in a straight line. And the 37, Benjamin Ballou, is in second place. The number 182, or is it the 192, I should say, of Bailey Regalsford. We'll see a lovely interview with Bailey, and we get a good look at that number 192 kart in the Paddock show. Mentioned this kart yesterday. It's prepared by his dad, Carl. And if you are actually at the meeting and listening to this, have a look and find these people out in the paddock and have a look at these karts up close. They are basically, Nick, like driving a firework.
Yeah.
The acceleration on these things and the way that you've got to go up the box and down the box under braking. It's just a very, very, very busy lap.
Well, given the fact that when you have a normal kart, you have to make a compromise in the gearing. You've got a fixed gear. So you're halfway where you want to be for power and halfway for speed. No compromise here. You get all the power you could possibly want on a super low gear and all the speed you possibly want on a super high gear and all the gears in between to keep it on the spin. So obviously you can also have an engine that's tuned much more than narrow power band as well.
Yes. So you've always got that engine giving you the maximum power in every phase.
Oh,
of
and
that rev
move
range.
there. And that was a 377 of Boucher, who's done pretty well in the previous two heats. Went side by side, but eventually has managed to get past Regalsford.
He had to muscle his way through there, didn't he? Not really giving him any inch there. And who's that coming through as well? The 63.
Sam Ward made a really poor start. Didn't get away at all off the line.
Wow!
Oh, God!
Bailey Regalsford there with a big hit.
He's up. He's fine. He's up. It's okay. It looked worse than it was. He's up and walking away. Everything's all right. He's up and walking away.
Bailey thrown out of the cart and immediately stands up, which is a good sign. That looked much nastier than I think it actually was. He looked absolutely fine there. He'll be battered and bruised. But I think we've got a red flag, understandably, there after that one.
See it again because he's all right and up and walking. Let's see what happens because he's up and around.
Well, they try to get through and out of the boot side by side, and then accelerated hard towards the final turn at Pitts Bend, and it's not really a passing zone through Pitts Bend. And inevitably, at these speeds, you can just see the energy that these carts under acceleration, and that energy dissipated as Regalsford then speared off to the right, contact with the barriers, and that was a very nasty-looking accident indeed. But I can tell you that Bailey, just taking his overalls off, he looks absolutely fine. He's a young and fit lad.
He's probably wondering what on earth happened.
Yeah, we'll leave that to the officials.
He does look fine, actually. Yeah, I'm surprised.
Yeah. He's a young and fit lad. You and I can't even get in and out of these carts, mate.
No.
Yeah, so we bring in the field of KZs to a halt on the start-finish line, which is standard protocol. And we'll just make sure that Bailey is fine. He certainly, from what we can see, Nick, standing up, chatting to the marshals.
Yeah, all limbs seem fine, attached, no problems.
Yeah, he's standing there with his hands on his hips.
Probably more annoyed about the cart, which will take a heavy thump.
Carl will be busy getting this cart ready for the final now after that knock. So we had 3 laps of racing. We'll take that back to lap 2 for a restart. It'll be a line astern restart. Sarah Darlow, our grid marshal, will be checking for the race order.
Blimey.
There's the Isaac Smith there, the last of the drivers to choose to get out and maybe stretch their legs. I mean, these are very, very, very potent bits of kit. I mean, a KZ kart, 0 to 60 in 1.5 seconds. Obviously, that can be a little bit less, a little bit more, depending on how it's geared for whatever track you're at. But like Nick says, you gear them all the way through the rev range with all of those choices of gears, and they really are there. That's Stu Stretton. That's the famous, or should I say infamous photographer, Stu Stretton Photography. He's pretty much everywhere, and he's here at NKC. And Stu, on his website, Stu Stretton Photography, check it out. If you're a competitor, you can buy his shots, and they're very reasonable. I think it's 25 quid for 25 shots or so as a package. That's the most cost-effective way. And if you are racing, you know what? Get as many photographs of yourself racing as you possibly can. I raced in an era where iPhones didn't exist, and very few people, all of my mates, were too busy tending me cart to even think about having a camera. So I've maybe got about half a dozen pictures of about 10 years of karting. And, so if you can, you've got professional photographers who are taking abundance of photographs at our race meetings here in the NKC. And just get them bought, and then you know what?
No, I agree.
In 30 years' time, you and I, Nick.
I have got is I bought when I started doing my track days on my bikes. I bought actually buy the pictures. In those days, you couldn't buy them sight unseen. You didn't get one digital so long ago. You just said, can you send me some pictures? And you paid in advance and got some.
Yeah, and you didn't know what they were. Yeah. Now you can go onto a website and check and choose.
And I've got them. And every now and they're not up at the wall. They're in a tube, and there's like 4 or 5 of them from bikes I had in the early mid-90s. It's great. You look at yourself and go, first of all, you go, oh my God, my leathers make me look so gay. And secondly, you go, oh gosh, those bikes are so fantastic.
Yes. And this is what I used to do when
I was young. Wish I kept that one. It's now worth a fortune. Wish I kept that one. It's now worth a fortune. That one's worth nothing.
I mean, you know what? Even digitally, store them digitally. You can get, have a massive, massive catalogue of photographs that in 30 years' time you can look back and just, enjoy. I mean, I raced Formula Fords. I've got 2 pictures.
Really?
Yeah, I raced Formula Fords for 2 years.
And had you crashed in both of them?
Well, yeah, but I didn't even take photographs of the damage after after bringing it back into the paddock. I literally have 2 photographs, both of which I'm sitting on the grid, none of which at speed.
There's a real problem, isn't it? Because you don't have any feeling of nostalgia when you're actually going through it and you're young.
No, you don't.
And
it's all about now,
isn't it?
And
then you kind of go, oh, yeah, that'd be great. Because I was relatively good at RC racing when I was younger. And they used to get me a picture and my name in a lot of the magazines. We didn't keep the magazines, and obviously there's no digital copies of stuff from the mid to late 80s. And you go,
right.
oh.
That's right.
I'm not sure I'd show, because no one would be impressed by it rather than me.
The very first time I sat in a race car was at the Dave Manners Race School at Croft.
Right.
And at the same time I was there for the day in a Formula Ford, Fred Henderson, who was an international rally driver, renowned certainly in the northeast, and still around. Everybody loves Fred Henderson. And Fred was there doing a piece for a magazine called Cars and Car Conversions. Remember that?
Yeah.
Triple C?
Yeah.
I ended up in Triple C, sat in the car, because when I finished my session, I would pull it in. I pulled it in, stay in the car, said Dave Manners, who was a big name in Northeast Motorsport. Stay in the car. Fred Henderson and the other 3 lads who were there for the school day stood at the back of the car, and that made it into the magazine back in 1979 or something.
Oh, blimey, yeah. Was that actually a magazine? Was it just printed on papyrus?
It was Cars and Car Conversion. It was one of the best magazines ever.
No, with the death of magazines, unfortunately, we've lost a lot of really good magazines.
That was a magazine that told you how to turn your Mark II Escort into a Mark II Escort rally car. It told you everything.
Let me ask you, do you know what was the best-selling magazine of all in the mid-90s?
FHM.
No, good guess.
I loved FHM.
No? Max Power.
Was it really?
Max Power's doing 1.2 million a copy.
Wow, really?
And it's still there, but now there's about 40,000 or something.
Yeah.
I mean, it was like that whole thing, which is why the fast cars of the 80s and 90s are so popular. It's a whole that people who buy it, and people who were buying it back then could only afford the magazine. Now they can afford the cars.
We had 2 karting magazines, Karting Magazine and
Karting News.
And Superkart.
No, yeah, Karting News.
I've never heard of Karting News.
Yeah, Karting News is that's even earlier then.
Karting News.
That was like that sort of size.
No. It was A4 size.
No, this one was almost like kind of a glorified club magazine, but it was actually national.
There was 2 big ones, Kart and Superkart, and Karting Magazine.
The thing is, the reason being is those magazines made their money on the adverts, because every single shop would put an advert in, wouldn't it?
Yeah, that's
blog
right.
shop, but now of course there's no adverts in the shops because the shops just are on the internet.
That's right.
So I remember when I was doing RC racing, there was a shop that took a page and it just listed all the part numbers and all the codes, because there's nowhere else you could find out. So if I broke a front arm, I needed to order an A174, and you knew how much they were, and you just phone up on a Monday after a bad weekend, order a bunch of parts on the phone, and then they get sent out to you. You might get by next weekend if you're lucky, but it's like that's the only way you can find out, because there was no way on the internet to find. There was no internet, literally. You couldn't find out what the part was you needed. You had to ask someone. I remember going, I've broken the bit that goes between there and there.
Yeah.
What's that? Oh yeah, we've got one of those. Or do you want the hop-up version? What's that? Well, it's blue anodized and it costs 4 times as much. Yeah, I love that.
Yeah, of course you did. Right then, let's get this KZ heat underway. It's the 3rd and final heat for the KZ class. Bo Phillips will start at the front because he was leading when the red flag came out. Benjamin Ballou will start behind him. We've got Bailey Regalsford out there named. I'm not sure he's taking this restart after that shunt. And we get it underway with a green flag going up, and we've got contact into oblivion. Contact there. I think that was Ellis Boucher and Sam Ward, was it?
Yeah.
No, I think that's Sam Ward, 63. We'll see who was involved in that one when they come through. I think it was Isaac Smith, maybe. Out at the front, though, Phillips, Ballou, Boucher. This red flag restart has brought them back together.
Not for long.
No, not for long. Bo Phillips checking out, isn't he?
Away.
He's checking out, and he's leaving Ballou to deal with the ever more advances of Ellis Boucher.
Yeah.
And Boucher looking down that inside. I think that's about acceleration out of the boot. We almost had that a copybook thing there of what caused that first one. Oh, Ellis Bashir's nowhere near. Look where he's come through. Who's that then?
He's not the 377, so who is it then?
No, that's a 3-digit cart number, isn't it?
No, it's 71. It's
71. Oh, right, okay.
Reeby. Well, I don't remember us talking about it previously.
7.
So Reeby is in third. Behind, so it's 37 from 71. Benjamin Ballou. And then just coming on the back is Sam Ward, who's still recovering from a terrible start he made in the first part of this race.
Now, Harvey Reeby's wearing his Synergy overalls, so I'm not sure what Harvey Reeby's history is with Synergy. Very much a renowned team in the world of junior and cadet karting. Oh, 37 there, Benjamin Ballou, a complete power slide through the final turn at Pitts Bend. The gap at the line is 0.7 of a second there from Bo Phillips in the lead. Now here comes Sam Ward. Sam Ward down the inside of Reeby. And that's a textbook move there, down the box on the brakes, very stable with these 2-axle braking systems on these KZ karts. And into Ashby. You see how that kart wheelied as he accelerated?
He put the power on,
Literally, he put the power on and the kart lifted its front wheels. That is mental.
They're going to have, about 45 horse, aren't they, these things? I think.
Power to weight ratio is phenomenal.
And more importantly, they have very low gearing in first or second gear, so they've got an unbelievable amount of torque going through the whole machine almost immediately.
The power to weight ratio must be something getting towards an Indy car without any aero downforce. It's going to feel like an Indy car bouncing around on the bumps. Here comes Ward again.
Probably would like a bit push to pass, wouldn't he?
Down the inside. Oh. Exactly, that's his favourite move. Off the back straight into Christmas corner.
The interesting thing was that the 37 Benjamin Ballou kind of braked more like a normal car. It didn't seem to have a bit of rear instability as he went in there. That's a bit of rear locking. Perhaps needs just to think about his brake balance. But it doesn't matter anyway because pass has gone the Ward kart. So it's the red overalls against the red kart.
Sam Ward, he won the first heat.
Yeah, I mean, this heat, I saw him off in the first start. And it was absolutely dreadful start. He got bogged down on the left and he was dead last. It
was Borshire who won the second heat with Sam Ward second.
What's Phillips done before then?
Who, sorry?
Oh, leader. What's he done before, yeah?
Bo Phillips was 9th in the second heat. And in the first heat for this class, where was Bo Phillips for that one? Bo Phillips was 3rd. So a 3rd and a 9th. So he needs to really get this win, doesn't he, to get himself up the grid.
Depending on what his time attack times are.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Samuel has looked quick all through the weekend. He's managing to slowly bridge the gap to both. They've got plenty of time. They've got at least now, I would say 4 laps probably. What lap times are they doing, Joe? They're about 43 times.
So they're down to 43s, low 43s. 40. The fastest lap of the race so far, Ellis Bolshire, 42.7 is the fastest lap of this
despite
heat.
Being heavier than a standard Rotax car, it just shows you the gearbox gives you a couple. Oh, and there goes Sam. He's going to. Ashby. Basically, he didn't really ask to be that by. He said, "I'm going past." No, I'm
coming back at him.
I'm going past. I've gone past, and you just deal with it.
He was dealing with it because Bo Phillips was coming back at him in fine style.
So Ward now takes the lead. He's got 1 minute 26 seconds and a lap. See how that comes over. They're going to get. Well, they're going to be cuspy for 2 more, aren't they? With 1 minute 19. Well, they're probably not. They're probably going to get 3 more. This and 2 more, I think.
He's pulled away, hasn't he? He's gone. Sam Ward, he's really on form this weekend. And look at that, Harvey Reeby coming back at Bo Phillips, the number 18.
Yeah, Phillips obviously has the kart set well for the start of the race, and as you say, almost certainly be a pressure situation, tyre pressure, rather than personal pressure or psychological pressure. And the 71 of Reeby now giving Phillips something to think about as Ward eases away in his final heat of the KZ. You'll see them again in time attack mode later. The sun gets into that camera, it turns very atmospheric now. Now the sun's right barreling down the lens.
Down the inside, Reeby turns into Christmas corner. The Synergy overall driver, Harvey Reeby, now up into second, and Bo Phillips beginning to win ever so slightly. As we get towards the 1 lap to go board, Sam Ward just coming onto the back straight, and Reeby, if anything's catching him.
Yeah.
Now then, 8 seconds, 4 set, 2 set, 1 set. It's going to be 1 lap to go. The 1 lap to go board being readied now.
Reeby's just found some.
Yes, he has.
Unbelievable pace.
He's massively closed that gap. What was the lap times? 42.7 for Reeby there. 43.2. So he has took. We didn't need the stopwatch to tell us he's took a chunk of time there, do we? He absolutely has.
I think Sam got the hurry up then.
Yeah,
Sam I'm winning. It's fine. Oh my lord.
Oh, hello.
Hello.
Who are you?
Yeah, I'll go a bit quicker again. It's fine.
Yes. Bright white, purple and blue.
Absolutely. Sam decided to put the foot down. He's broken that immediately. He's saying, nope, Bobby. No. Not involved in that, I can tell you right now.
Yeah, Sam Ward has woken up and responded to the advances of Harvey Reeby. Here he comes, though. Sam Ward will take the third heat for KZ. Next time we'll see these karts, it will be for our timed session, our time attack session. Double points awarded for this time attack session coming up. We've got one more heat left, Nick. We've whizzed through the heats this morning. It's been very, very intense. And we've got, if I told you, we're going to don our helmet and get our body armour on because it's the 177s out again.
Okay. Here we go. One more to go.
So one more heat, and then we will go into our time attack session, straight into the time attack session. And we'll talk about that when we've got that in front of us. Right now, though, it's all about the final grid of the morning. Time attack will take us up to the lunch break. We've got time attacks for the two junior Rotax classes, the two seniors. In fact, everybody's going to get a time attack session before lunch.
It's always a time attack for everybody.
Got a massive grid of Rotax 177s out next. Kyle Dunford will start on the pole. Alex Jones alongside. Stuart Dixon and Nick Skelton are on row 2. Row 3 is Nicholas Walker and Joe Piffner. Scott Clee and Tom Eldridge are on row 4. Ryan Taylor-Truman and Seb Pulpin are on row 5. Simon Pugh, Elliot Thomas, row 6. Row 7 is Peter Jeans and Tom Thompson. Then we've got Colin Campbell and Billy Clark on row 8. Alfie Lawrence and James Yapp are on row 9. Louis Large starts on row 10 with Oliver Smith alongside. Harrison Crook and Ben Hitch are on row 11. Callum Porter is back out on row 12 with Will Milner. Then we've got Joshua Pickford and Mark Gilly starting on row 13. Scott Smith, Brian McCready on row 14, and then rounding off 29 kart field is Jake Lewis. So, as ever, we expect a few fireworks, people down the order. Scott Clee starting on 7th on row 4. Expect him to come to the fore. Kyle Dunford is no slouch, neither is Alex Jones. So it's going to be another ding-dong, I think, Nick.
I would be very surprised if it wasn't a ding-dong. A ding-dong merrily on high.
So we get the track clear shout up from Sarah Darlow on the grid. She's released the karts onto the track, and it's Kyle Dunford who starts on this pole position. Alex Jones alongside. Those two just going off there, getting some heat into those tyres. As much heat as you can get is not enough.
I want more
for this start.
More heat, and then you don't want any more heat because you want it to cool down again.
Yeah, it'll be lap 3 before we get the tyres really where we want them, even on a warm and hot day like it is today. Here we go then. Nice slow pace there from Alex Jones and Kyle Dunford. Dunford on the 76, he's the pole man, showing some battle scars there for what has been some very intense racing. That is the second place. Alex Jones starting alongside. Here we go. That's a lovely ordered grid there. And we get things going into oblivion. The field goes. It's the 76 of Kyle Dunford that gets around the outside and leads through Crooks and up the hill towards Christmas.
Yep, great clean start from this final heat of Rotax 177. And it's gone away in grid order. So the first two.
Is it Dunford or Jones? 76 and 78 look very similar on our screens.
And they're basically they are in grid order, but they are
78.
Yeah, it's Alex Jones and Dunford, yeah. And they are battling side by side. Already looking. I wonder who's going to do the dive at the inside of Chapman. The answer is the man in third, the red card. Skelton, the 127.
Oh, look at this. Already people they're not prepared to just hang about, are they? It's not about championship points. It's all about points and getting up the grid, because they need to be at the front of the grid for an all-plate meeting. So we usually get people settling in and just be happy to gain points towards a championship. It's not about that today, though, Nick.
No.
It's all about getting up the grid, and there's a move for the front of the field. Nick Skelton down the inside of Christmas corner, the textbook way.
They all got that mystery, haven't they, which is the large amount of points available for the time attack, and none of them really know how fast anyone can go in clear air. So you've got to maximise your point gain in the heats when you can influence everything. And now another very poor. I think that was done. Skelton was the second after a weird bit of run between Parker and Chapman there by the second place man, as it was, Dunford. Just didn't have any drive at all there. Very strange.
So as they come across the line, then it'll be 2 laps completed this time.
Yeah, Skelton got the lead there. Jones took 2 places. There's quite a lot of kerfuffle and moving around going on.
Kerfuffle and moving around.
But the net effect is it's now Skelton in the 127 who's come through from 4 or 5 on the grid. Leads from Dunford and Jones. Scott Clee now, we mentioned for the first time, in 4th place.
Yeah,
Scott really bearing down very quickly on the 78 of Alex Jones. I would expect him probably to get through relatively soon.
Yeah, I expected Scott to show. And we look down the order. Louis Large up to 9th. Nicholas Walker 7th. Let's have a quick run down of the top 10 while we let this battle unfold. Skelton leads, Dunford, Alex Jones, Scott Clee moving into 3rd now, ahead of Alex Jones. And that is a change in the order. Ryan Taylor-Truman, where is Stuart Dixon gone? So Ryan Taylor-Truman 5th, Harrison Crook 6th, Louis Large up to 7th already, Stuart Dixon 8th, 9th is Nicholas Walker. So Nicholas Walker on the 999, dropping down the order to 9th there. James Yap rounding off the top 10.
Where did Louis start?
Louis started in 19th.
Yeah, big movement forward there. Now interesting, Skelton not getting away from Dunford at the moment. If you're getting that kind of 3 minutes down, 5 to go, plus a lap. Joe disappears for some unknown reason. And they come through through the main start. There they go. 27 from 76. 3rd place is that car with the blue overalls of Scott Clee. He's trying to bridge the gap up towards Dunford. On the Lando Norris kart is Scott Clee with the blue and flory yellowy green sticker kit. Very much the Lando Norris standard, not one of the core karting teams, but obviously a brand of karting. Obviously the badge engineered, as is the Fernando Alonso and the Charles Leclerc. None of the Formula 1 drivers are actually sitting down in their sheds welding up chassis. They're all being done by a company who goes, can I give you some money to buy a name? Yeah, okay, I'll take some money. Yeah, I like money. Excellent. Probably a couple of promotional pictures of them driving the kart somewhere as well. Very wide out on the rumble strip goes the 127, Nick Skelton. But what has happened is Clee now has managed to join up with this triumvirate at the front. And now he's going to start looking about making a move on Dunford in the all-orange kart with the orange helmet. Very orangey, Mr. Dunford. So Clee's the 3rd of those 3 karts. Blue overalls. About to go through Parker. And they'll slip now. There is a chance that you can get a really nice dive hit the inside of Chapman, but that's not really happening. And they carry on running. Down the back straight. Clee again. So sussing out where Dunford's strong, where Dunford's weak. And the good news for him in that sussing out post, that Dunford's put a bit of a hurry up, and now he's right nailed to the back of Nick Skelton, the top 3. Through Oblivion, another lap completed, and 3 minutes and 17 seconds to go.
Yeah, clock soon ebbs away. Nick Skelton coming under immense pressure now. We knew these 3 would come back together. Scott Clee just taking his time, just sussing things out on that Lando Norris kart, isn't he? Right on the tail of that orange livery of Kyle Dunford. And Dunford likewise doing the same with Nick Skelton. Nick Skelton very, very difficult to overtake though, because he's holding some cracking pace. 45.9s last time through, 45.8 for Dunford. Oh, and there's Scott Clee having a look towards the boot. First the left-hander, then the double apex right-hander. The second right-hander. Oh, and there's Scott Clee looking down the inside towards the final turn. It's a bit tricky there. He had to back out of that one though. Discretion, certainly the better part of valour at that part of the track. We've seen what can happen there, haven't we? You know what can happen there.
Yeah. End up off the track.
Oh, and Scott Clee down the inside. It's a late.
Oh, and he got wiped. Ooh.
Christmas corner's a late apex because of that kink on the exit. So you leave the door open, and Scott Clee just didn't quite have the momentum to to carry that into the braking area mid-corner.
Yeah, and he actually, you could see he was getting his nose wiped because he actually applied the brake and then he lost.
He had to,
2 or 3 tenths there, just to avoid being.
Well, good driving because he avoided the contact there, didn't he? You know, he didn't just let himself sort of slide into his opponent.
I think he got a bit of a tap on that front left, so hopefully he hasn't deranged anything.
We'll see. Let's space them out though. This squabble, this recent squabble, first, second, and third there through oblivion. And there's Louis Large in fourth, Harrison Crook fifth. Just behind them in the background there, Louis Large, Harrison Crook, Ryan Taylor Truman. They've got a bit of a battle of 3 karts there for fourth, fifth, and sixth. This is the battle for the lead though. Skelton, Dunford, Clee finding his composure once again to maybe mount another challenge at Dunford, but Dunford's no slouch and he knows he's going to be coming. But these 3 absolutely on the limit of their karts here, so very, very difficult to mount an overtake. It's very difficult to keep up with them.
Yeah,
Nick,
exactly, yeah.
let alone try and pass them.
Yeah, you're at 99 tenths. Not 9 tenths, 99 tenths is keeping up,
absolutely.
and then you've got to find your 100th tenth to get past. But
you've got to find 101.
There we go, lining. Oh,
that's a bit naughty now.
Yeah, that's not great from Kyle. I'm not quite sure how deliberate it was. I think when he actually did that, he was quite shocked. I think to find Clee there.
Maybe.
I think he'd taken the idea. What I'll do is I'll take the defensive line into Christmas, and then found Clee's. Oh, he's doing it. Oh,
yeah, he's there. Yeah, I think you're right.
So I think he probably was a little bit surprised. Anybody? I don't think I'd particularly call foul on that. I might call ill-advised.
Yes, but misunderstanding. Because it's happening very, very quickly.
Yeah, we're watching that. As we're paddling that shot towards us, it was also slow and serene because it's just the camera's locked in the paint. These guys are doing 70 miles an hour, 2 inches from the ground.
Yeah, exactly. Small applications of steering. Now we've got Scott Clee, who knows exactly how long there is to go in this race. It'll be the last lap to go, but next time by down the inside at Christmas. And there he makes that move. Look very, very easy.
Who's on the back?
Louis Large.
Louis Large in fourth.
Because they've been swapping positions, Louis Large has gained that gap back. And the number 2 now on the back of Kyle Dunford. If Dunford's not careful, he's going to lose that third place.
No, it is going to be last lap next time round. I think Scott Clee's absolutely safe. He's pulling away. What's Large going to do? So white and red kart for Louis Large.
And now he's coming inside.
Straight through into third place. So Large from 19th on the grid, third now, Joe.
That was all about how he went through the boot section there, and he got the acceleration, managed to get the throttle on earlier. We've got all sorts of things kicking off behind Louis now with Kyle Dunford. He's got Harrison Crook and Ryan Taylor Truman absolutely all over him. Now then, with not much of this race left, half a lap, we've got Scott Clee. He's checked out. We've got Nick Skelton in second. Louis Large, I think, has run out of time. There's the battle for fourth, fifth, and sixth. That one's not over. Kyle Dunford looks like he might have this. They come together, 3 of them attached to one another, it seemed. And then across the line, Scott Clee takes the win. Nick Skelton second. Louis Large finishes in third from 19th. He'll be happy with that. Kyle Dunford fourth. Harrison Crook fifth. Ryan Taylor Truman sixth. And then we've got James Yap, Callum Porter. Callum up from 23rd. The Dan Holland Racing Mechanic up from 23rd to 9th. Ben Hitch 10th. And then we've got Scott Smith, Oliver Smith, Joe Piffner, Jake Lewis, Nicholas Walker, Mark Gilly 16th, Peter Jean 17th, 18th was Tom Thompson, then Stuart Dixon 19th, Elliot Thomas in 20th.
Yeah, good. Scott Clee started 7th as well, so that's a good run to first. So
well, yeah, and you know what?
Gained.
If I was a betting man, I would have put my money on Scott Clee from that position to be able to challenge for the lead, because he has been, he showed great pace, not just here, pretty much across the whole season. So he'll be happy with that. So that concludes the heats, everybody. We have not concluded the formation of our grids for the final, however. We've got our time attacks.
And if we've got time attack, what does that mean?
It means it's Gaz Bury time.
Bury time! But it's not Gaz Bury with a chair time, it's just Gaz Bury time.
Oh, you're not giving me, you're not relinquishing your chair.
No, I've got
I thought you were going to have a lie down.
Oh, yeah. So anyway, so time attack is about to come. It's to talk us through time attack and talk about the personality of time attack and talk all things time attack. But just be very careful, no one shout, he's a bit delicate. It's Gaz Bury.
Yeah, wife's birthday last night. Not exactly perfect preparation for a day's karting, even if you are just talking about it.
Yeah. Hello, everybody. I'm
More
all right.
energy,
I'm
guys.
standing.
More energy, mate. More energy. Come on. More energy.
I'll have a coffee, please.
Will's gonna give me the grids. What you got for me, Will? Current standings.
Ooh,
Excellent
helpful.
stuff. Right, what we got out. Time attack, 6 minutes.
Junior
It's a time session, guys,
It is.
and we're going to award points for the quickest down to last.
Yep. And they're double points this morning.
Double points. The
They are.
points go towards the grid.
They do later on this afternoon. I was prowling the paddock as I do in the mornings, and interesting about the tyres. A lot of the drivers are saying they're only coming on at the very end of the time attacks, giving them really one full hot lap.
Yeah, different mindset this. The last thing you want to be doing is finding someone to race with,
Yep.
and the thing you want to be doing is, hang on a second. Different mindset. The last thing you want is be tripping over somebody.
Yeah. As we
And-
saw yesterday, wasn't it? Quite frequently, in fact.
Yeah,
in juniors,
absolutely.
In fact.
Yeah, and it's so easy though, because you know these guys and girls are here to race, and when you find somebody to race, usually that's what you do instinctively. Yes, but you've got to get your mindset. It's about timed. It's about against the clock. You're battling the clock, not the competitor on the that you're beside on the track.
Not a problem for Nick Ellis at the moment, leading the way. First out of the pit lane, first hot lap-ish, a 48.9. Only going to be a benchmark at this time, though, isn't it?
Well, currently it's
Competitive.
Freddie Ingram. Will's been great and handed me the current standings.
Oh, okay.
We haven't got Freddie out there at the moment. Harry Hannum, he's not out there at the moment, so they are coming next.
Nick Ellis is fourth on
Nick Ellis
points
is
currently,
fourth on points currently.
and is still at the top of the table.
Jaden Hewitt, he's ninth currently.
That's more
With number 25, Jaden Hewitt there, currently ninth, going into this session. Ninth on the grid, that will be. And the number 25 there, absolutely on the limit, using all of that curve, wasn't he?
and some. And again, that dip always makes me shiver when I see karts over that.
You really love that dip, don't you?
Oh,
Does it
only
bring
'cause
back
I've been-
memories?
Bad ones. Chains, bent sprockets, you name it. It's horrible.
The problem is, and that's between Parker and Chapman, isn't it?
Yes, that downhill. You do tend to use a lot of the, because there's a shortcut there through I think the shorter version of the circuit, isn't it? So you tend to lean out there quite a bit, and normally half a car at least over that white line.
And because you need to use all the track.
Yeah.
Right, who have we got now? We're looking at the number 19 of Harry Hannum.
Yes, we are.
Now, he's been going really well this weekend.
Yep.
And he's had some great drives in the heats. He's currently second quickest,
Yep.
45.5. He's got to find 88 thousandths of a second to go quicker than Marcel Popical, who's just gone quickest.
Still got half a session though to do it, so the tyres should be coming on some now. And apparently it's quite grippy this morning as well. Other drivers have been saying this. You can see the cars hopping everywhere, aren't they?
Do you think that's because of we've had the 100 Supers are on Vegas?
Yeah, Vega White's there running.
And also the KZs are on
the LeConte.
a LeConte tyre, which again, not
Softer compounds, I believe.
softer compound. Certainly the Vegas are.
Yes.
So invariably we might have that become a factor. We've even had, and I've yet to have it confirmed, lap records in the 177.
Really?
Overall absolute lap records for Whilton Mill
There's
in the
some information
177.
we need to go and find out for
Yeah.
today.
Is that 77?
I don't know,
Joel
71 or
Bullen?
77? Oh, yes.
It is, Joel
77
Bullen.
this is.
So Joel Bullen coming into this session 19th on the overall grid for Junior Rotax.
Trying to pick out these numbers is so difficult when the sun
It is. I mean, the sun's beautiful. It's a beautiful day. It's perfect conditions for any kind of motorsport.
all over the curbs, isn't he?
You've got to do that there, although, haven't you?
Every inch of road, yeah.
Yeah. You
Used
have
to
to
be a
do
concrete
that.
strip once. Have they tarmacked it now? Popping tarmacked it?
No, mate. I was out there on Friday night. It was very, very rough.
Not somewhere you want to be too often then.
No, not at all. That's the 91 of Finley Patterson, who is currently 12th quickest here in this session. Finley Patterson, 16th on the grid going into this session.
Not a bad showing out of 37 drivers.
Yeah, that's not bad in the midfield for Finley.
Not a bad place to be for later on, is it? Anything can happen later.
What this time session enabled us to do is just perhaps study studied the way that people are driving around the track. And interesting, guys, for me, is the way that the drivers have found themselves some space to be able to circulate alone.
They've certainly learned quite quickly from yesterday when they were falling over each other on more than one occasion, I think.
Yeah, we'll leave that for the heat.
Yeah, ideally.
Well, actually, the next time we see these boys and girls race, it's going to be for the B final and then on into the A final, and the heats have been intense.
There's a B final today as well.
Yes, there is. Yeah, just
that many drivers,
pure numbers.
Yeah. We'll see if they will turn up or they decide to go home early.
Now we will get an element of people helping one another around, and these three karters there on our screens, and somebody backing out there. I think that's the 41 Daniel Whitfield on that red cart. Yeah, backing out, knowing that that's not the way to do this. Inside the final 30 seconds. The 6-minute sessions here for Time Attack absolutely just disappear as the number 110. Presley Walker is currently 10th on the grid coming into this session, and he's currently 7th in the timings here. 45.3, his quickest time. 45.3 coming on lap number 6. So the previous lap to this one, he's on his 8th flying lap now, with the checkered flag flying.
Yeah.
I'll be able to give you a rundown of who's quickest in this Time Attack.
Across the line the last time. It's always up to 3rd. Good lap by Presley Walker at the end there.
Brilliant.
Finley Underwood as well. 44.8 on a junior Rotax. Honestly, these guys are flying.
Grippy, isn't it? So Finley Underwood, 48.8. 48.873 came on lap 6. He went quickest there. Harry Hannum, second quickest, 45.061. Presley Walker, 45.079. And then we've got Marcel Poppercull in 4th, 45.090. That's how close they are. Nicholas Ellis was 5th on a 45.135. Jaden Hewitt was 6th on a 45.2. Billy Edgecombe 7th on a 45.254. Freddie Moore 8th on a 45.350. Then we've got Daniel Whitfield on a 45.366. Joel Bullen on a 10th, I should say, in the 77 on a 45.381. 45.4 for Louis Rees. 45.400 to be exact. Jack Dimbleby 45.410. Finley Patterson 45.536. And then we've got Lewis Llewellyn, Owen Keenan, Josh Della Carter, Frank Ward, and Abdurrahman Sheikh. Rounds off the times of the 48.2. It's close, isn't it? It's absolutely close. We've got our second group of junior Rotax, so I'll put that sheet back.
Just trying to figure out
where it was.
A 44.8 by Finley Underwood. That's as fast as 177 going yesterday, wasn't it? That's insane.
I mean, that. All right, they're very similar in power, but they're supposed to be slower.
They're supposed to be.
They're supposed to be slower. Yeah. Boys and girls, they're supposed to be slower.
Good effort by all of them to be that fast.
Now then, our current provisional pole sitter for the final, Freddie Ingram, is out in this one.
Keep an eye on him, isn't he?
Harry Hannum, who was provisionally second, he's just been out. And Kasper Tomilewski, he's currently third provisionally. Nicholas Ellis, provisionally fourth. Billy Edgecombe, provisionally fifth. I say provisionally because the points from this Time Attack goes towards the grid formation.
Yep. Still all to play for. What have we got?
Up towards Christmas Corner. What number is that one? 69. That's Freddie Ingram. That's our provisional pole sitter. Let's watch Freddie for a little bit here.
Again, loads of clean air. Not getting caught up in traffic. There's a couple of drivers that seem to be preferring the front of the field and getting on with it rather than messing about.
Well, that's Joshua Withcombe who's gone with Freddie. These two karters are, we know how quick they are.
Yeah, Josh being 6th overall at the moment on points. Good place to be following Freddie.
Crossing the line, Freddie Ingram's time. Not quite quick enough. In fact, Joshua Withcombe goes quicker. 46.093 for Joshua Withcombe. Freddie Ingram 46.125. So the tow that Freddie Ingram was giving Joshua Withcombe absolutely worked.
Yep.
as Maxim Smith there on the 31.
Shadowing both Josh and Fred in front of him. He's making most of that, isn't he?
Yeah, third quickest in this session. Where is he in the order on the grid? Is he way down? Yes, he's way down, 25th. Not sure how he...
Well, currently, this won't do him any damage at all, will it?
No, he's up there. He's going to gain some great points. Alex Fraser, currently 5th as well. That's the 31 just crossing the line now. So Maxim Smith. 3 flying laps for Maxim Smith. That was a 46.075. Freddie Ingram's gone quicker still, Gaz. 45.526 for Freddie.
Has he pulled from... He has pulled away from Josh, hasn't he, a little bit? See out the window.
Yeah, Joshua Withcombe, he went quicker still, 45.737.
He's trying his best to keep up with him, isn't he? Who's top of the list at the moment?
Tomaszewski. Yeah.
He's dropped that in from nowhere, isn't he? Where's he come from?
He was up there. He was up there. He's current third. He's provisionally third on the grid. The 119 is Billy Vogt. Billy is just trying to look down the order. Where is Billy? Billy's down in 28th. So he'll be desperately needing to gather some points to improve his grid position. Look how much curb he was using there on the exit of Crooks.
All of it and some, I think.
Absolutely. Look on the edge he is on the braking there, just firing the kart into Christmas. Into Ashby. It's a downhill, not quite a hairpin. Feels very tight though, but it opens up on the exit, doesn't it?
Very deceiving. You think you can take a bit more speed in there than you need to. Draws you in. Great corner. Great for overtaking, as we've seen so far this morning.
Yeah. Momentum out of Inkermans.
Yep.
Carry that towards the braking area. So there's the 23. Kaya Zigmanta. We speak to Kaius in our Paddock show, and he's new to NKC, maybe on a bit of a research mission this weekend, checking out the NKC regs and tyres, etc. The 155
Mitchell
is...
Mulvey.
Yeah, now we've seen how quick Mitchell is during race conditions, but here we are, time attack conditions here for Mitch.
Head down and get on with it. Where is it at the moment? Where are you? 11th on the points at the moment. So
not bad.
Not doing any harm to his efforts today, is he, at the moment? Where is he?
He's currently 5th. Yeah.
He's doing all right. Freddie Ingram's just jumped back to the top of the term sheets.
44.847.
See, again, a minute ago, and they're now putting their quickest laps.
Look at that though, guys. 44.847, 44.868. Joshua Withcombe.
He's doing well to hang on, isn't he, Josh?
Yeah. He's there. He's in contention for quickest in this session.
Yep.
He's going faster and faster each time by. I'm saying that he backed off there. 45 dead was a back off. Yeah, whatever.
He had a lift.
Yeah.
Saving his tyres for another go.
The number 30, just following. Is that the number 30 I see there? Just following that black and yellow livery on the round. 36. Vlad Tomanchuk.
Yeah.
So Tomanchuk.
Another TKR driver. Quite a big team they've got.
Yeah, they have. They're
well
represented this weekend in the Oak. Tomanchuk's time is good for 9th at the moment.
And he's another driver that
wasn't quite as quick.
Ellis Warlock jumping over through Inkermans. So bumpy through there. Very easy to get the car unsettled and have a bit of lose a lot of momentum through there and give up positions during the race.
Well, losing momentum and spoiling your lap time.
Quite at the moment, yeah.
Freddie Ingram and Joshua Withcombe have took a checkered flag. That's the end of their session. And at the moment, Freddie Ingram is the quickest in the session. A 44.665. He puts another couple of tenths on the board. Yeah, absolutely. Joshua Withcombe currently second. We're still waiting for Kama Tobolewski to finish. He has. So Joshua Withcombe second, 44.868. Oh, look at that.
He's matched his time exactly.
So 44.868 on lap 5 for Joshua Withcombe. Kasper Tobolewski, 44.868. Exactly the same time.
Brilliant.
Down to the 1,000th. But it came 2 laps earlier. What have I done there?
Press the buttons again, Joe.
I have. I've done it. Oh, I've done
Where
it.
does that put Tom Malowski and Whitcomb on the grid, though? If they're tying them, are they tying them points or not?
I've gone to Mitchell Mulvey.
What have you done?
I don't know. Oh, there we go. Well, guys, I am not going to work out that grid from those times. What I can tell you is Freddie Ingram was fastest in that time attack with that 44.665. Yep. A massive, massive time there. Joshua Whitcomb was second quickest. Kasper Tomaszewski was third. Mitchell Mulvey, not far off with a 44.956, was fourth. Then we have Maxim Smith in fifth. Sixth quickest was Alex Fraser. Seventh quickest was Billy Vogt. And then we had Alfie Bushell, Vlad Tomenchuk. 10th was Kaya Zigmanta. Jill Leverton out here with the Gould team. And Paul Ozan, he was 11th. We're already getting things underway, so we're going to lose our time attack for Junior Rotax. They've concluded their session. Their grid is formed. We'll have more information on that when we get it. Right now, Rotax Max standings are currently on the provisional pole position is Kieran Gibbett with Philip Howarth alongside.
And he had a great heat as well, didn't he? Brilliant driving this morning.
Yeah, they were. That was a cracking heat.
It was.
Very, very intense.
Very.
With nothing to play for other than points.
Yeah. But all counts though, and I think Kieran started a long way down as well, so that was a great drive for him to come through the field like he did.
So let's see how this one transpires.
Whoa.
We will try and keep you posted as to who's quickest.
Yep. Jensen Watts. Oh, hello. Somebody stranded on the way up the hill, look. It looks like Matthew Lambert in the background. But yeah, Jensen Watts, first out of pit lane.
Jensen Watts, what was he like back here? He's the last two rounds, wasn't it?
He won at Mansell, I think, didn't he? He won at Whilton.
Mansell, yeah. He's been formidable for the last two rounds of the Junction 6 season.
He has, yeah. Did he have a DNF yesterday, I think? That was not going to help him, but he's certainly not going to be slow later on.
So they've completed one lap. That's not really going to be their optimum lap, what we're seeing there. The 93 Jensen Watts, we've talked about quite a lot.
Yep. Olivani, Philip Howarth, Kieran Gifford at the moment at the top. All familiar names that you see at the sharp end.
Yeah, Alex Moody up there with a 45.9 on his second flyer.
Matthew Lambert.
We're only 2 minutes in, so plenty of time. Marcus King just pops up to 7th there on the LRG Motorsport kart 26. Alex McGee pops forward. Philip Howarth back up to 2nd with a 45.4.
Thick and fast
We've got Jensen Watts on the 36.2.
He's skipped an awful lot.
Yeah, he's missed out half a lap there, so we'll that was his lap
to
one.
catch up.
Yeah, we'll wait for that. 45.6 is a more representative time, which puts him in third place. So we'll wait for that. Anomaly
jumps up to 7th across the stripe.
Who's that, sorry?
Matthew Lambert. He's 7th overall on points. That's not doing any harm either. So George Sanders? There it is. George in the 56, letting everybody by, looking for some air. Or quite possibly looking for Phil Howarth, who's just about to come up behind him.
Right, so he's going to be now picking up speed. He's backed off to let some carters by. We'll keep with the 56 for a little while and see just how George goes about this. He's picking up speed towards the end of the lap. It'll be the next lap that counts for George Sanders with 3 minutes, so halfway through this time attack.
Yep.
And here we go, out of the boot. Through the final turn, pits bend. Using a bit of curb, not too much curb, which is always the right way. Look at all the track he used on the right there.
All of it.
To maximise his entry into oblivion.
There's a power slide now. Who was that in the 20? Oh, he knows it as well.
Yeah, he knows it. That's Hayden Phillips.
Yep.
George Sanders is just behind him, I think, on the road. We were watching George in that orange cart. We've lost him. Let's stay with the 20. Hayden Phillips.
Down to the double lefts. Yeah, again, they're using all of that. God, it makes me nervous, that does, Joe. Oh.
You've got to use it, though. You've got to just ride that bump out and hope for the best. Into the boot. First left, now right. Gets the power on. Acceleration zone. Keep it flat through the final turn.
Kisses the apex with that front right ever so slightly. Across the stripe, and he's gone. He stays in 11th, actually.
Yeah, George Sanders, though, who we were looking at a short while ago, he's improved to to 7th. Was 6th for a moment there.
Yeah.
Now down to 7th, 44.9. Look at all the karts in the 44s. Incredible. 44.
Look at the difference in their pace. 1/10 of a second covers 6 drivers. I don't think they're together on circuit either, so that's all just down to them doing what they're doing.
I wonder if Will's aware that Jensen Watts' quickest time is a 36.
We'll ask him then.
Let's have a look at with a minute to go then, the time attack. We're going to see if we can rectify that anomaly on the timing screens with Phil Howarth on a 44.619, Ollie Goodyear on a 44, and then Kieran Gifford 44.444 for Kieran Gifford. So Kieran Gifford already on the provisional pole, Gaz.
Again, right at the last, he dropped it in.
Yeah, it's now Jensen Watts has actually dropped to 4th now that we've cleared that. 44.676.
Still not a slow lap time, no, though. 44.6.
No, it's not at all. So Gifford, Howarth, Goodyear, Watts, Varney, McGee, Lyons, Moody, Sanders, Mills. That's your top 10. 44.444 for Kieran Gifford. Now that's the number 26.
Marcus King.
Yeah, Marcus is currently 15th in the session.
Yeah.
I'm going to see where he is. He's down on the back. He's had some bad luck. He's right at the back of the grid. He's in the B final at the moment.
Has he not finished the heat, or?
I'm not sure. But he's going to be in the B final, and he'll not want that. He'll want to try and get himself up the order, maybe.
We'll see what he can do here across the stripe. Using all the road. Into Crooks and Oblivion, and he's...
Does he improve?
I think he stayed where he did. Yes, he did. Did he improve in time? No, he didn't.
Right, checkered flag then. As Kieran Gifford just comes through, and he goes even quicker. 44.362. 44.362 for Kieran Gifford. That's the quickest time of the session. Phil Howarth will finish on a 44.525. Jensen Watts up to 3rd. Finally pulled it out the bag, 44.619. Ollie Goodyear 4th, a 44.658. And then we had Ollie Varney, a 44.713. Alex McGee, 44.883. 44.885 for Archie Lyons in 7th. Alex Moody, 44.963. 44.988 is George Sanders in 9th. Ryan Mills is 10th on a 44.993. And we then go Matthew Lambert in 11th. Hayden Phillips is 12th. Joseph McPhail, Dan Andrews, Marcus King ended up 15th. Alex Jackson, Jake Richards and Sam Mee rounded off the 18 kart field. So we stay with senior Rotax, the 162 class for now, with their second group about to come out for their time attack, and with Kieran Gifford on the pole position, going fastest there and gathering double points. I think that's going to be Kieran Gifford on the pole.
I think it might be, and a very good chance for him to secure a no plate later on. But let's not curse it just yet and see what unfolds later.
Let's see how that transpires, eh?
We've got Braden Hill in this at 35. He's looking pretty handy this weekend so far. 3rd overall in points. Knows the circuit quite well. Spent a bit of time here just recently.
He was very much at the front in juniors last year, wasn't he?
Oh yeah, one of the major players, wasn't he?
Yeah, absolutely was. Yeah,
got himself in a bit of traffic there. I don't think he's going to be too happy about that.
Well, they're all going to pour out of the collecting area together, aren't they?
Yeah.
And we'll see them come through.
There you go.
When we change the picture
and
get a grasp of where they are on track, we'll let them fan out and pick up somebody and watch them through. That's Evie Poulain. Let's stay with Evie.
Super fast this weekend so far as well, from what I've seen.
She's gone really well. And race conditions as well. She's raced really well as Evie.
Yeah, she's been good.
Let's stay with Evie now. That distinctive bright yellow stripe through the pink.
It certainly stands out, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. Easy to pick out.
Oh, God. Into Ashby's.
Look at the curb there.
Just kisses the grass on the way out.
Yeah,
A bit of wiggle on the way in there.
Going to go across Gaz's bump. Gaz's bump. Gaz Bury's bump, that one.
Honestly.
Out towards the boot. We'll get a good close-up here from Ash's camera. Evie fighting the wheel there. Just
She's working really hard, isn't she?
Getting the car to turn and then through the final turn, pitch bend. A little bit of oversteer on turn in.
Scandinavian flick style. Very good.
And Evie's time for a second there took her to the top of the screen, 46.046, where it's Braden Hill who's done a 45.452.
Straight out of the box on one first flying lap.
Alex Warnaby 45.663.
Yep.
There's the 45 of Archie Elliott. Archie currently in, where is Archie?
He's 12th at the moment.
12th position after that one proper lap.
Yeah, and that's it, isn't it?
This is their third flying lap. We are inside 4 minutes remaining.
Braden Hill's coming up really fast.
Oh, Archie Elliott's kart there absolutely went sideways as he turned into the boot. I'm not sure.
Too much in the old brake pedal?
Yeah. That's the number 35 of Braden Hill,
What's
just
that, John?
following Archie through Crooks now. Braden Hill's going to get a bit of a tour here.
Yeah. Is he going to go
even quicker?
Ooh.
Oh no, he doesn't, does he?
snap over steer? He needs to get by there, doesn't he, really, to keep his pace up.
He's going to be stifled now as Braden Hill currently at the top of the screens.
And this is the thing now, isn't it? Because ahead of him you've got Evie just a little bit up the road. So what do you do with half the session? Get him? Do you? Oh, he's gone through anyway.
Yeah,
There you go.
he knew he had
But
to.
do you lift off? Do you go for the move?
Right, let's stay with this one, Paul, because this is the guy who's quickest at the moment. And Braden Hill currently third on the grid. He's going to need to go quicker than Phil Howarth did to get more points to improve his grid position. And he's broken free now of the carts behind him. He's got a bit of clean air. So we're going to see an optimised lap here from Braden Hill on the 35. Into the Ashby right-hander. He'll use all of the curb and a little bit more there. A little bit grass on board.
Just being greedy now, isn't he?
Yeah.
That bump.
Cross Gaz's bump through Chapman. Getting towards the final stages of the lap.
Probably not as bad as I remember it being, but you still
I
want
don't
me.
think it is. I think you're exaggerating, Gaz. You're being dramatic again.
Yeah.
Here we
It's
go.
not
then.
raining.
Here we go. You look at how much track he's using. Look at how much curb.
He'll have it, doesn't he?
Yeah, let's see what it is. Yeah,
All over the white line.
44.541 for Braden Hill. That's the quickest time in this time attack. And he consolidates that top slot.
Doing a fantastic. Straight up to the back of Evie as well, isn't he? He's not hanging about this afternoon.
He's not. Look at the ground he's made on Evie Poulain. And Evie's no slouch as well. She's
she's
currently fifth. 45.058. And once again, Braden Hill will
Got to make a choice now. Is he going to back out of it with one flying lap to go?
So with a minute and a half just clicked by the 90 seconds remaining.
Oh, he's lifted out. Look,
He has. He knew.
He knew what to do.
Yeah, he had.
Clever, intelligent driving by Braden.
Yeah.
We saw last year quite frequently,
Oh.
to be fair.
Right, who we got? The number 30.
Reece Pope, 38.
Reece, 38, is it? Right, Reece Pope. Where's Reece Pope? He is currently a 7th, so he's inside the top 10 in this session. He's last lap by there, 45.095, and we can see he's really, really on the limit there, certainly on the brakes into Christmas. He's into Chapman now, heading towards the boot complex. It's the left-hander, turns it in, uses all the curb, just checks the oversteer very nicely, gets back on the throttle, all of the track there on the left being used. That's the number 74, Jake Davis.
Jake Davis,
Driver of the day, wasn't it? No, a
After
couple of
being-
rounds ago.
yeah, Mansell took a hit on the head, didn't he? After being upside down, I think, wasn't it, in one of the hits?
Now Jake's outgrowing that junior kart, isn't he? Sorry,
Senior.
that senior kart.
He's getting taller, I think.
He's look at his knees.
Only 16 as well, I believe. So tall. Where is he? Where is he in points, Joe?
I tell you who we haven't seen. Where is? Oh no, sorry.
Wrong class.
Yeah,
There we go.
yeah. Okay, stand down.
Stand down.
Stand down.
Getting all excited again.
Checkered flag. Probably best. checkered flag flies then, and that is time attack sessions completed for senior Rotax.
Braden Hill top of the sheets currently with a 44.541.
That will stay. That will stay right there. It came on lap 5. Matthew Herbert was second quickest right at the very end there, 44.576. Then we've got a 44.820 for Tommy Lee Davis in third. Aidan Rudge is fourth on a 44.860. Alex Wannabe fifth on a 44.941. And then we've got Evie Poulin, who ended up sixth. Evie's fastest time, 44.963. Toby Case was seventh on a 45.010. And then we've got Brodie Trehorn eighth. Ninth is Reece Pope. 10th is Jake Davis. Archie Elliott 11th. Scott Goolsby 12th. Jamie Rogers 13th. Matt Lewin 14th. Michael Goodburn was 15th. Tom Patterson 16th. And Mohammed bin Mahfouz was rounding off this field in 17th. We'll have the full classified grid order for you when we get towards the B finals. Right now, though, it's Minimax's turn for their time attack session. And we've got still a few time attacks to get through. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We've got Senior TKM for their time attack coming next. Then we go into KZ's and then the 2 177 groups, which is really, really going to get intense, I think, when we start racing again. But time attack is what it's all about. So Minimax current standings: Sonny Morgan on the provisional pole, Andrew Dixon alongside, Daniel Hartley, Harris Roberts 4th, Eddie Stewart 5th, Lucy Lovell is 6th, Daniel Parsons 7th, Max Colton 8th, and then Riley Thatcher rounding off the 9-cart field. Let's see if this time attack changes that order. That's what time attack's all about here at the Oak Plate.
Interesting that Sonny's going to at the very back as well this time round. He was first out, I think, last time, wasn't he, yesterday? Let everybody out.
Who's that, sorry?
Sonny Morgan.
Yeah, he's 6th out. 6th out the box in this one. Carts are out. They're on their first lap. They haven't come past the pits yet. And when they do come past the pits, that will be their first flyer. The driver there at the front of the field, number 25, is Andrew Dixon, and he certainly means business, ducking his head down behind that steering wheel just to reduce the airflow.
Yeah, and again,
there he goes again.
Through Crooks and Oblivion. I think flat out in the junior Rotax now as well. His tyres are very good.
I think they're flat out in the seniors.
Are they?
Yeah, I think so. Maybe a little bit dab on the brake just to settle it, but
I've just been doing it wrong. All the curve through increments.
If anyone knows whether that's correct, flat out through that section, Oblivion and Crooks, please tell us what exactly are we doing?
Yeah.
There
in the senior
in the senior classes, and even in the junior classes as well. So Minimax, we think definitely. And we saw the momentum, guys, so they are slower because they're not using as much curb on the exit. Let's see what the first times are posted then. This is the first flyers.
Straight to the table.
48.1. Eddie Stewart, 48.2. 48.251. Daniel Hartley, 48.285. Lucy Lovell. Harris Roberts, 47.987. Harris Roberts goes quicker.
He was quickest yesterday as well, wasn't he, I think?
Yeah, he's good over the one lap, isn't he?
Still 4 minutes to go, though. Can he keep it? Time will tell.
Well, he's going to go quicker and quicker as his tyres come up because the tyres aren't even up to temperature yet.
Is he stuck in the traffic there?
No, there he is.
Oh,
yeah.
Serious?
No, he's not actually because Andrew Dixon's got a lot of pace. The 63 of Daniel Hartley is the kart we're looking at right now. And he's...
I knew there were 3 in it somewhere.
Yeah, kart using all the curb, a little bit sideways. Hartley, third.
Lucy Lovell top.
Who's that? Lucy Lovell.
Just jumped to the top of the timing table.
Yeah, and there's Lucy there on the 16.
Yeah, making good use of the slipstream. I want to wiggle into the hairpin at us.
47.385. That was Christmas.
It was Christmas.
That's Ashby.
That is Ashby. I knew this hairpin somewhere.
You're suffering still,
A
aren't you?
little bit.
Yeah.
Is it evident?
Yeah. Drink water. What you doing?
Trying to.
Yeah. Lucy's going to have her lap time stifled there because the number 63, Daniel Hartley, not meaning to get in the way. He's focusing on his lap time as well.
And this is it, isn't it? At time attacks, you've got to get on with it. Don't worry about anybody else. If they're quick enough, they will overtake you. But yeah, it looked like Lucy just bumped him coming into the Chapman left-hander.
Andrew Dixon, 47.115. Eddie Stewart, who is the kart there on number 45. Eddie Stewart joined us in the commentary booth, didn't he? He showed us that he's not just talented behind the wheel, he's talented behind the microphone yesterday as well. And Eddie, he goes to second quickest in this session. He is currently 5th on the grid for the final of Minimax. Let's just stay with Eddie now on the 45. He's got a bit of space to continue and not be stifled in any way. His current time of 47.166. Let's see how close he gets to that one.
All the road. Yeah, all that curve on that left hand there. All of it. Across the stripe he goes, and he improves in time.
Cracking lap from Eddie.
47.1. He's getting there, isn't he? As you say, as the tyres are coming on, the time's whittling down. He's just getting faster and faster.
We're getting towards the last 90 seconds of this time attack session for Minimax.
Max Carlton. 7th at the moment, at the very back actually.
Yeah, Max Carlton
How's
is just finding his feet really.
And to think, to be last, he's only half a second off the front. It's mad, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. That's how competitive it is though, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know, half a second is nothing, especially here at Whilton Mill. There's so many areas where you can lose and gain time.
It's a very big track, isn't it? Here?
Yeah.
45 odd seconds as well.
Lots of elements to it.
Yeah, definitely. It's not like a Three Sisters or a Mansell.
So into the final 1 minute then. And using all of the curb there. That was a cracking exit of Crooks. 43 there. Harris Roberts currently 4th on the grid. Let's stay with this one, Paul, into the last minute, because I think this is going to be a blinder. He was absolutely mullered that curb on the exit. Mullers that curb on the exit of Ashby.
Takes the grass with him as well.
He has to ask for a ticket to get back in, doesn't he? Doesn't he there with that one? Into Chapman.
And up the other side, yeah. Sonny Morgan shadowing as well. This will help Sonny with a little bit of a toe if he was just close enough coming into the boot. He's on him now, isn't he?
After this lap,
we're going to get one more lap, aren't they?
We'll watch Sonny Morgan. Sonny Morgan, who is currently on the provisional pole. Now, Harris Roberts there didn't go as quick as he has. He wasn't far off, but not quite quick enough. Sonny Morgan, he went quicker still.
Yeah.
And Sonny...
Harris has let him by.
Yeah, he's let him by. So 46.721 for Sonny Morgan. So that's his quickest lap there, just gone by. And I think he was maybe picking up a bit of a toe. That helped. Now he's got clear air. The checkered flag flies, so this is his last chance here. So provisional pole sitter Sonny Morgan is currently 2nd in this session, and Andrew Dixon is ahead of him. So 196 points Sonny Morgan, 191 points Andrew Dixon. And if Sonny Morgan doesn't go quicker here, my arithmetic... No, he doesn't.
He closed the gap though.
Well, that's because Andrew Dixon absolutely mullered that one. 46.538 for Dixon. 46.617 for Sonny Morgan. That's your first and second. And I'm just looking at 100 points for Dixon. That's 200. And what's the points for second?
Is it 96 or is it?
It's 96 or 98. It's got to be 96, hasn't it?
I think it's 96. Yeah.
So there was a 5-point difference going in. There was a 4-point difference there. It might be that Sonny. I'm going to have to confirm that with the timekeepers. That session there, Andrew Dixon quickest, 46.538. Sonny Morgan, 46.617. Harris Roberts, 46.835. And third, Eddie Stewart, 46.866. Lucy Lovell, 5th, 46.897. 46.990 for Daniel Hartley in 6th, and Max Galton, 47.085. That's how tight the Minimax grid is. We've got TKM equally as tight coming out next for their time attack.
Just trying to remember who was quickest yesterday. I can't. Blank. Absolutely blank at the moment.
Oh, don't worry, mate. We can check that out. But right now, it's all about the grid formed at the moment. Charlie King on the provisional pole by 10 points. Mitchell Ball is on second on 187. Joseph Jakes on 183. Harvey Roth on 182. Tom Johnson on 182. Jack Ransom on 173. Will Cregeen on 173, Joseph Phillips on 169, Olivia Jackins on 167, Alexander Lehman on 163, Matthew Temple-Purcell on 161, and Andrew Platt rounding off the 12-kart TKM field on 155. That's the provisional grid for the final coming up later.
Following Joe Phillips, who's shadowing Will Green. Again, at the front. Seems to be a trend for some of these. They just prefer being at the front in command, don't they? It seems.
Yeah, they do. Yeah,
getting on with it.
Get out there. Will Green leading the field round. Who's that in set? Who's that behind him? The 66, Joseph Phillips. Yeah. So Cregeen will want to just get on with it. They're on their first flyer, and Cregeen there with the orange side pod, the orange and black nose cone, flicking it through the final turn at Pitts Bend, using a bit of curb on the exit. Benchmark 47.658, Joseph Phillips 47.977. They're the fastest two on the track at the moment. We're still waiting for Mitchell Ball and Charlie King.
Yeah. Here they come.
Just coming through now. Charlie King there, the 26, goes to the top of the screen, 46.918. Charlie King goes quickest.
Not bad at all.
Andrew Platt. Andrew Platt is currently 12th on the grid, so Andrew will be wanting to get as much time here, 8th place, if he wants to gain some points and get himself off that back row of the grid. And that's easily done because it's very, very tight there in the midfield and down towards the rear of the grid. So the 92 there just clicking on through.
Look at the whole stream of them now. Over the line, including Mitchell Ball.
Yeah, now then, the TKMs, do they suit following each other line astern? Do they go quicker in that 4-car train?
Well, it seems to be, doesn't it? I mean, they're not really holding each other up, are they?
No, they're not. That's the thing.
Keeping it in line.
Yeah.
Nobody's really doing anything untoward. Mitch won't be happy with this, though. We'd be wanting to get through here.
So it's Harvey Roth at the top, at the front of that. He's currently 4th. Who's that second place kart? 27, Jack Ransom. That's the second kart in that picture.
Charlie King's confusing me this weekend because he's changed his bodywork, and I'm used to the red Birrell.
Yes.
Can't pick him out half the time.
Just letting the kart breathe there with Harvey Roth. Let's see what the times are and whether they change. It does indeed. 46.841 for Harvey.
Very respectable, that.
He's the quickest kart on the track at the moment. He's just knocked Charlie King off. But Charlie King's at the back of this lot and quite happy to circulate alone.
Some drivers I suits, doesn't it, I suppose? He's quite happy, he's content, isn't he? Something I've seen before with some of the quicker drivers, especially around Whilton Mill, for whatever reason. I remember Simon Keeble doing it a lot when we used to do qualifying a couple of years ago. Hello, Simon, if you're watching.
Right, few place changes there. The 27 breaking free, Jack Ransom. He's currently 3rd quickest. Now that he's got clear air, he's got no karts in front of him. I'm not sure whether this will be his quickest. Let's see if it is. Oh, it is indeed.
Straight to the top.
46.731 for Jack Ransom. These teammates are working with each other. Who is that who's that livery, guys?
TWM.
TWM drivers. Jack Ransom and Harvey Roth working together and proving it works because they're the karts at the front of this time attack field.
Just trying to see who's shadowing them. Is it?
That's the number. Missed it.
Honestly, it's so fast.
48. Olivia Jenkins.
Yeah.
Olivia being pulled through as well. Olivia being pulled around. Olivia up to 5th quickest in the field. Let's see again. Not quick enough that time, and Alexander Lehman has broken through and is sandwiched between the two TWM karters. Alexander Lehman 46.745. He goes 2nd quickest in this time attack. We're into the final minute. Mitchell Ball 7th quickest. It's I'm not sure he's had the brakes with traffic as Mitch.
Did he lift off the back of the group? I think he did, didn't he? He gave himself a bit of breathing room. Can't see him out the window to see where he is. Oh, he's circulating by himself now. Joe Jakes through the boots. Where is he at the moment? How's he doing?
He's fifth at the moment.
Head down across the line.
Changes at the top though. Harvey Roth and Jack Ransom goes to the top of the screens. And there's Charlie King. Where's he been lurking? Charlie King, 46.270. He's already consolidated that pole position. He will start on pole position, even if he finishes second in this session. But right now, he's in first. Harvey Roth is second, 46.627. That's a considerable margin, isn't it? 3.357 is the gap. Charlie King, very, very tough to beat here.
Yeah, he's proved that last time out, didn't he? For round 4 of the NKC, he was just on fire.
There's Alexander Lehman just finishing his session and crossing the line. Alexander, who's been there or thereabouts, he's currently, where is Alexander on the grid? He's currently 10th. He will improve there, finishes in 4th. But right now, let's have a run down. Charlie Kingland, 46.178 for Charlie. Tom Johnson, right there at the very end with a 46.584, goes second quickest. He demotes Harvey Roth to third. 46.627 for Harvey. Alexander Lehman through into 4th. Great finish for him on a 46.665 right there at the very end. It's Jack Ransom and Joseph Jacks 5th and 6th. Mitchell Ball 7th. Olivia Jenkins 8th. Joseph Phillips 9th. Will Cregeen 10th. And then we've got Matthew Temple Purcell and Andrew Platt rounding off the 12-kart field.
Great effort by Joe Jakes as well, considering he's not been in the kart since Three Sisters around.
That's right, yeah.
Only half a second off.
Yeah. We've got the KZs coming next, and then two time attack sessions for Rotax 177. We'll have the 177 standings for me soon for their grid at the moment, their provisional grid. No, he hasn't. Okay, still under deliberation. So right now, though, KZ, Sam Ward, 195 points. Not much in this, guys. Ellis Borshire, 192. Benjamin Ballou, 184. Bo Phillips, 177. Bailey Regalsford. I think Bailey's back out after that massive shunt. His father, Carl, is on the barrier watching. So that frightening shunt that we saw at Pitts Bend, he's out. He's back in the kart.
Yeah, I believe he walked away as well, didn't he? Which is good news.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. Can't hear you saying that, Nick.
No.
Should we have 3 headsets next time?
Shall we? I'll try not to be hungover next time.
Yeah. Well, it was your wife's birthday. So 6th on the provisional grid. There he is, 192. That's the...
Regalsford.
That's
Bailey Regalsford.
Yeah, Bailey Regalsford, isn't it? We'll see a lovely interview that we did, Gaz and I did in the Paddock show, and we get some lovely close-ups of that kart and the preparation
Absolutely
on it.
immaculate, wouldn't it?
Incredible, yeah.
It's
and
right off the shop floor almost.
That's all down to his father, Carl. I do love a red and white helmet.
It's got a very Lauder-esque look to it, isn't it? Almost.
Yes, it has. But the colours, Gaz, my football team.
No, of course they are.
He's on a Birrell, and the kart not too badly damaged at all, if at all, and repaired. And we've been looking as pristine as ever. And thankfully, Bailey Regalsford, fit enough and not too bruised and battered. He was thrown from the kart, which is exactly what you want, actually.
Yeah. Well,
as bizarre as that sounds, you do want to be thrown from it.
and
not being part of that.
And see how he is.
Yeah, do that.
I'll have a little chat with him.
So behind Bailey, who's qualified 5th at the moment, provisionally, for the final grid, Sylvanus Climas is 6th on 174 points. 170 points, Isaac Smith. Rhys Llewellyn qualifies 8th. He'd be happy with that one. Is this Rhys's first KZ event?
Quite possibly. I know he's done a lot of testing at Landau.
Well, he started off the back for his heat. He should have been on up at the front, and he should have been on pole, I think. And he's chose to start at the back. So I'm thinking he's probably chosen to do that deliberately because he's gathering a bit of experience, isn't he?
I was chatting with the Dark Knight, as he's dubbed himself, yesterday, in fact, and he was saying, as he does in typical South Walian ways, he doesn't expect to be anywhere near the front, and he's just having a good time.
Yes, yeah. And I mean, you know what, driving these gearbox karts around here, 0 to 60 in, what is it, 1.5 seconds or something?
Like that, yeah.
Something like that. I mean, it's an experience just driving around by yourself, let alone racing them.
I was on the infield yesterday watching them, and the amount of work these guys are doing.
Yeah, it's incredible. Yeah,
Brilliant to watch. Absolutely spectacular.
I don't think I have got the extra brain capacity to fathom out gears as well as driving a fast kart around the track.
Yes.
Daniel Cebula is behind Rhys Llewellyn 9th provisionally on the grid. James Webb provisionally 10th, and then we've got Harvey Reeby and Bradley Calder rounding off the 12 kart field. And we'll see how they are. Harvey Reeby only had 2 finishes in 5th and a 2nd in the 4th heat. In the first heat, he was 5th. And then we had the time attack second heat. Time attack was first, wasn't it, where he came 5th, Harvey Reeby. Then he had 2 non-finishers in his heats and a 2nd place in the 3rd heat. So that's why he's down the grid. So I think we are just waiting for some sort of clear up going out on the track.
We're waiting for some drivers to appear on the dummy
We're
grids.
waiting for some drivers to appear.
Apparently there's missing drivers.
Well, that never usually stops a session. We're ahead of schedule.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Well,
so
there we go then.
Well, there you go.
Relax, everybody.
So does that mean we can have a bit of a lie down now?
Oh, yes.
All right, okay.
Can I go for a lie down?
Yeah, no, you can't. Not yet. We've got 3 more time attack sessions, everybody. We're just waiting for the session to start for KZs. And then we've got 2 time attack sessions, the 2 remaining time attack sessions for our Rotax 177 groups 1 and 2. Now, the 2-day meeting here at Whilton Mill for the O-Plate has enabled us to incorporate these time attack sessions. I would love to see these things become a feature.
Yeah.
However, Nick, that means, Nick, we need to do 2 days of live streaming.
Everybody's in agreement on time attacks.
But you can't get through these time attack sessions as well as 3 heats and finals in just 1 day.
No.
We can't get through just the heats and the finals in 1 day.
You'd have to turn up, drop it, and just go.
Is that Steve Gilly there?
That is Martin Jackson.
Martin Jackson.
Martin, who had a pretty big shunt, didn't he, at fullback last year?
Yes, he did.
Down, wasn't
yeah,
He's,
he did.
Full recovery and racing elsewhere now. But always nice to see him back in the paddock helping Spanner for a couple of drivers.
Yes. Talking about fullback, we've got 2 more rounds of the Junction 6 NKC coming, haven't we?
We do indeed. Round 5 in mid-September, isn't it, I think?
It is.
I should know.
Is it mid-September?
10th of September, is it?
Just
Okay.
scratching for that. There it is.
There you go.
At 9th and 10th, good, well remembered, Nick. 9th and 10th at fullback for more Junction 6 NKC Championship karting, and then 21st, 22nd of October for the final round, where we will be concluding our championship for 2023. And we're already looking forward to 2024, aren't we? It kicks off in April, 20th and 21st of April. We're off to Clay Pigeon for round 1 of the NKC 2024 series.
Yep.
We then go to back to fullback for round 2, 31st of May, 1st of June. We'll come back here to Whilton Mill, 29th, 30th of June for round 3 and half-time. After half-time, after the oranges and the rub-downs, we then reconvene 20th and 21st of July at Rowrett in Cumbria. We head back to Three Sisters, where we went to this year for round 1. We're at round 5, Three Sisters, 20th and 21st of September. And then round 6, concluding the championship, we're off to Forest Edge. A new track on my list, a track that I'm not familiar with at all. No. It's near the south coast of the country, just north of Bournemouth is what I saw. 2
very southern circuits and a couple of very northern circuits in Rowrett and Three Sisters.
Everywhere is very southern for me, my friend.
It certainly is. I suppose you can't see Norway from your neck of the woods.
Nearly, mate. Yeah, if I look, I can nearly see it from my house.
Squint hard enough.
I can see the North Sea from my house. Right then, we've got the clock ticking. 6 minutes of time attack for KZs. Now let's see what tactic these boys and girls employ.
That's following the leader, isn't it, at the moment?
It is.
They're doing a lot, aren't they? Cruising about.
Well.
Spectacular to watch.
I mean, if you had a KZ just going around by itself, it is. I mean, we're looking at playing a little bit of a lottery game here. Nobody wants to lead them round. Everybody's going slow enough to be overtaken, but everybody's staying in line astern.
It's like watching the qualifying at Monza, isn't it?
Yes, that's right.
First across the line, though, would be Harvey Ribby.
Harvey Ribby, yeah.
Still not particularly quick.
No, we're not up to speed, are we?
The clock is ticking,
We're-
isn't it?
we're
It's
playing-
not just me.
We're playing a game here. Right,
Yeah.
the 22's gone. Reese Llewellyn. He's
got
lost
nothing
his
to lose.
patience.
Yeah, it's just not hard, is it? It's Reese.
Now, let's stick with the
Okay.
Dark Knight. We call him the Dark Knight because when he's on his Rotax 177, he's in full black livery, side pods, nose cone, fairing, completely black, suits his suit and helmet. However, this weekend he's gone pink and blue, hasn't he?
It's somewhat contrasting from the black. Suits him then, doesn't it?
There's Sabula. He's had enough of following Reese Llewellyn, and he's broken free. These two going off ahead.
Yeah. looks
So
like
the number
rest-
12.
And the rest of the field have decided they've had enough of dancing about between each other.
Sabula, this is the lap we're going to watch, Paul. This one here, it's the first flying lap. Sabula leading people around. We'll see if by leading everybody around you can be the quickest on the track. It gives us a great opportunity, because we're not really focusing on a race, to just watch the technique there. Right on the apex of the corner is when he
Still
got the gear.
one-handed.
Yeah, but it was right on the apex where he got the gear. He's doing it. He's changing down right into the corner. Still doing it there, Chapman. Accelerates up the box, pulls the gear, and then brakes down the box. Down the box again.
It's not a case of just flicking the gear stick either, is it?
We're coming to the conclusion of his first flyer. 42.987.
That is so fast, one-handed.
It really is.
I mean, they're coming up to Christmas and they're doing what, nearly 75 miles an hour, 80 miles an hour, I think?
That's
on-
right,
as they
yeah,
touch the
78
brakes?
miles an hour, I think Bailey Regalsford said.
Yeah, incredible. And they can stop pretty much on a dime from that speed as well, I've been told by a couple of them. The
Right.
braking power is just ridiculous.
Because you've got brake discs on both front
Yeah.
and rear, isn't it? That's
Something else to drive, I can imagine.
So here we go then. This is Sabula's, Daniel Sabula. We've stayed with him for another lap. Let's see if he's gone quicker still. 42.987. He doesn't. He does indeed. 42.721. So he extends that. Here's the field coming through now. Nobody's gone quicker. Sabula backs off. Let's stay with the 18. That's Paul Phillips. He's got the CRG overalls, the orange shoulders, the black overall, and currently the number
Fourth.
18 is sixth. Sixth Gaz, 44.010. There's his quickest time.
I was looking at this down.
Ah, you're just looking at the that's what we're looking at, man. So sixth place for this number 18 car. He'll want to improve on that. Into the boot.
And out with it. Down the hill into Pitts Bend. Is he using it as a curb? A little bit.
Still kept his right hand wheels on the track, didn't he?
Tiniest of
43.499. He's gone quicker.
They don't use a lot of the exit curve, do they, through to Oblivion and out the other side? Isaac Smith down the hill and into Ashby's, using all the road and a bit of grass down as he goes through. They really don't use a lot of the track, do they, in comparison to what we've seen so far? And this is cruising around, of course, and fooling everybody,
Yeah, including us.
including us.
Yeah, including us. This is the number 123, Isaac Smith,
Yep.
who's currently in sixth spot.
Yeah, looking to improve. Tight line through the exit of the boot there. Again, right of the road being used. And it's just my eyes, of course.
Let's see if we can pick up the number 192, Paul, Bailey Regalsford. He's the red and white helmet, red and white cart. Bailey was the driver who had that big shunt. Let's just stay at Christmas corner, see if we can pick him up.
There he
Just
comes.
want to see how he goes. Here he comes here. It's the red and white cart there, second in the picture. That one there, the 192. That's Bailey Regalsford. And you know what? Isn't that a welcome sight to see Bailey out and fit and driving that cart around?
And so quickly. He's only had, what, an hour and a half, I think,
Yeah.
to turn this all around and get prepped again.
That really serious-looking incident wasn't as serious as it perhaps looked.
Yeah, quite possibly.
He's
thankfully.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a bit scary. He's let a driver through, and he's that's his session done.
Is that enough of that?
We're going to find out now if Bailey is fit enough to continue, aren't we?
Yes, we
because
are.
that was a bit of a test.
Oh,
we've had cart off at the first turn.
On the exit of Oblivion, I believe.
Yeah, exit of Oblivion. We've had a cart off there. That's brought out a red flag with only 4 seconds remaining, according to the timing screens. That's going to bring a premature end to the time attack for this session. And we've got Ellis Borshire topping the screens with a 42.659. Daniel Sabula, 42.721 for second place. Sam Ward, who is our provisional pole sitter. Sam Ward will probably relinquish that provisional pole to Ellis Borshire, with Ellis scoring more points here in this session. Sam Ward currently third in the timings, 42.955. Bo Phillips, 43.319. Harvey Reeby is fifth on a 43.383. And then Isaac Smith, sixth place, 43.659. Billy Regalsford pulling into the pits there, 43.663 in seventh. And then eighth place in this time attack session, Sylvanus Klimas, 44.119 was his time. Reece Llewellyn, 44.638, having a great time watching from the rear of this field, but no doubt will be enjoying every minute of driving this KZ gearbox kart.
Oh, he loves it, does Reece. Interesting session that way, wasn't it? I mean, at the start, nobody really went for it, aside from Reece, and then they've done what, maybe 1 or 2 hot laps.
Like you said, it was a bit like Monza Grand Prix, wasn't it? When they're all waiting for each other to make the move.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, that's better. See that in your ear? See that?
Yeah. Got you.
Yeah.
Was that better?
Yes.
You happy?
It is, mate. It's the beard muffling it.
Probably.
How are you feeling?
Rough.
Good party though.
Pretty good party.
So are you allowed to tell us, was it a special birthday? Was it our 21st?
Of course it was. It's always a 21st birthday, isn't it? There was a little detail. We had dinosaurs. There was chickens.
There was dinosaurs and chickens.
The Mask, and even Freddie Mercury was there.
Was he really?
Yeah, unbelievable. Hell of a party. A late one too. As
how late?
I saw the morning.
And you were here. And you were here at 9:30?
Ish.
Commendable. You know what? When I was your age, I could do that. There's not a hope in hell that I can party till after midnight.
Well, as you like to frequently remind me, as I'm getting nearer to 40, it's becoming very hard.
Yes, it is, mate. Wait for another decade, and then it doesn't become hard. It becomes impossible,
yes.
And you're just not interested.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, back to the job in hand. 2 more time attack sessions left. It's for our KZs. KZs have just completed that one. I think they've gone into the pits as well, haven't they? There's only a few seconds on the clock. It's Rotax 177s. That's who I'm talking about.
Have we got the standings for that? Oh, we have.
Yes, I have. Look at this.
Top of the table so far on points is
Ed Matthews.
You took it out of the light for me. That's better.
Ed Matthews.
Jamie Zyra. I'll be shocked about that.
The two. Hang on. So the 2 Dan Holland mechanics who've basically gone into the workshop. I'm not sure whether they forced the lock on the door.
Yeah.
They've dragged some kit out.
They have.
And at top of the grid.
I mean, I think
first and second.
Quite possibly done more laps around here than a space shuttle.
I hope Dan Holland's on holiday.
Yeah, he must be. You'll find out later when he watches the broadcast.
Their number 1 driver, Kai Hunter, from Dan Holland,
yes,
who's also an employee of that outfit, is on holiday in Sardinia.
Oh, is he? Very nice.
Yes. If the Hunter family are listening, hello to Reece. I know he was listening yesterday. His dad, Matt, was also listening. And Matt's very happy with our lush greens. Nick will be happy to hear.
Lush greens. Very lush green, isn't it?
Yeah. So we have an incident involving 2 drivers that have brought out that red flag. The safety crews are tending to that. We've got 177s, the first group in the collecting area waiting to start. We'll have a quick... I mean, all right. Usually, the Junction 6 NKC is full of drama. And incident, and my saying is there's a soap opera behind every garage door, but when it comes to karting, there's the soap opera behind every awning zip.
Oh, isn't there ever?
Yes, there is. And none more so. It was the same last year. You know, the dynamic between the two protagonists for the championship, Louis Large and Phil Howarth, went all the way to the flag. We had a dynamic very similar in all of our classes. And here we are, you know, the interlopers here. Ed Matthews, who, not a big part. He's a mechanic for Dan Holland, so he's very busy with UKC. Jamie Zyra, he came out at the 4th round here at Whilton Mill. He's currently Timo Jungling's mechanic and mentor.
Yep.
He's proving to Timo Jungling that he can't just do it. He doesn't just do it. He also knows what he's talking about when he's trying to mentor him.
Yeah, he does indeed, and he's done a very good job at Whilton Mill last time out after coming back from France the day before and competing. And if he's got that type of talent, what can he do as an engineer?
And in the Paddock Show coming up very shortly, our Paddock Show, we speak to Jamie. In fact, we get in there. We dove into the Dan Holland enclave, didn't we?
You forced the lock and let yourself in.
Yes. It wasn't so much welcomed in. We were barged our way in.
Yes.
Right, what's going on here, you lot? Oh, right, you're all using the kit then, yeah? Yeah, you're all in Dan Holland racing. They're all in their own Dan Holland outfits as well, which, all of these guys, Callum Porter, Ed Matthews, and Jamie Zyra, all very, very proficient karters and drivers in their very own right.
Yes.
Now they've moved on to mechanicking and mentoring and driver coaches to these younger drivers in the Dan Holland stable, and it's fabulous for me to see the likes of Ed Matthews, who was working for Reese Hunter a short time ago. It's fabulous to see them actually racing and competing and absolutely showing what they know, that they know what they're doing.
Yeah. And it's great for anybody looking for. We've got here. We've got the Howarth, we've got the Louis Larges, we've got the gearbox squad.
Scott Clee,
all of them like that.
If you look at the grid, right, Ed Matthews currently on the provisional pole, Jamie Zyra alongside, Scott Clee second, Louis Large fourth, Ryan Taylor Truman fifth, Harrison Crook sixth, Joshua Gollins seventh, Kyle Dunford in eighth. Tried to pick a winner. Ben Hitch ninth, Scott Smith 10th, Callum Porter 11th, Alex Rowley 12th. I'm down to 12th, and any one of those drivers can potentially win that final. Looking down the order, Alex Capardia currently 26th on the grid, ahead of his teammate Ollie Hancock.
I'm
not sure what happened to Ollie in that third heat.
He had a DNF, I think, didn't he?
Yeah, I think he did. Yes, he did. Alex Capardia, who's a good friend of ours, he's joined us in the booth at places like Silverstone Wake. He's raced at Le Mans. He's raced in Creventic races. He's a familiar face. Perhaps in this lull, I'm going to bring the mood down because last week the karting family, we lost a member of the karting family, a big part of the karting family. We lost a lady called Sue Porter.
Yes.
Sue Porter was the wife of Clark of the Course legend Ken Porter. They were always together whenever Ken and Sue were at Warden Law. Sue and Ken would always come as a team, officiating at some of the big meetings like the British Champs and the UKC and the likes. There was an amazing situation that I had personally in January. I was at the Dubai 24 Hours. I was working the pit lane for RSL on the Creventic race there, the big race, Dubai 24 Hours. I walk into the pit lane to start my stint, and there's Ken and Sue Porter. And I walk in the pits and I go, oh, hello, Ken. Hello, Sue. Oh, hang on a minute.
What are you doing
Hang on a minute. What are you doing here? And they were there. They were in Dubai. They'd popped into the autodrome to watch the sports car race that was going on, the 24-hour race. And I just thought, hang on. You're not supposed to be in this world. You're in my karting world. You have overlapped into my car racing world. What on earth's going on here? And they were there for the over the road to the Dubai Autodrome. Literally over the road is the Dubai Kartdrome.
Yeah.
And next to the Dubai Kartdrome are restaurants, and shops, and it's quite a bustling little environment there. And they were there for a big event in January. And I think he said to me, we had the choice of being at somewhere like, I don't know, let's say PF. We had the choice of being at PF or the Dubai Autodrome, and it's January. Where would you be?
In bed.
It was 28 degrees. It was 28 degrees. It was beautiful. We lost Sue last week, and it's been a very sad week for the karting family because, like I say, Sue was a big part of the karting world here in the United Kingdom. And when I next see Ken, I'll be giving him a big hug because she's going to be a big miss.
Throughout the karting world, as you say.
Sit the morning of a race and having a bit of a coffee and a catch-up and whatever. And, very, very sad for Ken. And we send all of our love from here at Whilton Mill, and everybody at the NKC, reaches out and gives him a metaphorical hug and a big, tight hug at that. Yeah. We're all thinking about you, Ken, and we're certainly thinking of Sue and our thoughts this afternoon.
Going back to the 177s, actually, I thought I just had two of our most travelled drivers, Brian McCready and Colin Campbell, travelled from Stranraer. It takes them nearly an hour, I think, to get to Larkhall.
And now, so hang on. So
Yeah.
they're an hour north of Larkhall.
West. You go west and you keep going west.
Right, okay.
Yeah, and they takes them a good nearly 3 hours to get to Rower. I spoke to Brian yesterday briefly, and they reckon they've done nearly 4,000 miles already this year.
Wow.
It's incredible.
Wow, that is brilliant. That is brilliant. And which one of them is an Arsenal supporter then?
That's Colin. Colin in the 57.
Yes, I pulled him up, didn't I? It's
You did, yes.
So what's someone from Stranraer doing in an Arsenal top? And he just said it was back when he was a kid and he, following English football as well as Scottish football, when Scottish football was good.
Yeah.
Back in those days.
Well,
when you had Hearts, Hibs.
Yeah, a lot more teams at the front.
You had a lot more teams at the front. So enough of Scottish football. I don't know. I have no idea what's going on with the Women's World Cup at the moment, which is going to sort of date this. So we're about to get things underway. I think they're about to get people in their seats for this 177 session. Time attack. 2 more time attack sessions, so 12 minutes of actual competitive karting. All right. So we're waiting for a decision as to whether or not we may go for a lunch break now or we may go for a lunch break after these 2 sessions. Let's just wait and see. For that, for now, we will move forward as if we are. Can you hear anything, Gaz?
No, I've not.
No. We've got drivers still in the collecting area out of their overalls.
So nobody's looking like they're getting ready to go out anytime soon, are
No.
they? If we are ahead on time as well, though, might be an opportune moment to take lunch. If that is going to be the decision, might be a welcome one as well. Let people.
I don't know. Let's wait and
Change
see
their
what
mindsets.
the officials say as we go forward. I've said it again, guys.
You have going forward.
I have said that again. Don't let that drop from too low. It's hidden in your beard. Right, so we are waiting for this next session to either restart or we go for a break. We'll wait for official word. Right now, there's no sign. There's a little tea party going on down there in the collecting area. Who are there? Can you recognise anybody there?
It looks like James Yap crouching down, and Alex.
So that's
Alex
James Yap
Jones.
on the right.
Yeah, that's right.
With the rib protector.
Correct. And you've
So
got
that-
Alex.
That might be an idea, actually. If you're watching this, that black thing around Alex Yap's middle is a rib protector. And that basically velcros on and it stops your body being slammed up against the sides of the seat. Even though the seat's tight, it stops your body is squished into the side of the seat. And that protector stops basically the flesh and the ribs from squishing up. So that's a great insight there. They wear them under their overalls. And,
not forgetting as well.
And there's another one, the DHR T-shirted character there. Not sure who that. I think that's Ed Matthews. Actually, no, it's not Ed Matthews. Wrong overall. So who's that chap with the blonde hair? That's one of the Collinsons, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Yes,
and
it is. Is that Andy?
We're going.
Yeah, we are. We're going to start. We're going to get this time attack underway. So we are going to get 2 more time attack sessions underway, 2 more 6-minute time attack sessions. This is all about going as fast as you can. And you're getting a great view of everybody's rib protector there, everyone.
Yeah.
And if you weren't aware of that's part of the. That's one of the most required bits of kit. Yeah, that's one of the most required bits of kit you will ever need going karting. Helmet, gloves, rib protector. Do not get in a kart, and certainly a Rotax Max kart, without your rib protector. Because you'll. I know some people who haven't been able to get back into a kart for 6 months after not bothering with the rib protector.
I broke my ribs at Clay Pigeon a long time ago, 2016. Stuck it in the barrier.
He broke his Nick here broke his ribs there.
He did it at the last corner, yeah.
Yeah, he's not mentioned it much though.
He hasn't, has he?
No, not really. He's not mentioned it much at all.
No. I'm presuming the track's clear now, is it?
Yeah, we've got that.
Window?
Yeah, we've got drivers getting suited and booted, as you can see, Gaz.
Yeah. Ayrton Anderson in the 67 with the, funnily enough, Ayrton Senna helmet there. Top of the screen.
Ah, yes, so he is. Yeah, 67, a man after my own heart there. That's a great Senna replica, isn't it?
Yeah, he's the engine builder of AAM.
Right, so blue overalls, yellow sides. That's an Ayrton Senna replica helmet, the blue with the green. Ex-British RC champion. Right, so it's a familiar name to you, Nick. You know no one can hear you, mate.
Yeah,
okay. You've known him since he was 11. Right. Right, cool. He
Nice
obviously
guy.
knows he's a big motorsport fan. So it looks like we have got people already suited and booted. I can see Sarah Darlow walking through the middle there with her pink folder.
Of course it's pink.
She's the commander-in-chief of all things collecting area and grids.
Just on the grid, tucked behind Alex Jones, who stood right in the middle there, is the 136 of Peter Jeans, co-owner of TKR. He's racing for the first time in a few years. Decided to do the O-plate earlier on.
Oh, really?
They've got him a fancy suit and a fancy car livery for this one round.
Right, wow.
Apparently he's doing quite well. Where is he in the where is he in the points?
What number is he?
136. I say he's
There
doing
he
quite
is,
well. He's
28th. No, that's quite well, because
that is a big
there is
race.
49 karts.
So
So he's 28th out of
correct
49.
myself and say he's doing very well.
That's why I think, I was looking at Alex Capari at 26th on the grid so far. Andy Collinson,
25th,
newcomer
yeah.
to the... Andy and Shane here, familiar names from North East karting. And Andy, hopefully on a bit of a research mission to perhaps think about the NKC next season. And Andy in that group now, that's about to go out. He's on the number... Where is he? He's on number 174, just out of shot.
And centre, to put a face to a name, is, in the big high vis on his phone, is Stu Stratton.
Yes, he's just sending a text to order dinner, I think, probably.
Quite possibly.
Ordering his lunch.
Was hoping to race KZs, but has been a bit unwell with his shoulder, he was saying, and especially around here in KZ, as we know, it's a bit of effort.
Yeah, I think Stu sticking with the photography this weekend. He was telling me about his shoulder injury, and it sounded really nasty. So yeah, discretion being the better part of valor. He could have done 1 or 2 laps, maybe.
That's what he said to me yesterday.
Yeah, 1 or 2 laps each session, and called it a day. And you know what? That would have been fine, because those karts are absolutely all about the experience.
Yep.
So we get things underway. 6 minutes, clock already ticking. And we'll see how these 177s go about it. Things getting very, very, very tense at the front of this grid.
They've staggered themselves out as well, haven't they? They haven't gone out in they said they've not gone out in a big train. There's 2 big trains, but there you go.
Yeah, let's see.
Who's at the front there in the 88?
Not quite sure. 88 is...
Oh, it's 56. I'm completely wrong. It's Joshua Pickford with Ayrton Anderson tucked in behind, and Peter Jeans.
So Ayrton Anderson carrying that Ayrton Senna replica helmet. You know who he's named after.
I can't imagine.
Yeah.
I never thought I'd actually say the name Ayrton on commentary either. There's a first.
It's not quite our first. Not quite Nick's first. He's been talking about him since he was 11. Here we go then. Timed laps coming up. The 58 is...
56.
56, sorry. is the kart that we're with now, Joshua Pickford.
First flying lap.
Yeah, and behind him is a train of karts. You can pick any one of these, Paul, and watch them. But we're going to stick with who we've got now, Joshua Pickford.
Let's have a look at Peter Jeans if you get a moment. See how he's doing.
Look at how those karters were using that runoff there.
All of it and some.
Yeah.
No quarter given.
Need a number for Peter Jeans, and we'll pick him out.
Cheeky wave to somebody over there.
Yeah, just waving to his crew.
Mid-hot lap,
yeah, waving to his crew, sat watching from the sidelines.
As you do, why not?
Right then, first time's being posted. The timing screen absolutely lighting up.
Yeah.
Jamie Tyler, 46.340. There's the 67 of Ayrton Anderson with that Senna replica.
Yeah. He's got... who's just closing in back then?
He's currently 7th overall.
He's having a good run. He's normally comes to the Whilton Mill venue.
He's having right. This is getting very messy.
It's squabbly now.
Yeah, Ayrton Anderson having to back out and let these karts by.
Yeah.
Let's pick up someone else, Paul, and we'll watch there. Unless you want to stick with
Alfie Williams just ahead of him. Alfie's had a good run this weekend. Looking for a top 10 finish. Hopefully he can improve on that and get a bit further up. But as we know, there's no points for second place this time round.
Ryan Taylor Truman goes to the top. That's the number 45 of Jamie Tyler. Jamie currently in... Where's he gone? Where's Jamie Tyler gone? I was looking at him. 7th is Jamie Tyler.
46.0, as good as.
Yeah, fastest time so far is a 45.858.
Ryan Taylor Truman.
Alex Capadia, who I mentioned, 15 for Alex, 46.971. Thoroughly enjoying revisiting kart. Hasn't sat in a kart for a decade.
Oh, really?
Let's find kart 51 when we get a chance, Paul. And we'll have a watch of Alex. We know how quick he is in a GT3 sports car and an LMP2 car.
As we watch Harrison
I have
Crook.
no idea where he is on the track, by the way.
No. Harrison Crook through the top of the hill.
There he is. That's Alex there. Oh, we had him there. Yellow helmet.
There he is.
We've
Out
got
of Oblivion.
him. We got him.
Into Oblivion? Out of Oblivion?
Yeah, into Oblivion. Into Crooks. That's Christmas Corner, isn't it?
Yes. And through the kink. Down in Cummins. Watch the car unsettle there. Oh, he's lifted. Don't watch it unsettle
right.
then.
What's he doing then? He's been very professional, isn't he? He's been very diva-ish, just backing off.
I feel like he's played this game before.
Well, he was saying he hasn't been in a kart for a decade, and
but
he's thoroughly enjoying it.
He's been in car racing. It's easily done, isn't it?
Yeah, but different kettle of fish driving these things.
Oh,
Alex
God,
was telling me. So physical. Here we go then, the blue and white kart. He's running with Holly Hancock this weekend, who we've also seen a lot in car racing.
Seventh, wasn't he, in GTE at Le Mans in 2021, I believe?
Absolutely, yeah. He's got a lot of experience.
Quite a handy driver, the two of them.
Yeah. And here we go.
Bumps through the kink.
It is.
So bumpy.
It's because of the curbing there, isn't it?
Yeah. If you get a chance to do a track walk, have a look, and there's just black mark.
Is there?
Clean tarmac, black mark, clean tarmac.
Oh, really? That's
yeah, it's that bad. Horrible to drive.
Here he comes towards the boot then. We'll keep an eye on Alex. He's down in 15th at the moment. He's just coming around to complete his lap. About a minute on the board. Capadia across the line. And his time then not as quick as he's been, 46.8. No. His quickest time is a 46.5.
Not doing too badly, is he? I mean, to be a second off after not driving a kart in a decade, that's not bad at all.
I know.
Nothing to be ashamed of there at all.
It's the 45 who is currently the quickest kart on the track at the moment, getting towards the last 30 seconds.
Will he drop into the 44s as we've seen so frequently from the quick guys?
Capadia getting out the way, but the number 25 not wanting to get out the way so readily. Just looking down the order while we follow the rest of these field round. Jimmy Tyler is quickest with a 45.289. Elliot Thomas second quickest, 45.302. Ryan Taylor Truman 45.332. Harrison Crook 45.351. Look how close they are, man. Joshua Pickford 45.457. Then we've got Ben Hitch, Alfie Williams, Daniel Burgess 8th on a 45.656, 45.9 for Andy Collinson inside the top 10 in 9th. Peter James 10th on the 136.
Well done, Pete.
Yeah, great effort there. 45.920. We've got the checkered flag flying. The session coming to a conclusion.
Who's on the hot lap that can challenge? This is it, isn't it? I think Jamie Tyler's going to be pretty happy with that. Not in the 44s though. A good 3-4 tenths off.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. So, checkered flag, remaining runners in the 177 class. Tyler takes the quickest time of the session. We'll just make a note of that, shall we? 45.232.
And again, the top 8 and 9, top 9 are covered by half a second. Not really a lot in it at all, is there? These quick guys are really quick.
Yeah, the next session is where we've got our top of the grid, the provisional grid. Matthews, Zyra, Clee, Large. Taylor Truman was out there and came third, so he will gather some points. Harrison Crook, he's currently 6th on the grid. Harrison Crook was 4th in that session.
Yeah, very handy around here.
Yeah.
He's proved that many a time.
Josh Pickford, 13th on the grid there. Josh Pickford comes through in 5th. Ben Hitch is 9th on the grid, so Ben Hitch there coming through in 6th, quickest time. We mentioned Andy Collinson down in 25th. He'll gather some points for 10th. Remember that we put all of these lap times together with the next group.
Yeah.
And we amalgamate them, and it's quickest to slowest.
Yeah. So what could be pole now for?
Yeah, that's right.
For Jamie Tyler could be 5th by the end
That's
of this
right,
session.
absolutely.
Just heading out now.
Yeah.
And this session we've got some really quick guys.
Well, we've got our provisional front 2 rows out next.
Yeah.
Ed Matthews, currently on the provisional pole with his teammate Jamie Zyra alongside. Scott Clee is 3rd, Louis Lodge 4th.
It's going to be a belting session.
So a string of karts there off to the front. And the first 2 karts through have got a lot of space in front and behind. Right then, that's the 68.
Alex Rowley.
He's the first in the queue. And he continues on, crossing the line then. It's the 155 of Steve Stewart. Tom Thompson, Jamie Zyra's out there. Tom Eldridge is another one to look out for. Right now, though, we're going to follow Alex Rowley round this track and just see where he pops out at the end of this first real flyer.
12th overall in the points, so a good performance here will help him at least be in the top 10, 15 for the final later on.
Yeah, 12th. Everybody's looking to be in the A final. Everybody's looking to be in that top 3 or 4 rows. Right, here he comes then, Alex Rowley. The first true indication of how quick we're going to be. 46.665 for Alex.
Yeah. Oh, try and keep up with that, Joe.
Well, I'm just going to wait. I'm just going to wait a few seconds.
He was fastest for about a second.
We've still got these very quick drivers down here to come through. I've done it again.
Pressing button.
Yes, I've done it again. Louis Large, top of the screen, 46.563.
He's going to find them. Needs another second and a half yet.
Kyle Dunford, top of the times, 46.315.
Yeah. Callum
Porter,
DHR local.
Yeah.
Am I surprised? Not really.
Ollie Hancock, kart 50, 46.328. And there is our provisional pole sitter, Ed Matthews, 45.654. First of the drivers straight into the 45s. Jamie Zyra's first real quick lap, 46.048. He's 3rd. It's Matthews, Alex Rowley. Great lap from Alex Rowley, that second
really
one.
Fast. Yeah. Where is Ollie Smith? He's just coming down to Ashby's now. Where is he on time? I can't quite pick his name out. Number 9.
There is Louis Large being followed round by Jamie Zyra down the inside. Louis led him through. Jamie Zyra, the number 95. He's in contention for this all plate.
He's letting them all go. He's looking for somebody, isn't he? Who are you looking for, Louis? He's looking.
He's looking for a gap. That's what he's looking for. Ed Matthews extends that 45.346. Not quite as quick as Tyler's 45.232 from the previous session. Scott Cleese popped up there.
Yeah. Again, 45.3, so a lot slower than they were this morning, aren't they? And yesterday as well.
Yeah, Louis Large just started that fast lap now. He waited for some break in space. He's now up to Christmas corner.
There he comes. Through the kink, touches the curb, over the bumps. See the cart get unsettled there.
You can see the way he's been thrown around. I mean, Louis a strong lad, and he's just been thrown around in that cart. That shows the physicality of driving these Rotax Max karts.
Oh, we have a red flag.
A red flag. Got an incident, have we? Yes, we have. So with 2 minutes remaining, we have an incident that has brought out a red flag. I'm not quite sure where that has occurred. Louis Large reacts and stops the cart on the track.
There's a drain cover that's come loose at turn 2.
A drain cover has come loose.
I think the drain is on the inside of the corner.
Canada 1991.
So if you look on the screen just now, it's pretty much just ahead of the 155. There's a drain. Well, I think it's pretty much right on the apex. Not something you want as you go through oblivion flat out.
Well, we've lost Joe due to natural functions. Joe, you're really sweaty. I've got damp ears now. Talk about drain cover. I think it was in Malaysia about 2005 on one Papua Montoya's. Williams sucked a drain cover up and destroyed the chassis. It's happened quite a bit, actually. Quite a lot of F1 cars have sucked drains up.
Didn't it happen in China?
Did happen in China as well, yeah.
In the Williams?
Yeah, it happened maybe in China. Maybe it might be in China, Malaysia, might be somewhere in the Far East.
It was somewhere over that way. It's nearly the same, isn't it? It's on the bottom of it.
I probably shouldn't say that because that's going to outrage two nations.
Yeah, fair.
But it's normally they obviously the Formula cars lift them up by pure effect of the downforce, sucking them off the road. But of course, I think this is probably just a wear and tear job.
Yeah, like quite possibly. They are going through there pretty quick. Not something that you want to happen if you're the first person on the scene, especially in a kart when your feet are quite exposed, aren't they? Really?
Yeah, it's not sure. I'm not sure what they're going to do about it. They've got the instant weld on it, have they?
Well, they can't take it out, can they? There's a big hole there, isn't there? Then what do you do?
Tell them not to drive over it, but that doesn't really work with drivers.
No.
Please don't drive in it.
They'll have to use the wet line, won't they? Just take all the grass instead and let it go under the seat. Oh, wow! Another red flag then.
Been very bitty this second part of the day. Obviously, one major stop for unfortunately an accident. Haven't heard yet any update on how the driver is.
I shall go in and find that out as best I can when we go for lunch break, which is after this session, in fact, isn't it? This is the last one of the time attacks now. Yeah. Looking very comfortable on screen, isn't he? Just chilling, as he does.
Sitting in my cart, having a relax.
Yeah. Just at the last corner, as you do.
So they're going to try and replace the drain cover. Not sure whose that is. Jerry's back from his urination, which is good news. I told my drain cover story, so it's back to you, Joe.
Yeah.
Thank you, Nick. It's just these delays really screwed with my pit stop strategy, didn't it? That's where it is. So we had 2 minutes on the board. Now, if we continue this time attack for this group, they've got one lap to warm the tyres up, second lap to warm the tyres up, third lap perhaps optimised.
You have to wonder, is it going to be worth it? Are they going to improve? They're already down in the 45.5s, aren't they?
45.3
so far. Oh, 45.3, sorry.
45.232 was the quickest time by number 45, Tyler.
And is it going to be worth getting back out? I know the tyre temperature is going to be falling away now, isn't it?
Yeah. A rundown of the times in this time attack session. It's the final time attack session of the weekend, actually, because after the lunch break we go straight into our finals. Ed Matthews He's had a cracking weekend, hasn't he? He's certainly. I'm not sure how much karting Ed's done. I mean, he's heavily involved with Dan Holland, but I'm not sure how much driving and competing Ed has done. And Callum Porter, his teammate, right there with him. So Ed Matthews, 45.346. Callum Porter, 45.497. Scott Smith is third, 45.591. Then we've got Scott Clee, fourth, 45.732. Jamie Zyra, 95, 45.783. He's in fifth. Cal Dunford is sixth on a 45.824. We've got Ollie Hancock, seventh, 45.836. Then Joe Piffner. Then Alex Rowley. Then Finley Cross. Jake Lewis. Joshua Gollin. Louis Large is on a 46.563 in 13th. Louis had backed off. I think there was more. He'd be very frustrated if we conclude this, because I think looking at Louis and what he was doing on track, he was just gearing up for a blitz last couple of laps.
Yes, definitely. Being 13th is not helpful, but he has shown us this morning, in fact, that he has come through the field quite quickly. He started 21st, I think, didn't he, in the heat, and finished third or fourth?
Yes, yeah, he came up with third.
Yeah, so that won't be a problem, but. This is not an ideal situation, especially when the quick guys ahead of him are Scott Clee, Ed Matthews, Jamie Zyra, that are going to, if they start on the front, quite possibly just drive off.
Well, yeah, it's going to be hard for Louis to contend.
Yeah.
I mean, he's I think that's that tactic that red flag has done him no favours. Behind Louis in 14th, Nick Skelton. Steve Stewart, Nick Skelton again, 46.5. We've seen Nick perhaps go a bit quicker. Steve Stewart in 15th, Cameron Marston, Jack Goodyear, Tom Thompson, Tom Eldridge, Adrian Smith, Nicholas Walker, and Seb Bulpin is the final qualifier there. 22nd place, 47.548. And all of those last four drivers, their quickest time had come on their last lap. So there is an element of people just picking up the pace.
Yep. It's going to be interesting as well now. They've got 2 minutes on the clock. They're all on circuit together. They can't really spread too far out, can they?
No, not really. Yellow flag's been waved.
Test of the dream.
Yeah, who's that? Not being able to get away there. Engine not starting.
There you go. He's off.
Yellow flag. I see 2 minutes and 7 seconds on the starting gantry clock. That's the official one. The clock has started ticking. Now then, Louis Large, he's got no one in front of him, and he needs to just basically scarper and not think about anything other than breaking away from this line of karts. So let's see what Louis Large can do. He's the current number 2, the 2022 vice champion. He needs to be careful because he's about to let somebody by him. They're all stacking up behind Louis.
In the 23.
Thankfully for Louis, they're all stacking up.
Tom would be wise to follow Louis, I think, at the moment.
I think so.
As Tom is 19th.
Yeah, he's way down. Right, here we go, through the final turn. This is the lap that Louis Large is counting on. I don't think he's got enough temperature in his tyres.
I don't
think this is an optimised run for Louis. He will get more than this one lap, however. 2 minutes on the clock.
He's going to go hell for leather nonetheless, isn't he?
Yeah, he's out to get it.
He needs to get a few places up the board, doesn't he, for a good qualifying position in the final.
You know what? This is great television, isn't it? This is great television. I'm not calling, the red flag has created this situation, I know, but this is great television. If Louis Large can just knock Ed Matthews off there. Ed Matthews is out there as well, but he's in a train of karts. Louis is the only driver who's got nothing in front of him.
Yeah,
he's got fresh air.
It's worked quite fortuitously in Louis' favour.
Here we go. Uses the curb.
First line lap.
46.121.
Yeah, the tyres aren't in there yet, are they?
No, not at all. He's got a chunk of time to find.
Probably going to get about two or three flies, I'd say, then.
Yeah.
He'll get across the stripe one more time. That'll probably be his last lap, start of his last lap. 45-second lap here, isn't it? So, yeah, a minute on the clock. We can definitely get another 2 laps out of this.
Another 2 laps after this one.
Definitely.
Would be my estimate. So by then, his tyres should be with him and gives us a chance to study. He's got a very composed method of driving a kart, Louis. Minimum movement, All the best drivers are like that. Watching people like Kai Hunter and Reese Hunter, the same sort of thing.
Doesn't look like he turns the wheel, does it? It makes it look very effortless.
You know, Ed Matthews, Jimmy Zyra
Yep.
here this weekend, exactly the same. Ducks his head down.
Every single mile an hour he can get out of it now.
He's gone up to third with that last lap, 45.5. He's getting there.
Still a tenth and a half down though, isn't he, on the overall pole?
He's getting there or thereabouts.
I keep saying pole, it's not pole, is it?
No. Oh, Scott Clee, 45.47, goes to second. We continue to watch Louis Large on the number 2. This is all or nothing for Louis because it's the 1 lap to go board after this. Here he comes through the boot. He's currently in 4th place in this session.
This is the checkered flag as well, so this is his only shots. All of the road there by Louis Large.
Oh, not as quick, 45.7. 45.7 for Louis Large. His quickest time was a 45.5 the lap before. Ed Matthews, that 45.346 will stand him good to be quickest in this session. Scott Clee is still out there on the track. Callum Porter up to second, 45.396 for Callum Porter. Scott Cleese took the checkered flag, hasn't gone quicker. He has to settle for the 45.407. Louis Large will be 45.517. Wow, Scott Smith right at the end. Scott Smith, 4th place. Jamie Zyra, 45.750 right at the end. Kyle Dunford right at the end will finish in 7th. And then we've got Alex Rowley finished 8th. Ollie Hancock, Ollie, rapid time there, 45.836 on lap 4. Joshua Gollin was 10th. Joe Piffner 11th. 12th was Nick Skelton. And then we've got Jake Lewis, Finley Cross, Seb Boltman, Tom Thompson, Jack Goodyear, Steve Stewart, Cameron Marston, Tom Eldridge, Adrian Smith, and Nicholas Walker. That is it. That is it for all of the qualification process. We will be bringing you our grids next, guys.
We will be. Why can't we do that every week? That was
It's
good,
great,
wasn't
isn't it?
That was really good.
Yeah.
2
It's
laps
great,
off the
isn't
game.
it?
that was something. I'll go and find Louis and see what he says. That'd be interesting chat to see how he played that one.
Get some backstory on that, would you?
Yes. I'll see what I can do.
Yes, that's great stuff. Thank you, Gaz Bury,
Yeah, no worries.
for
Thank you
joining
very
us for
much.
Time Attack. Nick Damon is still there. I've just nudged him, so he's woke up.
Yeah, hello.
Gaz
again.
is going to do some prowling of the paddock and find some stories, some backstories to what was going on there. I'm pretty sure Louis.
Okay.
I'm not sure that whether that red flag couldn't kind of spoil his momentum. I'm pretty sure that is what happened. But I tell you what, that gave us a cracking ending to that session.
Okay, bit of good news. The KZ Carter, who was taken to hospital, is precautionary. He seems to may have hurt his legs in exiting the car.
Do you know who it is?
It was the 377. It was at
Standby caller.
I did know who it was. It's the 377. It's the guy who sounds French, but isn't, I think.
Oh, it's yes, Porsche, Ellis Porsche.
Yeah. So and it was a mechanical. He changed down the throttle stack open.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Ouch.
But the good news is that he is at the hospital. He's been taken as precaution, so that's the good news.
Right.
We are now in a lunch break. It's a nebulous lunch break. We have no idea how long it's going to last.
Yeah.
So what we will do is we will take off the timing. Thank you, Paul. And we will play you the Paddock show, which features Louis Large, actually, amongst others. It'll run some minutes, and then after that we'll try and find out when we're coming back. But enjoy the O-Plate Paddock show. Back up. Ooh, too late now. Well, hello, and it's back here again at Whilton Mill for the O-Plate, and today is finals day, and finals mean final, don't they, Joe?
Absolutely. The thing about an all-plate meeting is it's not about finishing on the podium. It's not about gathering points. It's about winning. We're only here to praise the winner of the all-plate, the accolade of carrying that all-plate for the remainder of this season and on into next. So, you know what? NKC meetings generally are very, very intense affairs. We've seen the drama, we've seen the incident, but this one here at Whilton Mill this weekend, oh my goodness. You know what? The intensity level's already gone up there, and we've only had practice and heats. So when we get towards those all-important finals, when it comes down to the one Carter that crosses the line in first position, that's what it's all about. There's nothing else. There is literally nothing else. It's all about the win.
There's nothing else. It's all about the win. He hasn't finished, but it's all about the win. In fact, go and talk to people in the paddock about the win, because it's all about the win. Just the win. Don't talk about anything else. Just the win.
Just the win. Just the win.
It's just the win.
All about the win.
The win.
All about the win.
The win.
We're at LRG Motorsport, where Louis Large has got two hats on this weekend. He's got the team principal hat on. He's looking after everybody in LRG Motorsport, as he has been doing all season in NKC. But this weekend, Louis wearing some racing overalls, which means that he's not just telling people what to do, he's going to have to prove he can do it himself. Now, Louis, like in true Frank Sinatra style, here you are out of retirement and back in the driver's seat. Now, how much seat time have you had so far this year?
We've done 5 days in total since November last year.
Just 5 days.
Just 5
Good luck
days.
with that one then, yes.
They've mostly been spent coaching with the lads, so
Yeah.
I don't get a great deal of time to get out myself. I'd love to, but it's just we don't have the time. So we've doubled down with a bit of staff this weekend, so that I can get in the seat myself, and I'm really enjoying it. I suppose the question isn't, will I enjoy it, will I do it? The question is, will my neck hang out until Sunday afternoon? You know, I missed the session this morning tactically.
Right.
But yeah, we'll see how we go. But it's itching.
I mean, you know, you and I have talked, you've got some great memories about, you know, from last year's NKC. Vice champion, it came down to that bit of fun we had at the beginning of the year,
Yeah, the
that
chain,
broken chain, you know. So you must be coming into this event where winner takes all. It's not about coming second.
Absolutely.
So you've got a clear and concise approach to this weekend, I would imagine.
Try and drive around that track as fast as physically possible. If it's not fast enough that someone else is quicker, then we try and get in front, we try and make a race of it. But you know, we've come in this weekend with realistic expectations. You can't do 5 days in a kart and expect to turn up and drive away at the front. It's just not how it works. You've got to put the time in. You know, the lads in the tent are a great testimony to that. They've spent a lot of winter testing. They've improved dramatically. Everyone's seeing it, and that's the key, is laps in the seat. So we've come to this weekend with the intention, as you always do, to win. But we've got a semi-sensible head on as to the fact that we'll see how we stand. But like you say, it's only the last 100 metres that counts.
You know what, Louis, all right, standing here in the paddock in the cold light of day, that's a really sensible approach and a really, you know, sort of pragmatic approach. But I know you, and when you get on that grid and get released from that collecting area, there's only one thing on your agenda.
Yeah, that's coming in first. That's
Yes,
being the first
yeah.
across the line. And like you said, it's the all plate, it's winner takes all. If it comes down to the last lap and it's a do or die move, it's a do or die move, but you might as well stay at home if you're not going to make it. So you've got to go out there, you've got to push it to the limit, you've got to do what you can, but ultimately it's about having fun this weekend. Seeing that there's nothing more fun than winning.
Well, talking about having fun, I mean, you know, here we are halfway through the NKC season. You this year completely change of tack, team principal, looking after other drivers' interests. How have you enjoyed it so far?
We've had ups and downs. I think that's fair to say, as you do in all motorsports. You know, we've got Sebastian Corcoran, who's leading Mini Max Championship at the moment, which is great. Zach Bolton's having a fantastic run as well. Steve Gilly was sitting in the top spots in the early part, but unfortunately with a broken ankle, he's going to have to miss the rest of the season. It's you know, it's a tale of two halves. You get really excited for those who have the good results, but then you've got others like Andy Ambrose who should have had a lot better year, and the pace hasn't, you know, the results haven't shown the pace. So it's hard to see so many do so well, and then at the same time see ones that you'd like to see do better struggle. It's about balance, I suppose, and you know, not everyone can have the best weekend, but we just try to give them the setup, the advice that they need so they can go out there and do the best they can.
And I know it's challenging, Louis, but is it enjoyably challenging?
It is when we come away. I think it's you know, it's
What you mean, like on the Monday?
Yeah, when you look back on the Monday and you think, you know, I did have a good weekend there, but at the time it is stressful. There's a lot more pressure on it than I expected, but it's a new challenge. It's going to get easier as we go along. You know, we're not done yet. We're only just getting started, and the plan is to get bigger and stronger and develop the team we've got. We're not out looking to, you know, maybe find someone who you'd think's a bang-on winner and get them a free sticker kit. That's not what we're after. We want to take the mid-pack drivers. We want to drive them towards the front, and challenges come with that, stress comes with that, and bad weekends come with that. But that's what it's all about.
Thanks, Louis. So guesting here at the O Plate at Whilton Mill with NKC is another class of karts, what we haven't seen before. It's the KZ class. Exactly the same as what we normally see, engine, 4 wheels, however, little bit different. It's got a gear shifter and we've got gears. So quite a handful around Whilton Mill, I would imagine. Bailey Regalsford, who is the driver of this kart. Bailey, it's fabulous to have KZs here. It's fabulous, personally, to see KZs anywhere. I've got to say, when I see these things fire off the grid, they remind me of fireworks. So what's it like driving a firework?
Wow. Moving to this from Rotax definitely picks up a bit more speed. I think we're doing about 88 miles an hour here.
88 towards Christmas Corner.
I think so, yeah.
Wow.
I'd have to look, but I think that's what I saw. But the front brakes, they anchor on, and just the feeling of them, how you drive them, I much prefer them. I'd never look back to Rotax.
Well, I was going to say there, you've mentioned something quite key. So on a Rotax Max kart, you've got one brake disc on the rear axle. In these KZs, you've got two brake discs on both front wheels. So that will give you a massive braking efficiency.
Yeah, it's definitely...
And also stable.
Yeah, very stable. Keep it in a straight line.
Yeah.
You just brake hard and then let it off into the corner. Yeah, it's definitely a different technique to learn.
And a lot busier, you on a Rotax Max. I mean, I know I'm making this sound simple, but you've got a brake and a throttle to think about. But here, you're shifting up and down all the time. Are you driving literally this whole track one-handed?
Yeah, especially here, so tight, constantly up and down the gears. Yeah, we had a practice day. I had to just spend the morning learning which gear for which corner.
Right.
Yeah.
And what are you looking for with regards to the gears? Is it about keeping the engine on song?
Yeah, so these engines don't have any power valves, so you have to keep them revving. Sometimes you can find yourself in between gears for the corner.
All right.
So we have to work that one out.
A lot to think about. You said I'll never go back to Rotax, but surely after driving these things, going back to Rotax would be like a tea party.
Yeah, it's almost boring.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like driving a manual for a car. Why would you want to go auto?
Yes. Well, I drive an automatic, but I'm a lot older than you. The other thing I want to mention, and if Ash, just have a look around this kart. Now, this kart has been out on track. Now, you wouldn't think it. You would think that, if you look in here around the rear axle where the bearings are and the seat mounts, the exhaust, you would think that kart has just been unwrapped from cellophane. Now, who's that down to, that standard of prep? Because you have been out in this, Bailey, haven't you?
Yeah, well, I've even fired it off in the first corner, so she's looking pretty clean.
Yeah, so who's that down to? Who's helping you?
Oh, my dad. Always my dad, keeping everything clean. That's his job.
Ash, there's Dad, behind me, over my left shoulder. That is a cracking job. You could get a job in Formula One with that standard of OCD. What's your dad's name?
Carl.
Carl, mega, awesome. The weekend, it's a one-off event. We're not talking about championship, so, does that give you an easier mindset regarding the racecraft?
Definitely. I'm just here for a bit of fun.
Right.
I know a lot of people on the grid, so we're just having a mess around. It's going to be a long weekend, though. It's a hard job driving a shifter here.
So, you're a young man and you look very fit. Is this more physical than a Rotax?
Yeah, you definitely feel it. Yeah.
Right.
It's a bumpy track, and just trying to keep it pinned over the bumps is a bit scary. And yeah, just driving it one-handed over the bumps here as well makes it difficult.
Yeah, I think Bailey likes the challenge of these fireworks, and we look forward to seeing you out there. And just to remind everybody, standing start, clutch start, standing start, engine rise, and off you go.
Yeah, you don't see that often here.
No, you don't see that often at all. Well done, Bailey. Thank you for the chat. And again, I can't emphasise just how mega that you're a very lucky man to have Carl behind the scenes. Thank you, guys. Right, driver here, Kaya Zigmata from the junior Rotax class. Kaius has joined us for the NKC O-Plate here at Whilton Mill, and it's the first time Kaius has raced with the NKC. Kaius, you've just been telling me you normally race at your home track, Bayford Mill?
Yeah. Bayford Meadows, that's where I normally race
Bayford
at.
Meadows, sorry, I said Bayford Mill. Is this your first time out on these Maxxis tyres?
No, I normally race on these at Bayford and Buckmore and that, so I'm a bit familiar with these.
So what's brought you to the O-Plate here for NKC?
The team, really. They just want me to try out, get things started in NKC and go along.
Right, and the team is Roalf Racing. Do you race with Roalf at Bayford Meadows?
Yeah, I race with them everywhere, really.
Right.
Everywhere I can.
So is this a bit of a research mission to maybe join us in the NKC for a full season next year?
Yeah, I am planning on joining NKC next year. Try to do the full season and maybe a bit more. So it's just a start.
That'd be good. Is this your first time at Whilton Mill then?
Yeah, this is my first time. It's going pretty well. We'll see what we can do tomorrow.
Right. What do you think of the track?
Lovely. Bit bumpy though.
Is it bumpy, is it?
Yeah.
Right. So where do you expect, where will Kaius Zigmata be happy with on Sunday afternoon, finishing wise?
Obviously, everyone wants P1, but you've got to be realistic. I'm hoping for a top 10 at least.
Okay. All right. And are you familiar with mixed grid racing?
Yeah, I've done a bit of it at Buckmore and that. I've done quite a bit of like going through the grid at Bayford, so I'm familiar with overtaking. We'll see how it goes tomorrow though.
So when you say you're with Roalf Racing, do you have one of Roalf's mechanics checking over your kart and prepping your kart for you?
Yeah, I have Jason Rolfe checking over the car every single second just to make sure that I'm proper ready.
Right, and so you obviously have ultimate faith in Jason and his judgment regarding setups and stuff?
Yeah, he's a top man really.
So you just have to drive?
Yeah, that's basically it. Do what he says.
Yeah.
Get on track.
Yeah. And go as fast as possible.
Yeah.
Easy, isn't it?
I mean, it sounds easy, but it takes a lot to do it. So.
Well, you are having fun, Kaius, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm having a lot of fun today.
Yeah, brilliant.
Especially in the rain.
Yeah, brilliant. He's going to continue having fun all weekend. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Right, here we are at Whilton Mill for the O-Plate for NKC. But Whilton Mill is also the home of championship-winning Dan Holland Racing. And it seems that all of these mechanics here this weekend have just kind of broken into the workshop and are going to race all of Dan Holland's karts. I know that's not quite the case. Jamie Zira here. Did say that right, or is it Zira?
Yeah, Zira.
Jamie Zira, you may remember for the last round here at Whilton Mill, again, home ground. Jamie, you absolutely blitzed the 177 class. But before I talk to you about that, your mate here, what's your name?
Callum Porter.
Callum, you are a mechanic. You work for Dan Holland. Let's step in here. He works for Dan Holland. Callum, you're on your weekend off. What have you decided to do?
Going to come into work and go racing ourselves.
So you're going to put into practice everything you tell your young drivers to do out on track. We're going to see if you can do it, aren't we?
Yeah, give or take. Hopefully too many of them aren't watching this weekend, but yeah.
Mate, there's going to be 10 million viewers watching this, right? So the pressure is on for you to prove out there on track. So no pressure at all, really?
No, none at all. We'll give it a go.
Right, you were crying that you're supposed to be out on track a second ago. Well, off you go. Jamie, I want to talk to you a bit more because last round here for the third round of the NKC here at Whilton Mill, you came in, we'd never seen you before. There you were with your Dan Holland Racing overalls on, so I knew you kind of must know what you're doing, but there was a bit of a backstory as well. Yeah, you know, but there was a bit of a backstory. Tell us about that backstory, because you were somewhere else on the Saturday and you turned up on the Sunday, is that right?
Yeah, so we'd done a couple of days testing and I wanted an extra day, and the Le Mans race finished on the Saturday. So I drove back from Le Mans, got home at 1 o'clock and come into the race on the Sunday.
So when you say Le Mans race, what championship was that?
The International Trophy.
Right, and who were you running there for Dan?
Timo Jungling. I was mechanicking for a junior.
Yeah. So you were mechanic for Timo Jungling, for Dan Holland Racing. Yeah. When the race finishes, I'm just going to get this clear in my mind, everybody. You get in the van car and drive back to Whilton Mill.
Yeah, I drove back to Whilton, got here at 1 o'clock in the morning.
And grabbed some sleep and then got up and then went into the race meeting.
Yeah, that's right.
And you made it look easy.
It wasn't easy. I had a bit of luck, but yeah. The last heat was wet, and that was my middle start, and I had a little bit of luck in the heat that was at the back.
All right, so. I think you're being very modest there, Jamie. What's your background? Tell us a little bit about yourself and how you are here working for Dan Holland.
Well, I've been racing since I was I think I started in a car when I was 7.
Right.
So I've done a lot of racing, and then when I finished uni, I just started working for Dan.
Right. As a mechanic, and
I just never stopped really coming to the track.
I would think, having raced yourself, when you're passing that on to young drivers like Timo Jungling, it helps having an understanding and insight as to how to do it.
Yeah, still they don't listen sometimes, though.
Of course they don't, they're kids. You didn't listen when you were here.
Definitely not. No, many arguments with my dad.
So I'd like to know, here you are doing the O-Plate. You were there at the last round. Are we going to, we're only halfway there in the championship. You could, theoretically and mathematically, you're in with a chance of winning a championship.
I think, I don't know. There's only, 2 rounds left?
3.
There's 3 rounds left.
Is there 3 or 2?
No, I think there's only 2 rounds
2
left.
rounds left.
Yeah.
2 rounds, yes.
It'd be a big push.
Well, you know what we saw of you at Whilton Mill, not only that, but this weekend, the O-Plate's all about the win, and I suppose you just have to do what you did last month.
Yeah, it would be nice. We'll see if I can do that.
Can you do that?
I'm going to give it my best.
Absolutely. Jimmy, it's a pleasure to meet you. That was a great story. I wish I would have been all over that last month, but I'm going to leave you to get on with your session.
Right.
Thanks, lads. One of the most popular classes from both off the track and on the track is the TKM class, and they're back. They're back at Whilton Mill for their O-Plate. And Joe Jacks, I saw you out at the first round, Joe. You took part in the first round of the NKC, but your day job has kept you away from us until this O-Plate. But you've got an interesting day job. You're living the dream, aren't you? Tell us what that is.
So I'm chief mechanic for Carlin on British F4. Could say it's a dream. It's quite hard work, but it is really good.
No, it is a dream. You work at it. You live at a racetrack, so yeah. So how's the Carlin season going?
It's going well. Currently leading the team championship. Very close, but we are leading the team championship. And then we've got a driver in second and third in the championship. So we're just chasing down the leader in the last 2 rounds, hopefully. So.
And mega working for a guy like Trevor Carlin, who's been there, done it. He's got so many T-shirts.
Oh yeah, he's got all the stories. If you want a motorsport story, he's he's definitely got it. So he's brilliant.
Well, here you are at Whilton Mill, and you're in the driving seat, not holding the spanners. So tell us, you must be looking forward to racing again.
Oh yeah, we've not been in the seat since Wigan. It's just nice to be back in the seat. To be honest with you, just nice weekend away with the parents, and just looking forward to it, especially with the 3-day event as well. Like you certainly get your money's worth of it. So.
Yeah, so not a team of mechanics around your TKM kart, is there? Just you and your dad fettling it?
Yeah, just me and my dad. It has been since I was racing 12 years ago, so I just find it the nicest way, just spending time. So,
is Whilton Mill a track that you're familiar with?
Yeah, I've done it quite a bit over the years. Still I'd probably say one of the most challenging, I'd say. But yeah, I've done it sort of regularly for the past few years. So yeah, I do enjoy it. We're very physical and technical as well. So.
Whilton Mill as a track it's renowned for close racing, which brings drama and incident. And this weekend is all about the win. So what's it going to take?
I think it's just sticking with a pack. If you can stick with a pack and keeping the slipstream, then you've always sort of got a chance. And then take your opportunities while you can. Really, with the TKMs being so close engine-wise, it's just about being in that pack. And then just taking your opportunities where you can. Really. So
where will Joe Jacks be happy with come Sunday afternoon?
I'll be happy in that pack. I'll be happy to be in that lead pack, basically. But yeah. And anything else is a bonus. So
yeah. Great to have you back. Best of luck with Carling Motorsport for the rest of the season, and best of luck this weekend, Joe. Thanks for joining us.
Really appreciate it.
Afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to Whilton Mill. Oh, my goodness.
Good
Are you ready for this, everybody?
Well, we've had everything so far, haven't we?
Yeah, absolutely. I did say that coming into this NKC All Plate, it was going to be full of incident and drama. Well, we've had incident and drama of the like I didn't expect. But we've sorted that out. We've had a bit of track maintenance going on before we get things underway, so we apologise for the slight delay. We've got the first of our B finals. Now, it's Junior Rotax B final, of which we have 6 drivers, only 4 of which will qualify through to the A final coming up later. So it's all about that 4th and 5th place. At the moment, Freddie Theobald and Harvey Williams are on the front row. Byron Scott Simmons and Ellis Warlock are on row 2. Then we've got Lewis Crocker. He's on the edge of that qualification, with Abdurrahman Sheikh alongside in 6th place. We've lost Curtis Latimer. I hope you get well soon, Curtis. I know you've got a bit of a slight injury that you've pulled out on. But right now, Nick, we're about to get underway. We have got a quarter of 6, 4 to qualify. Here we go.
Oh, yeah.
It's all about the win.
It's all about the 4th, actually, this one.
Yeah.
It's not about the win.
It's not about the win, actually.
It's not about the win, no. Your catchphrase no longer applies. And they're off, and they're running in the first of our B finals at the O Plate, and they sweep into the void. No. Oh. Yeah, they didn't get too close to the raised drain, which is now screwed down by 7 hefty screws. Lovely break by the red and white car, which I assume is Harvey Williams. And the fact of the top 4th, we've got a microscopic gap now towards 5th. So...
yeah, it is Harvey Williams in the 22 through Ashby first. Then the rest of the field. First 4. Look at that. Already we've got somebody gesticulating. I think that's Ellis Warlock in 2nd place, telling the driver behind, come on, let's work together. Let's work together. And
Let's
work
not
together
bother.
is not what we're doing. The 64 there, Freddie Theobald. He's currently 3rd in that blue and yellow car. It's the one behind him, the purple one. That's, I think, Byron Scott Simmons, the number 6. No, it's Abdurrahman Sheikh. He's the final qualifier, and already
dropping the other 2. Dropping Crocker.
Yeah.
Dropping Byron Scott Simmons.
He is.
As the lead of this changes, and the all-silver cart of Ellis Warlock in the 99 cart. Yep, he's got a flake on that. Comes in.
So that purple and white cart there, Abdurrahman Sheikh, is the last qualifier for the year final. He's for the final 2 rows of the grid. Now, okay, you could argue, we've been saying it's the All Plate, it's all about the win. But sometimes it's all about just being there and being part of the event. Mm-hmm. And if you've had a bad day, you've come into this with, and I've been to places where I knew I had no chance of winning, Nick. I was, didn't have the pace. And it's just part of being part of this event. And that's what these 4 drivers now that are in those 4 qualifying positions, that's what they want to do. They want to be part of the A final coming through.
Byron Scott Simmons there making a move on, or trying to make a move on Lewis Crocker. Oh, needs to change the timing method. Hang on a second. Can you talk for a second?
Yeah, of course I can. The gap, by the way, to between Abdurrahman Sheikh and Lewis Crocker was 1.3 seconds across the line. Lewis Crocker and Byron Scott Simmons, not quite, about 4/10 the difference. 48.5 for Scott Simmons, so he's only a couple of tenths off the times of Sheikh.
What I will say is, if you want to get yourself a lot of TV time, start badly but stay 4th. So you have a bad qualifying, then come 4th in the B final. Look at this; it's like non-stop. Number 16 all over the screen.
Yeah,
you got a hood on.
No, I think that's a neck brace.
He's racing in a hoodie.
No, he's not racing.
There's a woman walking past us who's got the most marvellous deportment.
That really works on television, that.
No, I'm just saying, you know how occasionally there's things that walk past the you see dogs, and you see this, and you see that, and you see racing monkeys. There's a lady, she's, I don't know, probably about 45, and she's got the most marvellous deportment. It's a completely non-statement about anything apart from she's got a fab. It's just,
right,
honestly.
So things are settling down there. Shall I get her in? Do you want to talk about it?
I can't really talk about deportment.
Does she do yoga? Your wife's a yoga teacher.
Well, no, exactly.
Is that why you notice that sort of
Yes,
thing?
yes. I get pointed out how people hold themselves.
Yes.
I'd like to make out that as that comment before I get in trouble. It's good. All right, we know. I'm being heckled by the producer. We'll keep going. I've had my first segue of the day.
Yeah, I think we'll stop there.
Here we go, 4th and 5th together.
We've got that. That's because Byron Scott Simmons, who is quicker, proved to be quicker than Lewis Crocker, has now moved up onto the rear bumper of the number 16. So Sheikh really needs to get to grips with this number 16 kart that he's really driving with some aplomb sideways on the exit. It's never perhaps the quickest way, but Abdul Rahman is doing all he can. Byron Scott Simmons on the bright yellow kart. Is that a Roaf Racing kart? It is indeed Roaf Racing.
Oh, look at the inside, but no,
not
this time.
I think it's coming. I think Scott Simmons has a bit of pace.
Top 3 away. That's S. Warlock, Harvey Williams, and Freddie Theobald.
Well,
Abdul Rahman, no.
He's the drag up the Christmas corner. Scott Simmons brakes slightly later, but just not enough to make that move, and almost going side by side through Inkermans.
Adult Rowan wasn't on the right line for the run down from Inkermans to Ashby, but didn't see Byron Scott Simmons was able to take advantage of it. He could have really cut back and trying to go up the inside. I think he's looking for a clean move. I think he probably has the same confidence that he can get past. He's waiting for a nice clean move. But
yeah, a little bit of oversteer there through the boot. Once again, he's got a bit of acceleration, and I think this is going to go all the way at the flag, because Byron Scott Simmons, who is quicker, he just hasn't got. He's not quick enough.
He's got the drive this time.
He's got the drive.
Yes.
Abdul Rahman Sheikh moves to the left, and Byron Scott Simmons moves through.
Nice cutback by Sheikh.
That was all about coming out of crooks, wasn't it? Keeping your foot in, carrying all those revs all the way up that long straight, because you need as much power as you can get. That's quite a steep hill towards Christmas.
And already they're now breaking away.
Got a great battle for the lead with the 3 leaders coming through the final turn, as Byron Scott Simmons there takes control of that final qualifying position. Let's jump forward, Paul, if we can, to the 3 leaders: Ellis Warlock, Harvey Williams, and Freddie Theobald. Here they go.
All over the
it's
shop,
a ding-dong. Okay, lads, you know you qualified, but it's who qualifies where.
Well,
and the glory of having their picture taken by Gaz Bury.
Well, you say that
on the Facebook page.
Yeah, that is a big. It's like winning, isn't it? All about the winning. But the thing about it is that you don't qualify if someone punts you off and you're sitting in the grass, or you punt yourself off.
This is what I mean. Steady, boys.
Realistically, they are racing, and as you say, this is a fun race for them. It's they're not going to win the A final from the back of the grid unless there's a typhoon or something happens and sweeps the top 30 carts off the track. So if you enjoy this now, and just drifting round the line, all 3 of them come back
side
swinging.
By side, 3 wide. That's not. Too wide into crooks. Thankfully, they sort themselves out for the exit.
Freddie Theobald.
On the grass.
No, you don't break on that.
Yes, but Theobald found himself being squeezed. He wasn't quite alongside, was he? He's going to have to be careful there. Carried momentum.
Most amazing thing, he actually has some grip in the grass. I don't. So some of these two the iRacing developers
got
him.
22,
got him.
Sliding wide.
Got him. Yeah.
Freddie Theobald taking advantage coming out of Ashby.
Ellis Warlock has taken advantage of both of them by pulling away.
Yeah, because these two have been squabbling, wheels on the grass, going wide on curbs. All of that will slow you down.
Yeah, the wheels on the grass go round and round, but don't widen your full momentum.
We're inside the final minute, but at 56 seconds, these guys are lapping in 46s, so it's going to be 2 more laps after this one. Up towards Christmas, Theobald coming back. It was Theobald that started on the pole position in that bright yellow and blue kart. The Roaf Racing driver, I think that's Roaf Racing. My eyes don't deceive me. It's
those colours.
They're
very, very lively colours and very similar.
Yeah, I don't think it is though.
This flory yellow and blue disease has to be stamped out in karting.
I know. Give us a bit of.
There's green. There's
orange.
There's red.
We've got quite a few orange and red karts.
There's deep blue. There's magenta. There's all these other colours you could use.
Battle for the lead, beginning to heat up. Freddie Theobald has found his composure. The karts come right back to him. It'll be the 1 lap to go board next time by. Look at that. Ellis Warlock having to defend into Christmas. Now then, there's no doubt about it that Freddie Theobald. Now these 3 have qualified. These 3 are into the A final. There's no quibble here. I'm going to take a look at that nose cone of the number 64. That looks as though it's dropped. So Theobald needs to have 5 seconds, which he has. Abdul Rahman Sheikh, 9.8 seconds behind. 1 lap to go. Ellis Warlock leads into the final lap of the...
Do the calm heads come on now?
Junior,
or is that picture with Gaz just too alluring?
It is. Ellis Warlock's heading towards getting his picture in Facebook as the B final winner of Junior Rotax, if he can maintain that position. Meanwhile, Freddie Theobald will qualify also for the A final, along with Harvey Williams and Byron Scott Simmons. Abdurrahman Sheikh has learnt a big lesson there. He learnt a lot in those early laps of just doing all he could, trying his best. Oh, and there's Theobald coming back at Warlock, and another little nudge on the rear bumper through the boot. And there's the picture. There's the picture. Ellis Warlock takes the B final win. Freddie Theobald finishes in second. Harvey Williams third, and the final qualifier into the A final, just crossing the line now. Byron Scott Simmons, there's Abdul Sheikh crossing the line, and then our final runner in Junior Rotax is indeed Lewis Crocker. Well done to those youngsters. We'll see them in the A final.
So only a couple of people have their days ended. So it's everyone else. It's all to play for in the O final, because O final on the O plate, because it's all about the win, as we know.
Did you just say the O final?
The O final.
It's been
O final. Yes, already.
So, B final for Junior Rotax complete. Senior Rotax 162's B final coming next. And we've got 8 qualifiers, but only 7 karts I know for a fact will be taking part in this, as Andy Ambrose, the number 55, has pulled out. He had a big knock yesterday. Took part in the warm-up this morning. Still too battered and bruised. And he pulled out. He pulled out
very wise and mature decision, I think. He's always keen to carry on going, keep going, and go, no.
And Andy's been a big part of the Junction 6 NKC. He knows he's got to get fit for the next round. He'll always he'll also hopefully be a big part of our Autumn Cup at Warden Law.
That's right, the Autumn Cup Warden Law. There'll be all sorts of information about over the socials. Look out, and we'll be on the Karting Live page, it'll be on the NKC Drivers page, it'll be on the car, and we're going to. I'm even doing a video to give you the information to do it with.
We might have to put some lead on his car so he runs in the 177 class, but I'm sure they'll sort that out. I'm sure we'll sort that out for Andy. Right then.
Take some lead out of me so I can run the 177.
Who we got? Yeah, I'd love to be able to take some lead off me to run at 177. Matt Lewin on the pole position, Sam Mee alongside. Michael Goodburn is on row 2 with Marcus King. And then we've got Tom Patterson with Mohammed bin Mahfouz
just
on that third row. Again. And have we got 6, have we? So I'm not sure who we got. Right, so we are missing Jack Hayes Roberts and Andy Ambrose. I thought we would. So another 6-kart race, another all about 4th and 5th, the battle. That's the final qualifier. So right in that frame right now, Tom Patterson, Sam Mee, Marcus King and Mohammed bin Mahfouz. Here we go, we get things underway. Oh, it's a great start from the 36, blimey. Matt Lewin. Just around the outside.
Space there.
You what, sorry?
The guy in the 4th just moved into space that wasn't there and suddenly it appeared as he shuffled his way into oblivion.
Oh, Marcus King round the outside and into second there. Great move by the youngster. Marcus King finds himself in second place. Oh, and side by side through Ashby.
There's contact there with
Tom Patterson and Sam Mee there coming together, tripping over. I've got a red flag, did I hear? From?
No. Someone said red flag in the background. Sorry about
that. No. Yeah. Don't say red.
Someone said behind. Said it, didn't they?
Definitely.
There is no red flag. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 karts trolling along the main back straight.
So 1 lap completed, Nick. Matt Lewin, Marcus King, Tom Patterson, Mohammed bin Mahfouz, Michael Goodburn and Sam Mee. Now the gap between bin Mahfouz, who is the final qualifier, is 3/10. Let's call that 4. That's number 82 there.
Now
of 62
Sam
and Michael
still
Goodburn.
Running? Or have we lost one? No, we've lost one out of 5.
Lost Sam Mee.
So
right.
There's only 5 karts running for 4 spots. At this point, not qualifying is a little bit embarrassing.
Well, you know, you've still got to finish 4th.
Yes, but I'm saying it's like there's an 80% chance you'll get through.
So there's the 62, Michael Goodburn.
He is in 5th.
Yeah, he's in 5th place. He needs to catch Mohammed bin Mahfouz.
He's got a very relaxed style, hasn't he?
He has, yeah. Yeah, very generous of movement there, which is exactly what you've got to do.
He's got a deranged Nassau panel as well, which is slightly worrying. It's slightly to the cock on the left.
So Matt Lewin leads, Marcus King second. Looking comfortable, those two. Tom Patterson equally so. And if anything, Mohammed bin Mahfouz looking equally comfortable in fourth.
Do you think Mohammed bin Mahfouz... I better not say this. I was going to say that we'd probably get me in trouble if I won't say it.
Well, Michael Goodburn...
Just his number 666, that's all.
Well, the number of...
Exactly. I just wondered if Mohammed bin Mahfouz, I'm assuming that Mohammed, therefore, is almost certainly Muslim. I'm one of these trolling evangelical Christians by being 666.
Here we go. Tom Michael Goodburn catching. Bin Mahfouz, they're alongside. It was all about momentum through Crooks. He's alongside into the braking area. Who's going to sit it out? Bin Mahfouz has to slot in behind. So a change for the final qualifier. It's Michael Goodburn who now moves up to fourth place. And that number 666 of Bin Mahfouz is now our fifth place kart and the first of the non-qualifiers. I was about to say, Nick, he was looking very comfortable.
I don't think his kart's handling very well, to be honest.
No, it seems to have gone off a bit, doesn't it? We've only had 3 minutes of this B final, so whether or not... Oh, I mean, he's got no grip, has he?
Ouch.
He's got no grip.
Has he pressured his tyres all wrongly?
Possibly. Yeah, possibly. The tyres have just gone. Yeah, the car was great there.
So he started too high. It would have been good early on, and they just got too hot, too big, and then he just gone.
Yes, that's exactly what's happened there. We'll give him some camera time, though.
Yeah, why not?
He's here at the All Plate.
I'm not. Well, I am, but I'm just talking about it.
And he's no doubt enjoying driving.
When did the O-plates... Have O-plates always happened, or was it like a recent, last 15 years sort of thing?
No. It's been around since I was karting. The O-plate was a big thing. Remember when we did the British Championship, the MSU?
Yeah, that was it. That was the O-plate Rotax, wasn't it?
Yeah. That was the Rotax classes, wasn't it? And you had Joe Taylor coming out of retirement and taking the O-plate in 177s, purely because it was wet on slicks. And he's been driving around that track since he was 5, which he wasn't even allowed to do at that age.
And it was shut for some of the years.
Yeah, we had no competition car there for some of the years. But he's now 30 odd, and he's been driving there since he was 5.
So he knows the way around then.
All about the wet line, knows where the grip was for sure. But the O-plate's been a big part of karting. It was, at one point, the O-plate was.
Let's go back to the front. Let's look at the top three, because it's not really happening behind at the moment. So let's go back to the front.
Well, they come through that, and look at that, Marcus King.
He's drifting 26.
Well, that's because he hit the curve on the inside. He doesn't want to be doing that.
That must have hurt. They're very young, fit men with rib protection, but it didn't hurt. It would hurt if I'd done it.
Getting very, very ragged there is Marcus King, and he puts a wheel on the dirt there. He needs to be careful here, Nick. He's qualified for the year final, but Marcus King getting very ragged indeed and almost losing out to Tom Patterson there. He needs to perhaps compose himself a bit more. He was right on the back bumper of Matt Lewin, and now that he settles down, he's pulled away a little bit from Tom Patterson. So, Matt Lewin leading this B final. Marcus King right on his tail. They've pulled away from Tom Patterson now. 2.5 minutes remaining.
First and second nailed together. You can't get in old-fashioned times. You wouldn't be able to get a cigarette paper between them. I'm not sure what the modern thing is now. No one's allowed to smoke roll-ups.
Yeah.
You can't get a single page of 80 grain A4 paper between them.
You know what? This is looking a bit spicy with 2 minutes to go. I'm pretty sure these three will know that they've qualified. It's just now bragging on us, isn't it? Getting your face in Facebook.
Do you know what the GSM means in paper weights?
No.
Grams per square metre.
Oh, that's lovely. Yeah, comes in really useful in karting, huh?
Well, look, when the race isn't quite so dramatic, I think we can be like the BBC in form and everything else.
Yes. Well, it might not be dramatic for you, but it's certainly looking dramatic for these three. Matt Lewin crossing the line 2/10, and now there Marcus King moves to the outside.
With the snake there on the
braking.
braking.
Needs to be careful here. He's going to be seen to be driving overly defensive if he's not careful. Moving across to the right, then feinting across to the left. Some officials perceive that and interpret that in a different way to other officials, and depends who you've got on the day.
And how official they are.
Yes, and what their thoughts are of defensive driving. Matt Lewin You know what? They're driving very, very quickly. These three boys. Mohammed bin Mahfouz back into 4th place, by the way.
Oh no! What's happened here? No, he's not.
No, he's not. He is on the screen.
That's very weird, isn't it?
He is on the
Oh,
screen.
there's a timing. Hang on, let me reset the timing.
Right, good. Yeah, that wasn't right. So Michael Goodburn is still the final qualifier. Inside the final minute then, and it's Matt Lewin with Marcus King so close you could pitch a tent over them, and he's remained that way for the last couple of laps. Time ticking by if he wants to take the win, and Matt Lewin dancing around in that kart, left and right, making it very, very wide indeed. Marcus King struggling to... Now this is where Marcus King has momentum. He's far enough back at Oblivion, through Crook now. He's got momentum, but he's just broke the toe a bit, hasn't he? Yes, he has to slot in. And then not that far away, Nick, was Tom Patterson.
Yeah, I was wondering whether Patterson's interested in this, or he's just going, I'm fine in the final. Or he's actually concerned about anything. My feeling is he's probably just going to keep watching briefing if he ends up first because they've fallen off, great. If not, whatever.
Oh, Marcus King, I thought he was going to have a look there.
They'd be saving their tyres, wouldn't you? Just trolling around.
Well, they might be.
I mean, obviously they are going to get a picture from Gaz, obviously, which is amazing.
Yeah. Oh, again, into the boot for the penultimate time. It's going to be 1 lap to go aboard next time by. And Marcus King has momentum out of the boot, doesn't he? Almost tripping over Matt Lewin.
92.
The 92, they're tripping over Matt Lewin, and that's bringing Tom Patterson back in. If these three are not careful, none of them might be in the A final. Last of the late breakers, Matt Lewin hangs on to the lead through the kink, and then Inkermans over the curb. Down into Ashby, he defends. Across the curbing there, down towards Parker, the left-hander. Absolutely nose to tail, these two. No doubt about it. Marcus King finding it tricky to keep his front bumper off that rear bumper of Lewin. Side by side into the boot.
And a bumper drop would have.
Can he do the switchback? Can Marcus King do the switchback? They make contact.
If he gets the bumper drop, he's out.
Yeah, that's right. Well, he might not be. Well, let's see what the finishing positions are. Matt Lewin takes the win. 1/10 of a second in it. Marcus King second. Then we've got Tom Patterson, Michael Goodburn, and then 4.5 seconds behind Lewin is Mohammed bin Mahfouz. Sam Mee, we lost at the start. So the provisional qualifiers, I'm going to say that because I'm not sure about that nose.
There's a lot of nibbling going on.
Yeah, there was
nose nibblation.
It wasn't deliberate. He was kind of tripping over the Matt Lewin, but Matt Lewin drove a cracking race there to keep them back. He everything he knew to keep people behind him. So Matt Lewin, Marcus King, Tom Patterson, Michael Goodburn are the provisional qualifiers into the A final of the senior Rotax field. We've got our B final coming up next for the Rotax 177s. We've got 19 karts in this one, so this is going to be really, really interesting. Alfie Lawrence on the pole, Billy Clark alongside, Jack Goodyear and Tom Thompson are on row 2. We then got Stuart Dixon and Steve Stewart on row 3. Row 4 is Seb Bulpin and Adrian Smith. We've then got Nicholas Walker and Tom Eldridge. Matt Ogden and Will Milner share row 6. Row 7 is Cameron Marston and Brian McCready. We've got Mark Gilly and Paul Giles on row 8. Simon Pugh and Colin Campbell on row 9. And then rounding off 19 karts is Alistair Cunningham.
Sweeping round Christmas corner as they trundle round for the start of this. So how many starts have we got? 11 starters.
19 qualified, only 10 have come out. Yeah. So who have come out? Billy Clark, Jack Goodyear, Stuart Dixon, Seb Bulpin, Steve Stewart, Nicholas Walker, Adrian Smith, Will Milner, Tom Eldridge, Cameron Marston. It's not like a championship round where there's points to be had for where you finish in the B final.
Come out, wouldn't you? No, I think there has been some damage.
Might have had a rubbish day.
There's some damage as well, isn't there? That sort of thing. So you might say, well, rather than risking more damage, or perhaps they're just trying to save their tyres for the Winter Championships and the Autumn Cup.
So it's Stuart Dixon, absolutely.
Save your tyres for the Autumn Cup. Yeah. At Warden Law. 10, 11, 12 November. But now it's the B final, the O Plate, Wilton Mill NKC. Sweeping through the First couple of corners now coming up the main straight towards Christmas Corner. It's a nice break by Goodyear. And what I like behind it, Jack Johnson was swerving around, basically fending off an invisible adversary because there's no one behind him. There's no one here.
That car's showing 46 on the front of that.
Is it the leader?
Yeah, 46. I haven't got 46 on the screen.
Is it 16?
Billy Clark.
Is it 16?
Billy Clark's not on there. Billy Clark's leading.
Oh, right, we've got one more.
On the Tony kart. Yeah, we've got 11.
All right.
So the screen graphic hasn't
still not
caught
showing
up to the timing screens yet. Oh, there's the 4. There's the 46 slowing down. Billy Clark. He led away at the start, and now he rolls to a halt.
And now he'll never be on the timing screen.
Yeah, that is a shame for
so
Billy
32
Clark.
of Thompson leads. I think a bad day just got worse for it, isn't it? It's obviously not been a great weekend, and now it's just all got a little bit worse. Oh, he's there now, at the back.
So 1, 2, 3, 4. The fourth place kart is where the action is, because that's the final qualifier. And the fourth place kart is Stuart Dixon on the 25.
Yeah, but fighting against Seb Bulpin as they went over the line. May have changed. We've got 9 runners now, and 2 have stopped, Billy Clark and Nicholas Walker. So the attrition is high in this B final. Now you can see them pulled off at the side of the road at one point there, just on the main straight. So there's yellow flags in the back straight at the moment. No overtaking.
And look at this. This is the battle for the final qualification position into the A final of the 177 Rotax field. And with 6.5 minutes remaining, no way of calling this one. And alongside has gone Seb Bulpin. Oh, and a 3 wide. Will Milner on the 49. Will Milner down the inside of both of them, and he will take 4th spot.
And he's got some. He
had I don't know what happened there. Was that?
He got a punt.
Not really sure what happened there. Massive sideways moment.
Yeah, I don't think they've got enough power to do that, have they? Not in the dry. No. But Will Milner is gapping them with ease immediately in the orange card. Got through. Here he goes. And obviously what he wants to do is catch up to the groups in front of him, so he can be not the last person in the bumper position, but someone who's got at least a bit of a cushion. There he is.
He's got a reasonable cushion there, hasn't he? He's pulled out. However, Seb Bulpin, who has proved to be quick, now moves on to his rear bumper. So Will Milner cannot relax at all. He's going to have to keep that pressure on himself to keep those lap times coming. We've still got 5 minutes of this B final left.
So how come Will just lost his entire lead now?
Who's that, sorry?
Will Milner just lost his entire lead on one corner.
Yeah, he did, yeah.
And then Seb Bulpin's back with him again.
Well, I think Seb Bulpin certainly had the pace to catch Stuart Dixon. And in the process of overtaking, that's when Will Milner joined the party. So I think Bulpin's got pace. It's now, again, 3 minutes in. We're seeing optimum tyre pressures, which were targeted. When you set the tyre pressures, you're targeting this point in the race. And that's where we're at right now. And Bulpin, after you've said that, Nick, is dropped back.
No, back again. He appears to be faster around the Christmas Corner complex. And down Inkermans. And now he's right behind here. Right behind. Oof. And in fairness, Milner made a right pig's breakfast of that braking situation, but he kept it in line, just about. Kept rolling forward. But they're both gaining on Steve Stewart in 3rd. So it's not necessarily all is lost for both these drivers. It's not like one or none. And we come around through the boot, and once again, Milner's a little bit further ahead of Bulpin and a little bit closer to Steve Stewart. But I think that's all going to close back up again at different parts of the track.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it, where we've got different performance levels. As Milner now looks like he's going to challenge Steve Stewart and really sort of take the pressure off. That being in that 4th place is where the pressure is. It's the pressure position. It's the last qualifying position for the year final. Come through Ashby. Oh, almost side by side. Do they slow each other up? There's a change.
Do.
There is a change there, Nick.
And there's a second change.
He's gone through.
And he's unchanged again. And again, what are you doing? And what's happened is Steve Stewart's got away as they both passed and repassed each other.
Yeah.
Absolutely marvellous news for Steve Stewart. And really, what are you doing to the Milner and Bulpin team? I know Milner's just holding on to his bump-up place. Bulpin's one sitting there going, come on, mate. We could both get him. We could both qualify. We could both be on that O final. We could both be in a chance of winning, because winning is all that matters. Joe now having an argument with the chair, which is quite
I'm in
interesting.
the sun and it's burning the back of my head. I'm indoors as well.
I know. We could lower that thing a bit more.
Oh, what's going on there?
I don't know.
What's going on
They're
there?
waving to the pass and through and stuff.
I know. I have no idea what happened to Will Milner there.
Just waved him through.
Maybe he knew he'd lost momentum and that Bolton was going to come through. He kind of knew he made a mistake at Ashby, I think it was. And that's allowed Bolton through. He knew he was going to lose out there. So Will Milner slaps his own head.
It's a big position to give away, isn't it?
Yeah, it absolutely is.
And now he's came back at him again.
Yes, so he's going to have another bash, which is cracking stuff.
Yeah, but I don't understand. We're not racing. We don't know what's going on. Perhaps he wasn't coming together. Perhaps he thought he was going to get himself a penalty. Who knows? And so he thought he'd better let it go. I don't think Milner's kart is braking particularly well, to be honest.
Right.
It does appear to be constantly sideways under brakes, where most of the rest of the karts are sticking in line. And interestingly, Bolpin's gapping Milner with ease now. We've got 3 laps to go across the line.
So yeah, there doesn't seem to be Will Milner. I've shown that to Wilner. Will Milner has dropped back off the rear bumper of Seb Bulpin and not able to really make any kind of attempt at getting back on terms. He's about 3/10 off last time by, 3/10 off the. In fact, if anything, Milner is dropping back towards into the clutches of Cameron Marston. Marston running through in 6th, Tom Eldridge 7th, Stuart Dixon dropping.
He's gone out. He's gone out.
He's got a problem.
I think it's a braking problem.
Yeah, he's got some issue there, hasn't he?
I think Milner has a braking issue. I mean, it might be, whether it is an issue. So let's move forward. He's really now massively competitive, I don't think. I think Bolpin's got a couple of seconds over 4th as into retirement goes the unlucky Will Milner.
Well, Will's all-plate meeting is over. He'll be packing up the van or the truck or whatever, and hopefully he's enjoyed his time here at Wilton Mill. It's
now with the 3rd and 4th, it's Slowwood and Bolpin. Closest 2 karts on the track. They both are bumping up. They're both qualifying through to the main O-plate final.
Yeah, Tom Thompson is still leading this one. Jack Goodyear, a couple of tenths behind. Steve Stewart, 3.5 seconds behind them on the number 155. And then we've got Seb Bulpin about a second back. In fact, that's them there. The 155 is Steve Stewart in 3rd. Seb Bulpin, the kart, second in that picture. Cameron Marston just coming into the background there. 0 time on the clock means it will be the 1 lap to go board next time by.
So Bolpin doesn't appear to be that bothered about getting past Stewart because he knows they're both qualifying. And an accident would mean that neither of them will qualify. Big gap back to the new 5th place man and the first non-qualifier, which is Cameron Marston in the 64 kart. And you've got Adrian Smith, Stuart Dixon, and then Tom Eldridge, who are the last of the only 8 karts actually running at the moment. Due the no-shows and the disappointments and the breakdowns.
Well, the 177s will be the class that rounds off the meeting, will be the final O-plate that we'll be competing for later on this afternoon. With 1 more lap of racing in this B final, these 2 are the final 2 qualifiers. They'll qualify on the back of the grid of the 177s. So their race weekend isn't over yet. Tom Thompson, Jack Goodyear, Steve Stewart and Seb Bulpin will have to regroup, have a look at their karts, check things over, make sure everything's where it should be, and then go off and have another enjoyable. And the finals, remember, Nick, 12 minutes in 1 lap.
12 minutes in 1 lap.
Yeah, an extra 4 minutes of racing for these guys.
6 finals with the KZ, is that right?
Say that again?
6 finals with the KZ, isn't it?
Is 1, 2, yes, 6 clear finals.
And we will talk to the winner of the O-plate after every one of them with our new improved interviewer, Gaz Bury.
Yeah, it's something we can do at Wilton Mill for the technicals and the geography of the place.
Gaz is 2 paracetamols away from being absolutely...
Shall we press record?
Yes! Press record.
Can I just say how wonderful I am for remembering that?
Yeah, but it wasn't either, was it?
That concludes the B finals. That's what I can say to you now. Now then, this is what it's all about, Nick.
What, me pressing record?
No. Paul, could you do me a favour and just put that behind me?
Paul, can you do me a favour and bring
Put
my
that
coffee back?
behind me.
Paul, can you do me a favour and mow my lawn?
We have got the first O-plate up for grabs now, Nick.
We're experienced O-platers.
Yeah,
This
we
is
are.
our
This is our third.
O-plate meeting, yeah.
This is
The
where it all
O-plate
began.
is-
This is where the relationship began.
It
began
did,
with NKC,
but that was
isn't
100
it?
UK at the time, wasn't it? And NKC was kind of guesting with 100 UK for their O-plate.
Oh, it was the other way around, was it?
Yeah.
All right, okay.
Remarkably, the reason we got this is because the people who live here had no capacity.
That's right. They were too busy.
Yeah.
Great
Well,
stuff.
that's going to cost them at the end.
Right.
Or not.
Mini Max. It's not about you, Nick.
I know it's not about me.
Mini Max.
Mini-mix. First up.
Sonny Morgan on the
Favourite.
pole position.
Adrian Dixon. He's up quick.
Andrew Dixon even.
Adrian is his brother who's ghosting for him.
Harris Roberts and Daniel Hartley are on row 2. Eddie Stewart and Lucy Lovell are on row 3. Max Carlton, Daniel Parsons are on row 4. And rounding off what should be a 9-car grid is Riley Thatcher. However, I believe we've only got 7 out there, Nick. Sonny
Yep.
Morgan, Andrew Dixon, Daniel Hartley, Harris Roberts, Lucy Lovell, Eddie Stewart and Max Carlton.
Yep, the attrition of the weekend has paid on a few of these karts. And we are short of a couple of drivers. Here we come, rolling into the start of the race, and they're off and running, and it's a clean start. And looking into oblivion, it does like Sonny Morgan's maybe up the inside. I'm not
No,
sure
he
if
hasn't.
Andrew's got it.
Andrew
They
Dixon's
always
got
pushed
it.
him very wide out there. They
have.
came through.
They're 3 wide, Nick. Daniel Hartley, Sonny Morgan and Andrew Dixon 3 wide into Christmas corner. They sort themselves out, or do they? Is that Eddie Stewart there in 4th getting in the mix?
Yeah, there's a
We'll
few.
see when it sorts itself out in the infield.
And now looking for a gap there immediately is the 26 kart of
It's Harris Roberts.
Harris Roberts. Yeah, absolutely.
Harris Roberts has flew through from, where was he? Started on the
4th, I think.
second row.
Yeah,
4th place. Right, so he's got a bit of a gap, a couple of karts lengths. Dixon has Sonny Morgan down the inside at the
Oh!
boot, and contact already.
And that's
And
their
that
O-plate gone.
Is their O-plate over. Sonny Morgan, who came into this final as the favourite, and a move there has not come off. It's a battle now between Harris Roberts and Eddie Stewart on the 45.
So what happened? Just very aggressive young drivers. The 2 favourites, the 25 and the 27, come together and open up the O-plate to the entire field, because unless there's a red flag and they regroup, there's no way they'll catch that back up again.
They've resumed. They've pulled on.
Well, a
They've pulled back on.
different red flag causation. So
I
there
see
they
what you
go.
mean.
Right, so leading now, it's the
Harris Roberts.
Harris Roberts in the 43 car, blue with a bit of purple, blue helmet. Now he has a nice, comfortable lead, well, comfortable-ish lead over the new and greatly improved commentator, Eddie Stewart. Now, Stewart, this is his chance. This is his chance. He needs to get his head down, forget anything, and just drive the race of his life to become the O-plate champion. But behind him, Daniel Hartley is also thinking, hang on a second, the 2 favourites are out. This is fantastic. This is Max Verstappen and Sergio Perez crashing on the first lap. And now, suddenly, somebody else can win a race.
Yeah, and Daniel Hartley is agreeing with you, Nick, because the number 63 is all over the back of Eddie Stewart, who likewise all over the back of Harris Roberts. Taking a watching brief, as we call it, is Lucy Lovell in 4th with Max Carlton glued to her. But this 3-car battle for the lead, remember, 12 minutes is the duration, 12 minutes and 1 lap. They concertina up and come together at the boot. Still 9.5 minutes of this to go. Anything can happen here, Nick, anything.
I've got a name for you. Sonny Morgan on the way back. Absolutely driving. He gained 9/10 of a second that lap.
Well, he's still not as quick as Andrew Dixon, because he's doing 46.9, 47 dead for Sonny Morgan. So slightly quicker as Andrew Dixon, gaining ground.
But he's 2 seconds behind up the inside. So these 3, they got a nice time. Unfortunately, the fact that it's 12 minutes, not 8, could be what Sonny Morgan needs to get himself back in the show after the accident on lap 1. And up the inside now, is that a change of position? They switched back a bit of tyre action.
They went side by side through Parker. These 2 battling, Stewart and Hartley, going side by side through corners. You'll notice Harris Roberts is saying, thanks boys, He's
gone.
rubbing his hands.
I'm gone.
He's rubbing his hands because he can continue optimising every corner while these two squabble. And also, all the time they're squabbling, that's bringing Lucy Lovell into it, Max Carlton into it, and Sonny Morgan back in.
Morgan gained half a second on the lead. The problem Morgan's got is he's got 4 karts between himself and the leader.
That's going to be a big ask, Nick, even with the longer duration of the A finals. It's a big ask for Sonny Morgan to have that off and then have it and catch Harris Roberts. It's not about it's not about finishing on the podium. It's about finishing in first and carrying the O plate forward. Down the inside has gone Hartley.
Yeah.
Hartley round it down the inside. Lovell. A big off there.
That
Lovell.
Was, and Stewart as well.
Stewart.
Unfortunately, let's see that one again.
And that was Stewart. He went wide, didn't he?
Yeah,
he went pushed wide. Lovell took advantage, but Eddie Stewart was sideways.
Yeah, and he came back underneath
sideways,
it.
Yeah.
That's the definition of racing incident, I would say.
Yeah, I think
so.
But
the thing about that is, Sonny Morgan gets 2 free passes.
He does. Now he's on the back of Max Carlton. Max Carlton behind Daniel Hartley. Daniel Hartley behind Harris Roberts. It's Harris Roberts there, the purple card. The other purple
3
card
and 4 is where we need
Daniel
to be,
Hartley.
with the black cart and then the cart behind him, which is Sonny Morgan on his way back after that first lap kerfuffle. He now has to close down the 15 of Max Carlton. But there is a point you make about this, that Andrew Dixon actually also isn't out of this.
No, he's not. Andrew Dixon's following Morgan through. And he's keep lapping slightly quicker than Sonny Morgan. So as Morgan's catching everybody, Dixon is catching everybody, including Sonny Morgan. So it's going to be quite dramatic. He's moving on to the back of the number 15 Max Carlton now, who's in 3rd place. Now Sonny Morgan, he's going to need to get past him very, very quickly. There's 7 minutes remaining in this All Plate final. 7 minutes, and then we crown the Minimax All Plate holder for 2023. Now Sonny Morgan, who started on pole, came into this final very much as the favourite to take this race. But as we know, 12 minutes and 1 lap is a long race for karting, and anything can happen. And it did. We had a very, very early incident. That's put Sonny Morgan and Andrew Dixon back down the field, and now the drama is whether Sonny Morgan, pole sitter, can catch the rest of the field and indeed catch Harris Roberts. Yeah. Harris Roberts, by the way, Nick, 1.2 second lead. He's lapping quicker and quicker each time by. 46.8 for Harris Roberts. Sonny Morgan, 46.5. Yeah, so only 0.3 every lap.
And he needs to go a bit more than that. At the moment, of course, his speed is being slightly limited psychologically by Carlton in front of him. Just a bit for housekeeping, both Eddie Stewart and Lucy Lovell unfortunately had to retire after they're coming together. Obviously, a bit of damage to both their karts, but they can enjoy the rest of the race in the sun. But now it's time really for Morgan to get going. He needs to take Carlton in double quick time. Is he going to try to? This is where it went wrong last time, but it's more circumspect, not trying to get up the inside of the cart going into the boot. Now can he dive in and take that inner line running to the pit bend? No, out on the rumble strip, driving now into oblivion, and they'll come up crook now. It must be a case where he's going to try and step out going into Christmas corner this lap.
Well, this is where he gathers momentum through crooks and then carries that speed all the way down to Christmas corner. He hasn't quite got the momentum to pull alongside on Max Carlton, so he's got to step in behind and stays there. And if anything, his progress has been stifled somewhat by Carlton, who's having his own race. And Max is as quick as anybody out there on the number 15. Max trying to catch Hartley trying to catch Roberts, and that gap to the leader has gone out to 1.7 seconds from Hartley.
Just got the favourite behind you doesn't mean you've got to let the favourite through, because you're on the same lap and you are scrapping. But Morgan, and he's, whoa, that's not going to do anything. That is not it. That will definitely be a penalty, and he's lost the place to 25 now. Interestingly, he's making the go, went up the inside. And bang, and round he goes.
Max Carlton just turned into him, didn't realise he was there. It's always poking your nose in is always, likely to cause that. And Sonny Morgan didn't really have a choice, really. He was very, very desperate to make ground, and that hasn't paid off, because Andrew Dixon, who's been the fastest kart on this track, is now moving forward and ahead of him. And it's Andrew Dixon's race to win now, if he can catch Hartley and Roberts.
Dixon didn't have the ground speed of Morgan, and Roberts is 4 seconds ahead of him with 4 minutes to go. There is Hartley in between. Morgan already was shaping up to see if he can get past Dixon, but it's a long way to go. But give Morgan his due. He's absolutely sending it 100%, or even more if it was possible. But it's there's been a couple too many incidents. It's just been a mucky race. It's been one of those situations where, he's probably going to sit back and think, But the problem he had was, Max Carlton had the speed on the straight. Max Carlton had a couple of extra miles an hour, and that meant that he couldn't get him in the more obvious places. Right. So he had to kind of go, right, I'll try that one in. But, I think Carlton didn't expect him to be there and came back across at the top end of the boot, and that was it.
Now, it was unfortunate. Dixon indicates to Sonny Morgan, let's work together and catch Daniel Hartley. They've got 4 seconds to make up in 3 minutes, and I think that's just too bigger ask. Harris Roberts, who remember had a stonking first lap and got into that lead. He hasn't inherited the lead, Nick. That was his.
No, he was leading, yeah.
27, that's Sonny Morgan. He's been black flagged for that one.
That means he has to pull in, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Was it black and white flag or black flag? Black flag. Oh, that's it. He's been disqualified.
He's been pulled in, hasn't he? For that move.
I think it's 2 moves, and he's been disqualified. Black and white flag is a warning for driver behaviour. Black flag is that's it. You have to stop.
So Sonny Morgan may see that next time by 2.5 minutes or so on the clock.
So that decision has been made. Black flag 27. That decision's been made for him.
Yeah, he'll see that now. His hand goes up. He's thinking, why?
He's probably thinking, I don't know. It's 2 incidents, isn't it?
2 incidents of contact, isn't it? So it's not our job to be judgmental on that. What we can tell you
is second and third is right together.
Dixon's right on Daniel Hartley. And the gap to the leader, 2.5 seconds. It's come down from 4 for Dixon. 2 minutes remaining, though. And he's got to get past Hartley. 27, Sonny Morgan needs to be careful here.
I'm not quite sure why he's doing this because he has acknowledged the black flag, which means he should pull it at the end of this lap. Why is he just going for it?
Well, he's not. He's not. He's going to be careful here.
And he'll get a big, if he doesn't pull in, there's going to be major issues. If he tries to argue the black flag, you can't argue a black flag.
No.
You have to come off the track. You have 3 laps to do it. That's the 3rd lap.
He's going to end up in trouble, and he doesn't want to incur the wrath of the NKC officials.
And there we go.
Down the inside.
Very well done.
Yeah, brilliant move from Dixon. Sonny Morgan's getting involved here, and he really shouldn't. He's got a black flag warning. He's got a black flag judgment, I should say. He should really be backing off and pulling into the pits, should the number 27. Harris Roberts...
Long way ahead. 2.7 seconds, minute 13 to go.
Into the boot now. So let's try and grab our all-plate leader. Just coming through the final turn now, Paul. That's him there. Great stuff. Ash.
Number 43.
Number 43.
Leading forward to get a little bit of extra aero help. 2.8 seconds his lead over Andrew Dixon in second.
There he goes up towards Christmas Corner. The final stages of this all-plate.
And has Morgan pulled in?
I believe he has.
Yeah,
I believe he has.
So that's it.
I'm glad he did that. He's a big part of the Junction 6 NKC.
Yeah. People get upset. I mean, he's probably very frustrated.
Yeah, absolutely. Here we go. Harris Roberts then. He's got a wobbly front fairing, hasn't he?
Blimey,
I'm not sure that's causing him too much
distress.
He's
not got a drop, has he? He hasn't got a 5-second penalty.
It doesn't look like
it.
It
looks okay, yeah.
I
can't think how he would have been. He's led the race the entire time. He's got one of his stays has failed the NASA panel. That's about it.
He's on his penultimate lap, Nick. He's heading towards the yaw plate. He just needs to keep it nice and tidy. He's still in the zone.
He was fast than Dixon that last lap by 2/10.
You know, you might think, well, why are you braking so late? Wait, he's in the zone. It's all about timing.
He's got to concentrate.
Yeah, he's keeping the focus up, isn't he? And he keeps that pace up because if he tries to slow down, he loses the rhythm. He looks behind and he can't really see anybody.
Don't relax like Edison did in Monaco's at 88. And don't wave at the crowd like Nigel Mansell did in 1990 in Canada. So, admittedly, both those were 20 years before he was born. But even so, that's you've got to give it 100% concentration until you've crossed the line, got the checkered flag, and are about to get the champagne and the adulation of the fans.
Yeah, one more lap for Harris Roberts. One more lap of NKC all-plate Minimax racing for this man, or this boy, Harris Roberts, as he goes through the right-hander at Inkermans and down the hill towards Ashby for the final time this weekend. It was a fantastic start for Roberts. Got off the line really well and found himself in the lead by the time we got onto the back straight and headed towards Christmas. And here he is towards the boot for the final time then. It's going to be Harris Roberts that has his picture in Facebook as the all-plate winner
Well done, Harris.
of the NKC in 2023. And he takes the win in very fine style. Well done to him. Andrew Dixon a fighting second. Daniel Hartley in third. Max Carlton, the final finisher, in fourth. Unfortunate occurrences, unfortunate incidents for what I can only describe as favourite going into the final, Sonny Morgan, and then that incident that took out Eddie Stewart and Lucy Lovell. Again, an unfortunate incident, one of those racing incidents. So that, you know what, Nick, that was the first of our all-plate finals. I mean, talk about drama and incident, that we only had 7 carts.
Yeah. But you know,
still,
you only need 2 carts to make a race, and if 4 of them hit each other, it's even better.
I mean, we knew it was all going to be about the intensity of the final, because it's all about the all-plate. So as the carts make their way into Park Fermé, we have got Gaz Bury down there, who will grab a word with Harris Roberts and get his side of the story. Bit of a lonely race, really. Yes. Once everybody started tripping over one another and fighting with one another, Harris Roberts had a whale of a time. But on saying that, it was his to lose, effectively. And we know how easy that is, don't we, Nick?
Yes, I've lost many a thing. Many a race.
Great stuff. Coming up next will be our senior TKM. And if you think the Minimax race was full of drama and incident, the rest of our finals are going to be equally so. There's no question in my mind that that's going to be the case. We've got the carts just pulling into Park Fermé now. Gaz Bury will be getting hold of Harris Roberts, and we got a great opportunity to chat to him.
Got a word?
Yeah. 12 minutes and 1 lap of absolute frantic drama. So more finals coming. This is the first award of the day, the Minimax all-plate.
I think there's some weighing going on as they make sure that Harris is within regulations.
Yeah, we just wait a few moments there while we get things
Not
sorted.
sure what Gaz is doing. Is he corralling as we speak?
Yes, hopefully.
He needs to point out, as I always do, that it's more important we're telly. We're telly, but we haven't got anyone on there yet. And we will have Gaz any second now.
Right, really has to grab him, doesn't he?
I think I can see Gaz frog marching a small child, actually, as we speak.
All right, okay. I'm sure there's no offences disclosed.
There we are. Let's make sure the microphone's on for Gaz. Okay, so when we get the thumbs up from Ash, we will go to you. Okay, and now down to Gaz with the winner, Harris Roberts.
Harris, what a race, mate. O-Plate champion. Tell us how it went for you from your point of view.
Off the start, I had a bit of a gap, and I just kept maintaining that after lap.
Yeah.
And no words, really.
It was a great job. Best place to be at the front there. There's a bit of carnage going on behind. You did well to get out there and stay out there. Top job, man.
Thank you.
Harris Roberts, O-Plate champion Minimax.
Thank you to Gaz there, and a very happy Harris. And that means we can now get on with the next race, Joe. Thanks, Ash.
Great stuff. You know what? A nice addition to our coverage of this all-play meeting.
And we'll get a backdrop for next time.
Well,
the breeze block and garage backdrop.
If we turn the camera around to take in the Park Fermé and all the action, which is what I suggested.
It didn't work for certain legal reasons.
Legal reasons?
Safety reasons.
All right. Okay. Safety reasons?
Yeah, there's stuff moving around. It's a long story, which I obviously could tell you, but... Well, basically just giving Ash more jobs, just the key point of all
My
this.
life is too short to listen to that sort of malarkey.
What's our next final then?
TKM.
Okie dokie.
Guess who's on pole?
Is it Charlie King?
Absolutely. 3 heat wins. You wouldn't have expected.
Charlie King came in and had a chat with us, saying he just wanted to know that Harvey Rolfe is his massive enemy is the wrong word, adversary in the British National Championship. So it's all
brilliant,
elbowy.
Brilliant. We're getting a rehearsal, are we?
Yeah.
It's bigger than that. So Charlie King on the pole position. Alongside him is Tom Johnson. Harvey Roff behind him. Mitchell Ball alongside on row 2. Joseph Jakes on row 3 with Jack Ransom alongside. Then we've got Alexander Lehman and Will Crugeen on row 4. Joseph Phillips and Olivia Jenkins are on row 5. Matthew Temple Purcell and Andrew Platt are on row 6. And we are releasing the senior TKMs from the collecting area. 12 minutes and 1 lap. 11 carts. We've got 12 qualifiers, and 11 carts have taken to the track. So
check that is correct. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's 12 actually. So
is there? Right. So somebody
hasn't tripped the timing screen.
Right. Okay. So we have got 12.
All of our TKMs on your. Yeah, you got 12 on the.
I've got 12 on the. I've got 12 on the.
B,
yeah. I should look at that, shouldn't I?
Not always, oddly.
So we are just forming up then on the back straight and into the boot sec. I know, you made me laugh. I've been trying to explain this forever, that we rule the waves. Here we go. Charlie King, Tom Johnson, Mitchell Ball, Jack Ransom, Joseph Jakes, Will Crugeen. All the names from TKM are in there. Here we go. We're about to get going. And a pall of blue.
Yeah, Johnson was bogging down all the way down the back of that straight. Didn't clear up at all, but Charlie King takes the lead. Mitchell Ball's got in the second. Has he? Is that the red helmet? No, Mitchell Ball's down to 5th now, so that's the change.
Oh, somebody's into the lead ahead of Charlie King.
Yep.
Who's that? Is it Roff?
Oh, I hope so.
I think it might be.
They got personals going on.
Harvey, Charlie King's back into the lead.
Oh, there's Roff around the outside of him. Oh, nudge yet now. This is beef carried, and he's got the inside. So Rotax the inside of King. This is beef carried over from the British National Championship. These two, lots of love lost. I'm sure they're very good friends, really. But it's a chance to open battle in a race where it's just about the race. There's no points to worry about. You can just go for it with Mitchell Ball in 3rd.
This is brilliant. Harvey Roff. You know what? Charlie King has had a very, very dominant weekend. 3 heat wins, kind of unseen, unheard of. Very, very rare indeed. And here we go. Harvey Roff leading into Christmas for the second time. And who's that in 3rd? Mitchell Ball.
Our sponsor.
Yeah, absolutely. The Junction 6 man is right on the tail of Charlie King. Now, these 3 carters are very, very experienced with this TKM class. You can't forget Jack Ransom, Joseph Jacks, Tom Johnson and Will Crugeen just behind them as well. Train of TKMs. But Harvey Roff, they're just waiting for the tyres to come on, Nick. They're not even where we need them. It's going to be going into the next lap when that's going to start happening, and the carts are going to be where they want them.
Yeah, it's a case really now where King, he doesn't probably, he's obviously used to racing against Harvey Roff, probably not so used to racing against Mitchell Ball. Ball's showing some good speed. He's missed pace during parts of the race, but now the top two are just eking apart. And here goes King, go for the lead. Up the inside of Roff. Roff cuts back. Oh, there's been a bit of coming together there. And that's that Ball get up the inside of Roff, but the main winner out is King, and they're running together side by side. Up there, and he goes Roff again and takes King's. No, you're not saying. Where's Mitchell Ball going to come out of all this?
Well, you know what, Nick? I pretty much firmly.
King's back in the lead.
He is, but Mitchell Ball's about to take 2nd place. All the way around the outside goes Roff. This is all about the day, isn't it? It's all about this final. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 carts who were squabbling over the same 1 metre square piece of real estate. It's starting to get very intense, and Harvey Roff needs to compose himself and not allow Mitchell Ball behind him to start delaying him by having to defend. He needs to catch Charlie King. Charlie King's been and now done the job and gotten to where he needs to be. We've still got 9.5 minutes.
Well,
We've still got 9.5 minutes of this.
Yeah, Tom Johnson made 2 places in that lap, and he's now right on the tail of Mitchell Ball in that 42. He's the black and grey cart, the 4th of those ones running round. It's the green machine, though. Charlie King, who's mostly only had fresh air on his face for the last few races, still has that. We've lost the cart. I can see it being dragged in. I think he had a bit of a moment, actually, at pit bend. I'll tell you who it is when I can see the number.
Well,
Mitchell, Alexander Lehman, I think, or it might be Jack Ransom.
We've got something going on.
It's the 27. It's the 27. Jack Ransom had a crash on at pit bend. He's now been rescued. Now, King pulling away. Last time round it was 0.4 of a, well, 0.338 of a second. Side by side, and the Mitchell Ball. Oh, touchy. And then that's going to be a little bit aggressive. I'm not sure how the stewards are going to see that one. But what happened was Ball lost a bit of momentum, and suddenly Tom Johnson's got a chance.
Yeah, well, Mitchell Ball was all about momentum once again out of crooks. Now, if that's going to happen, the next lap and the next lap and the next lap, Charlie King's just going to check out, because he seems to have done that. The gap was 0.3 of a second across the line last time by. It's a lot larger than that, and that was down to these two going side by side. Harvey Roth has got Mitchell Ball right with him. Mitchell Ball has got Tom Johnson right with him. And then look, not that far behind is Joseph Jakes. So as they cross the line now, 5 laps completed. King, Roth, Ball, Johnson, Jakes, Cregeen, Phillips. That's down to 7th. Pretty much nose to tail. It's settled down a bit, hasn't it? Just under 8 minutes remaining. Still, anything can happen. But whether anyone can catch Charlie King, I'm not so sure. He's had this pace all day long in the heat.
Top 5 car by a second and a half, and despite that kind of scuffing together, he lost 2/10 that time round Harvey Roth. So Roth, I think he's getting closer again. So whether Roth actually in clear air can slowly slide his way onto the back of Charlie King, Mitchell Ball perhaps might be wise to actually to think about people touching their helmets in their head. But let's work together. Let's close this gap between first and second. Now, actually, what's happening now is Roth is bridging the gap himself and slightly leaving Mitchell Ball behind. Yeah, the lead went down by 0.06 of a second that time.
Yeah, we've got 46.420 by King, 46.355. So lap times, now that Roth has broken free from Mitchell Ball, he's able to settle in and chase off after Charlie King. And last time by, it was Harvey Roth who was the quickest kart on the track that time.
Yeah, I mean, you don't know whether King is in control mode. Obviously, this is one of the points where it really is much easier to chase, because you've got a target and you can really push against that target. King is chasing against the imaginary amount of grip he may have or not have, and where he wants to be. So he's running on instinct, whereas Roth is running on pure hunter mentality.
Yeah, I've always found it's easier to chase than be chased. Story of my life.
Yeah. Unfortunately, you were never chased.
6.5 minutes. 6.5 minutes then. Charlie King, I'm going to say in control of this TKM final. He kind of is. However, it's control absolutely on the limit. He can't hold back. There is no holding back now. And you can see there, Harvey Roth closing the gap. The gap was half a second last time by. I'd go so far as to say that's a lot closer than half a second.
I don't think so. I think that actually is just the foreshortening of slow parts. Because what actually happened was King managed to get a few hundredths last time round. I think that's pretty much equidistant to where it was the previous lap. I think that it's an interesting gap. That half second is not going to give much any aero effect for Roth catching King across the line now. Is it half a second or is it a bit less? It's half a second. It was staying within about 100%.
Yeah. There's very little difference. A couple of hundredths here or there. He just needs to get a little bit closer to start picking up that toe, doesn't he? These things do produce a bit of toe. The slipstream effect does come in at the circle speeds we're seeing on the way up to Christmas Corner. So that will come into effect. And both of these drivers now absolutely on the edge, aren't they? They've having to drive so perfectly. The slightest mistake.
Much better now, much closer. Ross, not even sure where that came from. Was it a little error by King?
I didn't see any. I was just marvelling at the fact that these guys are just absolutely on the edge. And as I say, that King, that gap of half a second is not half a second, is it? Let's see what it is.
2 or 3/10, I think at
it's
most.
3/10.
Yeah.
0.288.
Now, it must have been either a micro error or suddenly Harvey found the greatest run ever through Parker and Chapman. So, when you hit a curb, you lose a bit of drive, and that is 0.1 of a second, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
And that effectively, the gain in that lap was just 2/10.
It's through Ingerman's, it looks like, where he gains a little bit. Then Ashby, he stays there. This is where he kind of closes up. Look at the momentum he's got there. Now he didn't that time, no.
He went wide, had to correct.
Charlie King was tidier, wasn't he? And look at that, that shows, doesn't it? Into the boot. It'll be 10 laps completed this time by. Still 4 minutes. So the final third of this final coming up next.
Good lap for Charlie King this one.
46.348.
Saying that, he lost 1,000 of a second, didn't he?
Yeah, 46.348 for Charlie King. 46.347.
Got the slipstream really obvious there. He got the drive and the slipstream. They're now nose to tail as close as they could be without getting a nose penalty. Can Roth get down the inside into Ashby? He's trying it. He's gone for it, and he's got it. King, I think, thought about blocking, thought about it, they thought, no, the biggest chance there is just both going off. But now, it's in many ways advantage King, because he can now chase, he can now follow. He's not even going to wait a couple of corners. He's already the choking of the engine, the radiator cover coming down. That's the confidence of Roth. He knew that he could hold King back down the short straight, and now here he goes.
There's no radiator covers. I don't know what they were doing. Maybe a little bit of mixture.
I don't know.
Yeah. A bit of choke.
Don't ruin the magic.
No. It's Harvey Roth. Wow. Look at the gap. He's got a half a cart's length. Charlie King.
Backing it in.
You know what? In a championship round, Harvey Roth wouldn't have been as quick to get past him, maybe. He would have maybe waited a couple of corners, but he knew he's got momentum, he's going to make the move. And Charlie King now, I get the feeling with 3 minutes of this final still remaining, I get the feeling that Charlie King is going to be a bit like NASCAR. Nobody wants to lead across the line going into the final lap.
Check over the right-hand shoulder. Yep, he's still there, mate. I would think you'd be able to hear him when he's that close.
Yeah, you would think so. I think he will.
And then coming down to begin. They've got at least four or five laps to go.
They've got miles
and
to go.
A good 200 of a second gain there for Rolf over King. But now the slipstream works in King's favour. Is King going to try a hop out? Bit too far back, and under the braking, the kart snakes. That green kart, or greenish kart, the driver has a green helmet, snaked under braking into Christmas corner. Now up to Ashby, which has been more a strength of Roth so far. And then this kind of Parker and Chapman complex, they both had problems out, and had too much curb initially there going in from Roth, but he's had to go slow. Now theoretically, if you can get the drive, but he actually got the drive, but all he did was drive in the back of him.
He's having to defend Nick. He's having to defend Nick. I'll get my eardrums back next. He had to defend, and so he was offline. So when he went on the brakes, he's on a dirtier line, and he's also having to scrub off more speed. Less than 2 minutes remaining. This is where the pressure's going to be mounted. This is the drag. Rolls are reversed. Charlie King in the slipstream. Harvey Roth on the inside. Moves out to the middle of the track. Christmas corner. Very, very fast. Not as slow as you think. Now look at the way that Harvey Roth has got to drive. He's going to leave the door wide open, and Charlie King is going to struggle to squeeze through it, because Harvey Roth is not going to make it easy. Defensive line into Parker. Defensive line into Chapman. If Charlie King can use his head, which he is there, he can gauge that entry into the boot. But look at that, Harvey Roth having to go down the inside of the left-hander. He then covers the door into the right-hander, loses momentum, and Charlie King, if he's not careful, is going to have enough speed to pull alongside. But
what about final minute? What about Tom Johnson? They've been brought back into this by the defensive tactics of Harvey Roth. Harvey's great. The only problem is there's now 4 karts fighting the TKM final. They're all over, but splaying across. Harvey again, looking a bit, one coming around, looking a bit wobbly under braking, but managed to stop it. In fairness to Charlie King, he is looking for a clean overtake, and this is going to be it. Go out wide. No, switch back.
Nick, this is going to end in tears. This is going to end in tears. I wouldn't be surprised if Tom Johnson takes this
Look at Ball. Ball's going to get second.
Squeezing into second there.
That's a fourth.
Tom
King's
Johnson
in
into third.
King's in fourth.
King's now in fourth. Harvey Roth going towards. I don't think it's going to be 1 lap to go aboard this time, by.
No, they'll get two more.
It's going to be 2 more laps. Now Harvey Roth has got Mitchell Ball and Tom Johnson behind him, and Charlie King's thinking, what's going on here?
What's
going on? So Harvey Roth leads. Penultimate lap they're on now. It's all going to kick off. I can just feel it in me water. It's all going to kick off now. Up towards Christmas. First, second, third and fourth. Turn in. Through the kink towards Inkermans. Using all the curb. Everyone will do that. Absolutely do that. Down to Ashby. Leaving the door open. Johnson on the inside. This contact. This is going to help Harvey Roth if these two can come together. Look at the gap he's created there.
Yeah.
Look at the gap that Mitchell Ball and Tom Johnson coming together has created as Tom Johnson
second.
Down the inside of Mitchell Ball. And who's that alongside?
Charlie King. Moving into third.
So Charlie King now in third, but Tom Johnson is now in second. But look at the gap that Harvey Roth's got. Harvey Roth is going to go into this last lap with a gap of, please update. Give me the times. Please give me the times. Half a second. Of all the times to be slow, my timing screen was slow there, creating the tension. Half a second is the gap into Inkermans for the last time. The TKM, the senior TKM all plate, is staring Harvey Roth in the face. He's got a few more corners to go. This is Parker, the left-hander. This is Chapman, another left-hander. And then the short straight towards the boot. We're getting towards the final few corners. We're getting towards the final few corners of the day for these TKMs. and into the boot for the final time. He's only got to put his foot in and take one more corner, and it's going to be Harvey Roth that takes the all plate for TKM. Unbelievable action here. Harvey Roth takes the all plate, Tom Johnson second, Charlie King, the winner of all 3 heats, has taken 3rd place, and he's wondering what happened there.
He must be, yeah, absolutely. It all went wrong at the top at Christmas corner when he went from 2nd to 4th after a heavy block, for a legal heavy block by Roth. And wow, that was a race and a half. Some fantastic TKM racing. And Harvey made his move, then defended it so stoutly he brought back the 3rd and 4th drivers, and then the 3rd and 4th drivers won it for him by getting in front of Charlie King.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened. Just to give everybody a rundown and a mention on that final. I'm sorry, everybody behind that 4-card battle for the lead. There was far too much action at the front. Harvey Roth takes the all plate, Tom Johnson second, Charlie King third, Mitchell Ball fourth, Joseph Jakes fifth, Will Cregeen sixth, Joseph Phillips was seventh, Matthew Temple Purcell was eighth, ninth was Andrew Platt. We lost Olivia Jenkins on lap 5, Jack Ransom went out on lap 2, and Alexander Lehman we lost at the start. So once again, we're going to head down to...
At some point, yeah, I'm waiting for faces and thumbs up.
Yeah, we've got to give them
time.
A while,
I think they have to get scrutineered first for some reason.
Yeah, absolutely.
Honestly, that doesn't seem very fair.
We've got KZ's out next. Nick,
I'm sorry.
So it's even higher speed
when do I get my lie down?
Tonight.
Okay, fine.
When you get home, mate.
Yeah.
You are not going to get any lie down for a little while yet.
Yeah.
Lovely backdrop, I've got to say. Lovely cinder wall.
Yeah, cinder wall and a roller garage.
Well, they're inside. They're undercover at the Parc Fermé area.
To be honest, rather than doing an interview, it's like we're doing a drug deal.
Yes. Look in some alleyway. Some turgid alleyway.
So, as Gaz scuddies around trying to capture our winner.
So we'll be going very shortly down to the Parc Fermé area where Gaz Bury is going to be dragging Harvey Roth across for an interview and an inside story into that, what was a very, very extremely exciting and dramatic final, the Senior TKM All-Plate final in the NKC, going to Harvey Roth. Tom Johnson, he'll be kind of delighted with second, I think. I mean, Charlie King's been the man to beat. Charlie King.
It's all about winning, but I think he'd have taken that at the start.
Yeah, I think so. I think Charlie King's going to be the most disappointed man there. But I think also he's experienced enough, and having spoken to Charlie a few times, he's quite a pragmatic young man.
Yeah.
And he knows, he knew going into that final that it was going to be literally, I know, a metaphorical fist fight, but almost a virtual fist fight.
Well, they certainly was. All wheels and elbows were out.
Yeah, beautiful weather here all day. No rain forecast. There was perhaps a potential of it around lunchtime, but that sort of blew by, thankfully.
Oh, here we go. And any second now, we will have Harvey Roth with young Mr. Gasbury. Here we go.
Harvey, that was some exceptional driving there. Great defence. Talk us through it from the start. How did you get on?
Well, it was good at the start. I was trying to stay in the lead because, well, first off, hats off to Charlie. He's been unstoppable all weekend. I thought I've just got to be in front of him. He overtook me and I was a bit behind. I just pushed as hard as I could, managed to get the move done, and then started defending a bit early, but it's what I had to do to hold him off, and it worked.
You did look like you had a gap on him for a little bit. Were the tyres going off mid-session in there?
Yeah, so I think we were just a bit too high and the pressure started going off a bit towards the end. And I was getting very tired as well. It's quite hot, but it's what it is.
You are the TKM O-Plate champion. Congratulations, well done.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys. And a very, very happy young man. You could tell he was chuffed to bits about that, couldn't you, Joe?
Absolutely. I mean, who wouldn't be? It's, we've been seeing all this time. It's all about on the day. And, coming into this weekend, I knew it was going to be like this. I knew exactly what it was going to be. And, we saw moves there that we wouldn't normally see on an ordinary championship day. Because it's all about... I'm going to say it again, Nick.
It's all about me.
It's all about the win.
Oh, sorry.
There's the good for KZ.
The good thing is, I think Ash is getting good work out here. He's up and down the stairs. It's
when
great.
He needs to, the amount he eats.
Yeah, exactly. He needs to turn the camera on. He needs to swap the camera leads over. It's I'm loving watching him. But just like to point out, this is a far more wholesome shoot than he was doing last week.
Yes, let's not get us taken off the air, please.
No, perhaps not.
No.
Oh, dear.
Are you going to have a look at the grid then?
Yeah.
Going to tell us? Because they're nearly here.
On pole, but not on pole, is the unfortunate Elias Boucher. Unfortunately, Elias had an accident in the time attack and went to hospital as a precaution. He does seem mostly okay. Second is Sam Ward. Bo Phillips is third. Bailey Regalsford is fourth. Isaac Smith is fifth. Zilvanas Kilmas is sixth. Rhys Llewellyn is seventh. Daniel Sabula is 8th, Benjamin Ballou is 9th, Harvey Reeby is 10th after being disqualified from timed qualifying. Then James Webb and Bradley Calder brings up the rear, and we get ready for the wheelies when they get released. Oh, lots of creeping, and that made a bad start for the 18. I'm not sure about that start.
Yeah, Sam Ward got off into the lead. A lot of wheel spin from Bo Phillips. That's allowed Sam Ward off and up towards Christmas Corner first. Down the box they go. I love seeing that down the box turn in. Great stuff from these KZ karts, gearbox karts here for the NKC. Talking to Chris and Ollie, they're trying to get KZs on the calendar.
They'd
maybe
be
as some
cracking at Three Sisters, wouldn't they?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I mean, these things come into their own at a track like this, a track like Three Sisters, where you've got those long straights. They're a massive handful here at Whilton Mill. Some great battles going on just behind the two leaders there.
First, second, right together though.
Yeah.
And it's all about the win, remember?
That is all about the win.
Big gap between second and third, and
Massive
the gap is 2.3 seconds after a lap.
Yeah, massive gap there.
So there's been some shuffling about there. I don't think they actually kind of lined up in kind of general speed level. We saw a few people having problems with breakdowns, so they didn't get the points in qualifying. We know that, of course, at the 71 of Harvey Reeby lost his time from second time qualifying for not doing enough laps. You don't do enough laps, it's all banned because you aren't allowed to keep your tyres special. But right at the front now, so right at the third and fourth now, all over each other, battling. So it's the third and fourth where it's happening. First and second, got a little bit of a gap. As he riding the curbs heftily. There we go. And it is the 1-2-3 of Isaac Smith. Oh, and we've got to shove up the backside there for the
side by side
192. Bailey got really rammed at the backside by Harvey.
Yeah, and he really did get a bit of a knock there, and Daniel Chibula was all over him as well. So that's a change for position there. Billy Regalsford finds himself down in fifth, having been in third place pretty much all of that first lap. We've already completed 2 laps, and that battle for third is not over, is it? It's got about 4 or 5 karts involved. Meanwhile, I'll just bring you up to date at the front. Sam Ward leads by about 7/10 from Bo Phillips. They're already coming out of the boot and towards the final turn, whereas the number 123, Isaac Smith, Daniel Jabula behind him, and then Billy Regalsford is not the next kart in line. It's the 71 of Harvey Reeby. Billy Regalsford there on the 192, having had his nose chopped off the previous lap, finds himself down in 6th place and hanging on to the tail of that 3-kart field. And there's a move down the inside of Christmas.
Yeah, that's Reeby recovering from losing all his points in second time qualifying. And don't forget, Reeby cannot win the O-plate because of that situation. So even if by some miracle you only get through and across the line first, Reeby would not be the O-plate winner due to tyre regulations.
That's right, yeah. That's what we were told. That's what we've passed on.
And that's what we're believing.
Billy Regalsford there, ahead of Isaac Smith now, and chasing after Daniel Sabula. Harvey Reeby comes through in 3rd place. Oh, it's Daniel Chibula, then Harvey Reeby, then Regalsford, then Smith, then Klimas, and then Rhys Llewellyn. Rhys Llewellyn at the back of this field is just enjoying driving these KZs. He's more commonly seen by everybody at NKC in a 177 Rotax Max.
Hello to Oliver Ware, one of the RC fans who's taking in some karting today. And also, you'll like this one. It's from Rachel Thompson. The Thompsons are loving the commentary.
Hello, Rachel. Rachel, Jack Thompson.
So it's always good to get
one of the motorsports drivers.
But there is the battle for 3rd and 4th. They've broken away, and it's the 12th of Sabula, and then it's also Harvey Reeby, who's trying to attack heavily. The lead at the front, Sam Ward's got 1.4 seconds. Coming into Christmas, down a gear. On the apex, down another gear. And I think you go up one there.
Knowing Jack Thompson as I do, he'd be watching these KZs saying, Mum, Dad, It'd be on eBay now. It'd be on eBay. It'll be on Marketplace.
Yeah. I take it these are only for over 16s. I take you can't.
Yes. Yeah. He's nearly there. He's not far away.
I was listening to your previous. We were chatting on the timing about these, about the fact they go down the gearbox on the apex. I mean,
they're right into the corner. As they're still going down.
But the reason being, of course, is as you go down, you get a braking effect.
That's right. Yes.
So because don't forget, they're not clutching down; they're coming down in a sequential box.
And plus, they're in the right gear for the acceleration.
Yeah, but also the point is, if you come down early, what they want, I think, is have consistent braking. They want the braking done by the brake disc and not by the box. So they're almost matching the revs as they come down to make it smoother. Because obviously you can get, because the worry they have is the brake and the down change will lock the rear axle.
Yes.
So I think that's why they're braking. What we seem to be late changes, but you're absolutely right. As long as you get there, that's for the 71 remake's mistake. As long as you get there for punching out, it's fine.
Yes. Yeah.
Because you think you go 5, 4, 3, 2, but what actually you go 5, 4, 3, 2.
Yes.
Right.
You're getting all the speed off on the brakes.
Yeah.
And with the brakes being on the front of these carts as
well
as the rear, it gives you a more stable braking
The thing
process.
is, whilst they look the same as a Rotax car or a TKM car, they are effectively a completely different racing car.
Chassis-wise, they're very similar.
But it's a completely different racing car when you had front brakes and you had a gearbox. You're basically this is a completely different. Well, it looks like a kart, and in many ways, the only thing that keeps it kart is the small wheels and the solid rear axle. But in every other way, it's much more like a track circuit car.
It's like driving a Formula car, isn't it? Yeah, with the way that the kart behaves. Absolutely. Sam Ward leading by 2 seconds. We are towards half distance now. Just over 6 minutes remaining. That's Daniel Chabula, who is currently in third place, and Chabula lapping very, very much quicker than second place Bo Phillips. That's Bo Phillips in the orange car, just in the foreground. And Chabula, if anything, 43.720 was Phillips' lap time there. 42.890.
Yellow flag
for Chabula catching him.
We've got a kart off at no damage. There's a kart off at turn 2.
Did you see who that was?
No, I'm just waiting for them not to come round to the lap.
That might be Isaac Smith.
Okay.
Who's dropped down the order massively. So there's the number 12, Chabula.
I think it's second place.
Oh, really? Bo Phillips?
Well, I think it's Bo Phillips.
No, there's 18. Bo Phillips is through.
Oh, right.
Daniel Chabula.
Right, sorry, no. Because
that's who we're watching. Watching the battle for second and third.
I miscounted.
All right, just go at the back of the room.
Oh, well, I'll go and have a lie down.
10. Yeah.
So I think you're right. It may well be Isaac Smith. No, it's Harvey Reeby. Harvey Reeby is gone.
It is Harvey Reeby, yeah.
He's had a very busy day, in fairness.
We've lost Reece Llewellyn as well. No, we haven't. There he is. Reece has just gone through.
Yeah. So this is second and third. Sorry,
this is the battle for second.
In my mind, it was third and fourth, which is never, in my mind, is never a good place to be, to be honest.
Sam Ward has disappeared up the road. 3 seconds, 3.1 seconds the gap. This, though, the battle for second. And I know the podium doesn't really matter, but it does matter to these boys because we've got a podium battle going on here. The number 18, Phillips, looks over his right shoulder. He's not there. Chabula's not there because he was on your left. That's why. And he's going to come through now. Here he comes on that charge down towards Christmas. And Daniel Chabula down the box at the apex like Nick just explained. And then massively pulls away from... Who have we lost? We've lost Sam Ward.
Sam Ward's gone. The leader's gone.
We've lost Sam Ward. Oh, my goodness. Where's he gone? Because now
Sam
Chabula...
I think Sam went into the pits.
So Sam Ward's gone into the pits and given up that O plate. Chabula, that move we've just seen was for the actual lead.
Yeah, for the lead. That must have been the cheer from behind us. I thought it was because they were so close. The cheer must have been the leader who had a problem.
Oh, my goodness. That is absolute tragedy for Sam Ward. He's been one of the class of the field in this KZ battle that's gone on all weekend. And now Chabula, who was chasing that second place, was in effect chasing for the lead of this race and heading towards the O plate.
Amazing.
3.5 minutes remaining. Daniel Chabula now finds himself in the lead. 11 laps complete. Bo Phillips second. Bailey Regalsford on the podium in third. Sylvanus Klimas is in fourth place. Isaac Smith fifth. Reece Llewellyn sixth. Sam Ward has retired. Harvey Reeby has retired. And Chabula, I wonder if Chabula is aware of the situation. I wonder if he's getting some indication.
Well, he can see ahead
from
of
his
him.
crew.
He can see ahead of him several seconds, and there's no one there. So he would have known where the leader was 2.5 seconds ahead, and now he's not. So he's sitting there going, I am leading this race. I am first. I know. But the only problem is he's also got to think about accelerating, steering, braking and changing gear as well at the same time. So you need to have quite a lot of mental capacity left for all this. Of course, the gear changing does get quite... you get into a rhythm, don't you, with it? It sounds complicated at the start, but you very quickly get into a rhythm where you're going 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 3, 2.
But it's when you hit a curb, Nick,
yeah,
and you smash yourself over a curb, and your brain jiggles in your helmet, you find you're out of that rhythm, and like, oh, where was I? Especially when you're looking for gears. He's got this nice little technique of just choking the air intake just to richen the engine up. Just to give it a little bit more lube there as he goes into Christmas corner, and he does that every single lap, and that's his rhythm. That's Chabula's rhythm every time up to that point.
A fine example of what an O-plate meeting is, and an O-plate meeting is all about the win. We can talk about Sam Ward, we can talk about the very unfortunate Ellis, I forget his first name, sorry, we'll talk about him, Ellis Boucher. But when it comes down to when the photographs are taken, when the champagne is uncorked and sprayed and the O-plate is worn, it'll be worn by Daniel Chabula, because he will theoretically be the guy who has passed the start-finish line after 12 minutes and 1 lap in the lead. And he is pulling away from Bo Phillips with very much ease, 3.5 seconds. Phillips has got about 2.4 on second place, and then there's a massive gap to fourth. The others will reach third, and then a massive gap to fourth. And then if Isaac's going to be slow, and there's just 6 karts running. So we had quite a heavy attrition during the course of the meeting. He started with 12, looks like only 6 are going to finish the final.
Yeah, and Chabula there, just as he smacks the curb, not at this part of the track, but we watch him through Inkerman's next time by. We're almost at the final minute. We're inside the final minute in a few seconds. So he comes up the straight here, into Christmas corner. This is where he has a look at the air intake. Oh, he doesn't this time. Oh, he's out of rhythm now. So this bit here, through Inkerman's, across the curb. And just the card, just the front end, just as he goes hard on the throttle, front end comes right up. You can see the massive ride height change that acceleration on the card gives it. Now through Chapman, through the right-hand kink, slams the throttle in, down the box, into the boot. Very, very busy lap, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Just, hanging on to it with your left hand and then snatching gears as you come across the line.
Didn't they make a version where you can hang on to it with your right hand and change gear with your left?
I don't think so, because the gearbox is on the right hand side, and you've got a linkage going down.
You're directly going into it, like bang bang, rather than by anything else.
It's not like it's not electronic or anything.
But it's basically a motorcycle gearbox.
Yeah, pretty much.
It's a motorcycle sequential gearbox with I assume an auto blipper to make you can do clutches changes. I
have seen paddle shift KZ type karts in America, where the gear change is all done electronically, a bit like a sports car, a bit like a race car, where it's all done electronically. You've got electronic actuators.
It's too hard to do. It just adds a bit of weight, and my guess is it's probably not legal in European racing.
No, I don't think it is. I think it has to be a mechanical change. I mean, we might see them appear in the UK.
Well, it's one of those things, isn't it, that it just adds cost, and everyone has to pay for it. It doesn't add anything to the spectacle and the racing. It just means that every single kart now costs £700 more than it did.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it won't add reliability, that's for sure.
I think it'll probably be a lot more than £700.
Well, I'm just adding a figure there. If you want to charge more for this imaginary event, that's fine. Last lap.
Yeah, we're on the last lap, the last few corners then, and it's Daniel Chabula who will be taking the checkered flag as the all-plate winner for the KZ class here at the NKC all-plate meeting at Whilton Mill. Once more through the final turn at Pitts Bend and across the line, and he punches the air in what is old-fashioned style these days.
He deserves to punch the air.
And to just reflect on the kind of drama we saw there, Sam Ward, who has had a great weekend of racing, had to pull out of the lead of this race, and as he did so, behind him, Daniel Chabula catching Bo Phillips hand over fist when he overtook him pretty much around about the same time as Sam Ward pulled off. It wasn't just a move for second, it was a move for the win and the all-plate itself. So Chabula absolutely delighted with his weekend's racing here at Whilton Mill. Absolutely phenomenal result for him. The next one on the agenda, everybody, is Junior Rotax. And if you have got any small children, then get them moved back from the barriers.
Stand back from the barrier.
all the small children are actually in the carts for this
That is
one.
true.
So
they have brothers and sisters. They put it
yes, get your small brothers and sisters away from the barriers, because in fact for the next three A finals we're going to have. If you think we've had drama and incident already, I'm going to say this, Nick. You ain't seen nothing yet.
Well, they'll go away to beat that TKM final, but I'm sure they will. There's a cart being rescued. We're just waiting, of course, for the Gazbury show to start. But obviously, I don't think actually Daniel's even reached the collecting area to about now. He's still changing
That's
down.
right. Yeah, I mean he's
still changing down gears. 5, 4, 3, 2.
He's had a lovely slow down lap. He's taken in the accolade of the crowd here, and
achieved the applause.
The applause, yes.
There's a kind of there's the 71 of Harvey Reeby. It's having a bit of a kind of a post-mortem check on it. Congratulations in the pit lane, but waiting to see when that's going to turn into a thumbs up. Camera's on. Is Ash down with the camera? He has to walk. He does a lot of work, Ash. He's walking up and down. He has to walk. There's me on the slider. It's all very exciting, this. It's like I do like a proper TV. I feel like that bloke from the Supersonic and said, and cue. Cart goes up. You're not saying anything then. You're not helping me out while I just waffle.
I just like listening to you, lovely Phil. I'm producing here.
My name's not Phil.
I'm holding
my lovely Phil.
I'm producing here. I'm holding the next race.
That is true, yeah.
I'm waiting for your clapperboard.
It's being held by the man on the who's really back in 71.
Right.
It's Reeby's cart that's the issue.
I'm in control of Sarah Darlow.
No, you're not. It's a belief you are, yeah.
Tim's wanting to know how I've done it.
Well, it's your boyish good looks.
Just have to hold your hand up in front of her face, mate. That's all I'm doing now.
Well, you know.
Here we go. From 100
found
metres,
the people we need to do. Okay, so we are ready to roll, and it's down with Gazbury with our winner, Daniel Cibula.
Daniel, a weekend at Wilson Mill in a KZ, you must be knackered now.
I'm very tired, to be completely honest with you. It was very difficult, very hot, very physical, one of the most physical tracks you can ever go on in KZ, very abrasive.
How was the race? I mean, you seemed to clear off by nearly a second lap in the end there.
Yeah, it was very difficult. We've been fighting with problems all weekend, and it's we've only been able to finish a race now. It's been super, super good, and it feels nice to be able to finish a race, and no less than P1.
What a way to go out. You coming back next year if KZ's join the NKC?
Oh, 100%. I feel like anybody that's watching this should do too.
Top man, great either. You are the O Plate champion for KZ's. Well done, Daniel. Thank you.
Thank you to Gaz, and congratulations Daniel Cibula, the winner of the KZs, our guests here at the O Plate. Lovely to see him. So hopefully we'll see him again for 2 or 3 rounds of the NKC in 2024.
All right, are you ready?
I'm ready, go for it.
Here we go. Freddie Ingram on the pole position alongside Kasper Tomilewski, Harry Hannam and Joshua Whitcomb on row 2. Nicholas Ellis and Marcel Popico are on row 3. Row 4 is Presley Walker and Billy Edgecombe. Row 5 is Mitchell Mulvey and Jaden Hewitt. Row 6, Daniel Whitfield, Finlay Underwood, Freddie Moore and Louis Rees are on row 7. Then we've got Maxim Smith, Joel Bullen. Row 9, Finlay Patterson and Jay Leverton. Owen Keenan and Lewis Llewellyn are on row 10. Alfie Bushell and Vlad Tominchuk are on row 11. Billy Vogt and Jack Dimbleby are on row 12. Joshua Delicata and Harry Hine are on row 13. We've then got Alex Fraser and Kaya Zigmanta, Frank Ward and Joshua Priest. And then we've got the 4 qualifiers from the B
there.
final. We've got Ellis Warlock, Byron Scott Simmons and Freddie Theobald and Harvey Williams, of course, in 29th.
Here they come. A little bit of a kerfuffle as they lined up. The 22 cart's got an issue of rolling. It's lost. You can't see the 22 cart in there, but not really started. He's at the back with a problem. They're getting the big slowdown. They're having big slowdown. They're going to get that one. That looked a bit quick.
No, they're underway. They're underway.
12 minutes and 1 lap. And I think that's Freddie Ingram has taken the lead, has he?
Not quite sure. There was just all chaos there. Who's that at the front? It's the 69, Freddie Ingram. Yeah. Who's that behind him? The 19 of Harry Hannam. Now then, these two have been battling all day long. They've been split up at times in their heats. But with 12 minutes and 1 lap remaining, we've got an incident.
Big incident off the.
I think they'll all continue. Would you believe it? Might look a big incident,
stuck.
but they'll get going again. Meanwhile, at the front, we've got Freddie Ingram and Kasper Tomilewski, Harry Hannam, Joshua Whitcomb. But it's Hannam down the inside and into the lead. The number 19, Ingram comes back at him, and Ingram looking to the inside.
Hannam
and who's
third.
that? Look at that. Kasper Tomilewski. This is what we're going to have for the next 11 minutes or so, with gaps being created because of the nature of the track here at Whilton Mill.
Ooh.
We've got a late turn-in, a late apex here at Christmas Corner. And who's that? That's the number 19, Harry Hannum, coming back at Tomilewski. Somebody's through into third, can't tell you who. I think that was Nicholas Ellis, maybe. Might have been Joshua Withcombe. We'll see who it is when we get them back on the infield and towards us in front
Nice
of us.
gap for Freddie Ingram, though. He's managed to make most of that kind of over-under back. And whoops, somebody else in the middle there, which just took Harry Hannum back out, temporarily out of second place. But Harry's back in that position again, right behind the 227 of Nicholas Ellis. So that must be Kasper Tomilewski in fourth. But they now need to start thinking about getting their way back to the 69 of Ingram. That gap now is 0.6 of a second.
Yeah, if they start squabbling, they will not catch Freddie Ingram. Freddie Ingram will say goodbye. He's already got almost 0.6 of a second last time by. And if Hanman, Ellis and Tomilewski, I should say, start squabbling over the second, third and fourth, Ingram's going to really benefit from that. And you know what? They've stopped squabbling, haven't they? They're working together.
He's still benefiting.
There's a lot of these kids have come
they're
from...
not.
They're not.
They just nipped in, and that was straight away. Ellis said, no, Nicholas Ellis said, I'm taking second place. Hannah not happy about it, and that's going to cause more issues, especially if you start seeing the 200 numbers. Was that actually
second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth and ninth, just all the way down to
that
Presley
leads
Walker.
more than 6/10 now, I think.
It's 9/10.
Yeah.
It's 9/10, and that's because the swapping position behind him. Freddie Ingram is going to benefit. All he needs to do is keep the pressure on his own driving, not make any mistakes, and he will edge away if this lot behind him. And it's now the number 227 of Nicholas Ellis that's taken up the cudgel of chasing him down. Harry Hannum still is in third. Kasper Tomilewski still in fourth, and these three in second, third and fourth beginning to break a gap to Joshua Withcombe and Billy Edgecombe just behind there. They are into the boot complex. Here comes Ingram around the final turn, and these three
tiny bit closer this time, I think.
So it was 9/10, 7/10.
Yeah, they're now. I don't think they're quite working together. Just thinking that Nicholas Ellis is just that 10th of a second fast enough to stay ahead of them. None of them really are engaging tactics yet. I think they're all thinking, well, if I got to clear out, I could catch him up. I got him clear, I could catch him up.
Yeah, that's the problem. That's the problem. 8.5 minutes remaining. And there's a little bit of a squabble there between Hannum and Tomilewski. And that's going to allow Ellis to break free from them. You can see it happening. All it takes is a couple of tenths of a second delay because someone's pulled alongside. And now we've got clean air for both Ingram in the lead and Nicholas Ellis in second. So it's going to come down. The distinctive black nose cone and fairing on Nicholas Ellis's kart. Quite easy to see.
2/10 they lost that time.
Yeah.
So Ingram.
Up to a second now, Freddie Ingram.
Laying down the law, but we now have a 1 and a 2 and the 3-4 battle is about to change round. Kasper Tomilewski, I think, he didn't get it in the end. He stuck his nose out, but Harry Hannum stuck with it.
He did have a look, didn't he?
One of the lap 1 spinners trudging disgruntledly back up towards the Christmas corner. It was either Joshua Priest, Frank Ward or Billy Voort who all did not complete lap 1.
So now, with 7.5 minutes remaining, Nicholas Ellis, all eyes on him, because we need to catch Freddie Ingram if we're going to make a battle of this. Freddie Ingram has been absolutely metronomic with his lapping. He's the fastest kart on the track, 45.108. He's the fastest kart on the track that time by as well. And he's not got any help from anyone. The gap has gone out to just over a second now, 48,000th of a second over 1 second. And he's gaining tenths here, fractions here and there, and extending that lead. Personal best lap times there from everybody from second place down to 15th. So everybody finding pace now as we get towards the half distance. We're about 50 seconds off that half distance marker. So we are going to cross the line and complete 7 laps by this half distance mark. Still quite a way off. Now then, the gap 1.154. Ingram has been in a race of his own there at the front. He finished really high in the UKC recently, 3rd place in the UKC Championship. So it's top level karting here for the NKC All Plate. And great to see drivers of the ilk of Freddie Ingram coming out to play after their main season is finished. And whether we see Freddie Ingram taking part in the last 2 rounds of the Junction 6 NKC Championship, that would be nice to see as well.
Got some lappery about to come up. They're catching up the 9 of Harry Hine, who started badly.
Fastest lap of the race, and again from Freddie Ingram, 45.020. Gap's gone out to 1.4 seconds. So he's into that rhythm, Nick, isn't he? He's into that rhythm, controlling that race at his pace, which is blistering.
Yeah, and this is significantly more procession than we were expecting for a junior Rotax. We had a bit of action on the first lap. Since then, very sensible. The guys have spread out, really. It's almost like they've just settled into their pace, and their pace is all a couple of hundredths faster as you go back and a couple of hundreds slower, and they've managed to gap themselves. No one really is under any immediate pressure in the top. I think the only close one, last time I was 7th and 8th, but even that seems, as I'm watching it visually now, nothing really is happening to about 10th or 11th. Everyone else is spread out nicely.
That's a back marker there on the Lando Norris kart. The yellow and blue kart just using his head very much. That's the number 9 of Harry Hine, 9th in the NKC Championship last year. And Hine having a problem. One of the spinners on lap 1, wasn't he?
Yeah, but luckily he got going when others didn't. But he's probably not feeling very lucky. He's been lapped, I wouldn't think.
No, I think not. The gap's gone out to. Well, it's come back. It's come back towards him. 1.3. But we're into the final third any moment now. Crossing the line. Let's see what the gap is. Oh, Nicholas Ellis turning it on. That's the fastest lap of the race for Nicholas Ellis, 44.938.
Yeah, but he only gained a few thousands, didn't he?
And Freddie Ingram went as quick as he's gone all race, 44.980. It's come down to 1.3. So Nicholas Ellis coming back towards the leader. However, too little too late might be the term.
3rd, 4th and 5th is getting injured. It's dropped back to the 3rd, 4th and 5th battle. They're now much closer. And so there is a place on the podium, though it's all about the winning, obviously. You do get a little trophy to take home.
Yeah, you will. And we have a podium presentation coming up later.
By you?
I think so.
Yeah. The Joe Bradley Memorial Podium.
Not quite.
Katy Tomaszewski is in the red car. He is running in 3rd. Then you've got Harry Hamlin in the white and the blue, and he is in 4th. And then Billy Edgecombe in the blue. Billy Edgecombe actually is nipping up into 4th place right now.
Freddie Ingram was just lulling us into a sense of security there as the gap reduced to Nicholas Ellis in 2nd, and then Freddie Ingram just puts in a 44.702 and edges that gap out again to 1.6. So 69 Freddie Ingram on his way. We'll pick Freddie up towards the final minute or so. But right now this is where the racing is, isn't it?
Yeah, it's 5 and 6. So it's Edgecombe. 4 and 5, because it's Edgecombe and Hamlin, but Edgecombe got past Hamlin that time. So they are right together. The dark blue and the light blue and dark blue against the white and the blue. Behind that red car, that is Katy Tomaszewski in 3rd. Edgecombe just dragging those 4th and 5th carts towards the top 3.
Here they come out of Ashby. Doesn't seem to be any. It's a bit of a stalemate there, as we sometimes see once they've got into that position. That's the number 200 of Kasper Tomaszewski. Billy Edgecombe on the number 20 in 2nd, just looking down the inside there, and Harry Hannum there, the 3rd kart in that picture. It's 3rd, 4th and 5th there. Harry Hannum coming back now with Billy Edgecombe. Edgecombe fully aware of that situation, as he can feel him just nudging his bumper ever so gently. 2 minutes remaining on the clock. Freddie Ingram's leading by 1.6 seconds from Nicholas Ellis, and then there's this battle for 3rd, 4th and 5th. Kasper Tomaszewski, Billy Edgecombe, Harry Hannum coming out of Ingerman's now and down into Ashby Corner. That downhill sweep using all of the curb and a little bit more. Tomaszewski moving away from the karts in 4th and 5th. And is that because Edgecombe has Hannum to contend with, and so he's adjusting his driving accordingly to keep him behind? As they come out of the boot through Pitts Bend, very fast sweeping right-hander there across the line. 14 laps completed. Laps out to 1.7 seconds now between 1st and 2nd. that really is Freddie Ingram's to lose.
Yeah.
He's dominated this final. Started from pole position. You could see he's dominated the day then.
Well, yeah. I mean,
Started
Edgecombe,
from pole.
the guys on the screen at the moment, Edgecombe going very defensive to try and stop Hamlin, but yeah, nothing about Freddie Ingram, 1.7 seconds ahead. Nicholas Ellis, again, about 1.7 seconds ahead of Casper. Tom Rescue's got a slight lead, kind of visually, just as they go around the corner now. That's the red cart, that's Casper. 4 and 5, Edgecombe and Hamlin, they're battling away, and Hamlin now decides to go up the inside into the entry to the boot. And Edgecombe could do nothing about that. It was a smooth, clean pass, and he didn't have a chance of the switchback for Edgecombe. And they'll now swap around. They'll spend the last couple of minutes working out what to do next. So the question is, no, they're not going to get 2 more. This is the penultimate lap.
Yeah, they're still going to be squabbling all the way to the flag.
And Edgecombe gets past Hamlin.
Well, it's going to be last lap to go board for Freddie Ingram, so we might want to pick him up.
Oh, yeah, we'll
now,
pick
Paul.
up Freddie. So Freddie, who is in the
purple
white 69 car, about 4 karts ahead of this Ash. He'll be coming down the short straight now. Our leader.
There he is, Ash, just coming towards you now into the boot. Kart number 69.
There we are. That is a textbook performance with 1 lap to go by Freddie Ingram. Never headed during that race. A little bit of pressure early on, but just effectively broke the will of everybody. And Nicholas said it's a good result from him. He managed to break through for the pack behind him, put in some good times, but you kind of feel that at all points Ingram's had a little bit in reserve. He's always had a couple of tenths he could call upon when he needed it. He's driven a very, very clean race. He's done a very, very correct race as well here at Whilton Mill for the NKC O-Plate. And let's hope he can run the O-Plate by entering some of the events.
Yeah, he's had a great 2023 so far. I'm not sure how he's doing in the Vera Tools British Championship. He's just had a 3rd place finish in the UKC Championship, and here he is at Whilton Mill, about to take the O-Plate through the final turn. Freddie Ingram will take the flag, 2-handed salute to Stu Stretton there, getting that winning photograph. And I think you said it all there, Nick. You described his drive there to take this junior Rotax final in very dominant style from the pole position. And as we saw, he gets off into the lead, and then what we see...
Oh, it's red flag. We've got a red flag now.
Red flag at the checkered flag. I'm not really sure what that means.
I think there's some cars. There are some cars knocking about. I'm not quite sure what's caused that problem. I'm not sure whether they're just trying to... I think they're trying to get them to slow down more than they were going to oblivion.
Yes, I think so. Yeah.
The race is over. Slow down. And they're going too fast in oblivion with 2 karts off. 1 kart is... I'm not sure if someone's hurt, actually. Is someone hurt on that exit of oblivion on Crooks?
I don't know. We'll see how the officials sort that out. Meanwhile, Nick,
there's some in the cart. Okay.
Yeah, meanwhile, Nick, we've got Freddie Ingram making his way around to the Park Fermé.
Yep, we'll get those.
Once again, we'll have Gazbury.
And a marvellous shot of some breeze blocks.
Have some breeze blocks, yeah, absolutely. 2 more finals to come. Senior Rotax, it's the 162 kilogram category, is our penultimate final. Again, 12 minutes and 1 lap. And then we've got Rotax 177 in the... That will round off our NKC O-Plate meeting here at Whilton Mill for 2023.
Yep, 2 more races. It might be a bit of a delay. I think there's going to be some...
There's something about these O-Plate meetings, Nick, that I kind of love. And I think it's all about the jeopardy, isn't it? I mean, I'm glad I'm not out there. I'm glad I'm standing here talking about it. I'm glad I'm not out there. That's the thing. I'm more than happy to soak up all the drama and intensity of what an O-Plate meeting is about. I'm not sure what we've got there in Park Fermé.
I'm not sure. That's a different driver. We haven't yet got Gaz Bury and his amazing yanking crowbar to hook everyone in. Just having a look out that way again. Yeah, unfortunately, we've got a bit of paramedic attending someone at the exit of Crook, so that's we've got the interview first, and there may well be a delay after that before we get started. Gaz is shuffling around right now within the environs of the Park Fermé.
So two more finals to go. We'll just keep our eye out on the Park Fermé. But this is not the end of the 2023 season.
Absolutely
We've got plenty of racing still to come. We've got the final 2 rounds of the Junction 6 NKC coming in September and October. Fullbeck and Clear Pigeon. Karting Live TV heads further north to Warden Law for the Autumn Cup. They're a 2-day meeting on the weekend of the 11th and 12th of November, and we'll be bringing you both of those days, all coming to you live.
Now, there's a lot of trolley action down in the Parc Fermé, so but we do have Gaz Bury. So what we'll do, are we ready to roll, Ash? Are we okay? Are we trying to move people around a little bit? Can we get a thumbs up from Ash or not? I'm waiting for it. No, I think they're trying to get people out of the way. There's all sorts of stuff. There's a lot
People
of
are fine, Nick. Just keep them in the background. People are fine.
Yeah.
They're fine if they're in the background.
They're carrying carts. They're putting. I think the actual problem was that where we wanted to have a shot, there was actually a cart waiting to go. Okay, I think we're all right. Are we ready? I'm waiting for it. It's very exciting. Yes, got the thumbs up. Okay, and it's now. It's very exciting. So with Freddie Ingram, it is of course our very own Gaz Bury.
Freddie, you've been on fire all weekend. Stratospheric speed you've carried all the week, all day. Tell us how you got through that one.
Well, we've been one of the quickest all day, so it's just a matter of getting out there, getting a gap and just going for the win, really.
It was getting quite close. I think it was in second. Ellis, wasn't it? Yeah. You kept him at bay for quite a long time, though. He was. Did he look to challenge you at all?
Yeah, he was challenging me in the heats. Maybe if I got a bit of a worse start, then we might have had a good battle at the end.
Good race, though. You are the junior Rotax O-Plate champion. Well done, mate.
Cheers, thank you.
A very happy winner there.
Great stuff. Great stuff. Well done, Freddie Ingram. Absolute dominant in that junior Rotax category.
Now, good news for Ash, you've got a bit of delay. He hasn't got to run back.
Yeah.
There's one carter has been picked up in the smaller of the paramedic vans, and a couple of carts are being rescued from their resting place around the track, but I think the last of the trolleys is cleared.
Just wanted to mention the rest of the calendar, like we said, Nick, for
next
NKC
year.
And then going into next year. But I wanted to mention also that the Autumn Cup at Warden Law on that weekend in November, that we are running a Class 4 177 Rotax on Max's tyres. So if your
Don't
NKC,
throw them away.
Yeah, if your NKC season is concluded in October, as it should be at Clear Pigeon, don't throw those tyres away. Come up to Warden Law for the 2-day Autumn Cup. That's 2 race days, complete separate race days, going into and amalgamating the results from both days to award our Warden Law Kart Club Autumn Cup. And it'll all be live on Karting Live TV, all 2 days. So get your entries in nice and early. You don't want to be disappointed and not make the cut. 2024 is almost upon us, isn't it?
It's round the corner. One day it's really 2023. The next day we're another year older.
It really is. Kicking off the season for 2024. Clear Pigeon in April. Last weekend of May, 1st of June is Fullbeck. Round 3, Whilton Mill at the end of June. And then the middle of July we go to round 4 at Rowra. And then we are at Three Sisters in September. Forest Edge is a circuit that I am unfamiliar with, and I'm very excited. However, I've got to wait over a year before I can curb this excitement, because it's October of 2024, would you believe? And already I'm wishing my life away.
Very excited about a whole another year away, yeah.
Wishing my life away.
How much excitement can you take in 1 year? All the excitement.
Let's have a look at the senior Rotax 162 grid, shall we?
Yes.
This is going to be an absolute... We are in race control, everybody, so we are right in the thick of protests and quibbles and queries and the like, and it is a very busy place. We've got Kieran Gifford on the pole position with Philip Howarth alongside. Second row, Braden Hill and Matthew Herbert. Third row, Alex McGee and Ollie Varney. We've then got Tommy Lee Davis and Shane Collinson. Great effort from Shane there to see him qualify 8th for this A final. Matthew Lambert and Aidan Rudge are on the 5th row. Ollie Goodyear, Alex Moody, row 6. Evie Pullen and Jamie Rogers are on row 7. We've then got Toby Case and George Sanders on row 8. Row 9 is Alex Wannabe and Archie Lyons, with Brodie Trahon and Ryan Mills on row 10. Jensen Watts and Archie Elliott are on row 11. Rhys Pope and Hayden Phillips are on row 12. Jake Davis, Dan Andrews are on row 13, with Joseph McVeigh and Alex Jackson on row 14. Jake Riches and Scott Goolsby are the final row 15, 30 karts. We are running 34 karts, so we've got the B final qualifiers on the back of that 30 kart grid as well. So just waiting for some maintenance to be completed out on track. We have then got two more of our finals, two more all plates to award, and both of them are senior Rotax classes. First out the 162, and that denotes the weight. The minimum weight of this category is 162 kilograms, and then the final event of the weekend, the Rotax senior Rotax 177s. And that's easy to work out. It's a minimum weight of 177 kilograms. So just looking at the collecting area, we've got everybody waiting. The tension is building, no doubt, down there. You can cut the atmosphere with a knife. It's a fever is beginning to build, and we've got engines already firing up as Sarah Darlow gives them the word to get underway.
Hooray!
And we fire those Rotax Max karts off the collecting area and out on their warm-up lap. This is where it starts getting very, very tense indeed, Nick. Are you ready for this?
I'm ready for this. There's an awful lot of karts, though. Howarth from Gifford, from Hill, So Phil's got pole, has he?
No, he hasn't. It's Kieran Gifford on pole.
Right,
Kieran Gifford,
just went over first.
Marcus King, Tom Patterson, Michael Goodburn are the karts that have come out and qualified 31st, 32nd and 33rd.
So Braden Hill's qualified third. We haven't mentioned him all day. Or yesterday.
Yeah, we have. Braden Hill was
really?
featured this morning, yeah.
Oh, right, in the
it
time attack. It may
have been the time attack, yeah.
Yes, that's when I was doing other things, like wandering around going, why isn't that working?
Yeah, Braden Hill, I mean, cracking result for him. First year in seniors.
Yeah,
he was very much at the front of things in juniors last year, moving up into seniors, and finds himself on the second row of the grid with the likes of Kieran Gifford and Phil Howarth just ahead of him. I think another cracking run has been Shane Collinson. First taste of NKC driving, first taste of NKC regulations on the Maxxis tyre, and there he is qualifying in 6th place. So hope to see Shane Collinson and Andy Collinson back to run with us in the NKC.
Howarth is absolutely eyeballing Gifford the whole way.
That's because Gifford is the man controlling the pace. And look at that, he got left behind there. Howarth has been absolutely mugged.
He's also got the wrong race kit on it. It says D. Russell on it.
Does it really?
Yeah. I don't think it's a sponsor. I think it's another drive. Oh, two off on the grass on the outside of Crooks. Full start. Oh,
false start there because I think we had Phil Howarth who just didn't get the burst off the line. We've got lots of karts coming together, so hopefully we have a full grid.
They got the full start.
We've got flags being waved now. We're still racing as far as they can see.
People aren't.
All we've got is yellow flags at Marshall's Pool.
Yeah, they haven't got the full
we
start.
won't see
flag.
the full start flag out
until
we get to the start straight. That's the problem. There is yellow flags flying, and now we need to slow these karts down. False flag flies, hands in the air, warning everybody, and that's going to be quite a job to reinstigate this grid into grid order.
No, two of the karts
Phil
are off.
Howarth is saying, I don't know what happened there. Kieran Gifford slows everybody down. We're going to red flag it and then restart again. So, yeah, that's a little bit confusion there. We've got karts off left, right and centre. So we're going to bring them back to the start-finish straight probably, or maybe even at the boot, where we'll gather them up on the back straight or something, Nick.
I assume so, yeah. They'll park up. And they'll try and reorder them correctly. I don't know whether they're going to give them a little bit of a telling off as well at some point.
I'm not sure what they can tell them off for. It's probably safer to go off at racing speed and be the only person who realises there's a false start. If everybody around you is racing on, then you've got to do that, or else you become a bit of a hazard.
Did they release too early? Though is the question, isn't it?
I'm not sure. I think the reason why they're bringing them to a halt is to get them back into restart order. So there's our field of Rotax Max Seniors, 162 category. First two rows are okay. Just pulling them into some semblance of order.
Yeah, a couple of guys have got out of the carts going, what's going on? They are now reordering them as they were.
The joys of Rotax Maxes.
Yeah, which exactly. Yeah,
imagine if these were all-style sort of 100 Supers that we've seen.
If you go and get the little four-wheel roller thing that clipped on the back and go.
Or your mates.
Yeah, well,
get your mates. Well, you would have no mates.
I wouldn't be able to restart. I'd be out.
Absolutely, you'd be gone, mate.
What can I do? I've failed the restart.
Gaz Bury.
I love you. Is that what you say?
No. It's just checking in.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm just going to say.
Give him lots of positive vibes. We haven't been able to hear any of them.
Told you.
Okay, so we can see the them being reordered. Some milling about. Drivers waiting to see what to do. There's an awful lot of traffic going on the channels for the marshals and the starters. I suppose that's just I think because a couple of people fell off, and whether they're actually going to put them back in their original position, or whether they have to pick up and go.
Oh, Nick, would you mind not standing on my
Is that important,
headset?
is it?
Yeah, just it makes me
normally I could
come
my
up
own one,
any
just pull
further
my
from
head
this.
off, yeah. So this is taking longer than it should, shouldn't it?
Well, no, it's not. It's not an easy job. That I mean, Sarah's doing a cracking job getting everybody in the order. You've got to be fair. You know what? Everybody's worked really hard over 2 days, and the last thing you want is to get an unfair starting position. You know, if you should be starting in 23rd, not 29th. You've got a lot of drivers out there, 33 drivers out there. I know we're probably going to lose some because we had a few incidents there, didn't we?
Yeah, there was a couple who were out in the grass at the exit of Crooks, but I think they're probably okay. They're just nothing damaged. There's obviously there's always someone moaning at the front. There's always somebody moaning about something. Or not moaning, putting their considered opinion forward.
Well, yes, everybody's.
My considered opinion is I should be allowed to start on pole. Why? Because I consider myself the fastest.
There's a lot of time and effort goes into putting a cart onto a track. There's a lot of time and effort putting any.
There's a cart rejoining it, which had pulled into the pits. That's the 34 cart. Who's 34?
34 is
Dan Andrews.
Dan Andrews, yeah.
So he's decided to rejoin the party, as poor old Sarah's having to go right down the back of the grid and look at people who was the 39 cart's abandoned. He's just been left.
Whose is that then? Where's the driver for that one?
I think that maybe the driver's having the conversation at the front.
Yes.
Who is 39?
I have no idea. 39 is.
You might find it on your screen.
39. Are you sure it's 39? Oh, he's number one. 74
looks like 39, isn't it? Over there, Paul. A cart with no driver looks like 39 to me. There is no 30. This could be. He might find out he's in the wrong race and asked to be excused. He might have done a full hands. He might be a local who's done hands higher and just joined.
A local hands higher. You've got to be of a certain age or a complete geek to know what that means.
Or followed us on.
Do you want to tell the story?
No, because it's our Creventic story, and you have to listen to us at Barcelona for that.
That's right. Yeah.
Hopefully, I've missed Kenneth. I hope Kenneth comes back and races with us some more. Kenneth Hire.
Yeah, Kenneth Hire. Yeah. He's done a bit of karting in his time.
I imagine he has. He's done everything. AMG. Well, he was an AMG Works driver.
So we have got a formed grid over there on the back straight towards the boot. Got a bit of a crowd building as well over there.
There's
the Paddock,
but
isn't it?
There's less and less people got something to do now. Their days are finished.
Yeah,
they're all gathering round.
On the outside of Ashby Corner, there's a bit of quite a gathering of spectators at the fence. We might even be able to get a Mexican wave going there.
They're not listening to us. We're not on PA.
No, don't spoil the magic.
We're not on PA.
Why do you do that? Why do you do that?
Sorry, how is the magic about us being on the PA? What's magical about PAs?
If you sat at home, they might even believe that we could get a Mexican wave going over there.
But then you're giving them false hope.
Hang on, it's being. Oh, hang on.
Engine's on.
Yeah, we're being held. We're being held. Stop that. We've got a bit more.
Silly. Are they going to try and make it do? Are they going to try and start in half a lap or a lap and a half?
Bit more deliberation going on, I think. So, just to get things rolling again.
At some point, yes. It's
Bit
the
more
O-Play, it's the
deliberation.
O-Play A final for senior Rotax.
I think we might be checking on who came out of the pits to rejoin, because I'm not sure you can do that.
With a complete restart, you can.
Race never started, so you're fine with doing that. Right, okay. So because that occurred, yeah, the race didn't get started, did it? We didn't get a green flag, did we? Yeah, of course. Right, off we go. So, no deliberations. We're getting everybody underway. Very, very fast indeed. My first ever Super 1 round, I couldn't catch them on the warming up lap. I literally couldn't catch them.
That didn't bode well for the race, did it?
What are you doing, boys? I thought this was the warm-up lap where you just look cool. No, they were off. Whoosh! Ah! Couldn't catch them.
What a bunch of bees.
So
Matthew Herbert is the 39, by the way.
Okay. Kieran Gifford then gets another chance to get this thing underway. Philip Howarth will not want to get as mugged as he did that first start. Braden Hill and Matthew Herbert. Matthew Herbert was what?
He was the guy who didn't start, so I don't think.
Right.
I think he's still at the back.
Right. Well, Matthew Herbert.
I don't think he started the first race either. So
right.
I think what they're saying, you can't reclaim your place for the second race because you didn't start the first race.
That's why there's a gap on the second row.
Yeah.
That's why there's a gap. Alex McGee, Ollie Varney, Tommy Lee Davis, Shane Collinson, row 4. Matthew Lambert, Aidan Rudge are on row 5. Here they come then. They're in the boot. Phil Howarth is looking at Kieran Gifford because he has to keep pace with Kieran Gifford. That's what he's doing. He's watching his foot. He's watching his foot.
Better this time.
Now we're going to go. That's a better start. And Kieran Gifford leads into oblivion. Phil Howarth second. The rest of the field making their way around. It's very, very crowded there in the midfield. And they all file out and fan out towards Christmas Corner. It's very much Kieran Gifford and Phil Howarth though. Can't tell who's that orange helmet in third place. We'll get a look at the number.
Car, orange helmet.
Braden Hill it is, the youngster.
And then it's the 30 of Ollie Varney. I think he's got past McGee into fourth.
So first year in seniors, and here he is running third behind Gifford and Howarth in the O-plate. And these two working together. You see how clever these three at the front are. Just working together. Let's see as they come through. We'll have a quick run down of the top 10 as they fire across the line. String of carts. Kieran Gifford, Philip Howarth, Braden Hill, Ollie Varney, Matthew Lambert, Alex McGee, Tommy Lee Davis, Alex Moody, Ollie Goodyear, Jamie Rogers is your top 10.
Straight into the lead there goes Howarth. First opportunity at Christmas Corner. Now sweeping down through increments. Now that doesn't mean anything, just because he got the drag and a bit of the aero effect. Now can he get past, Gifford get back past again, or will it be Hill moving forward next?
Yeah, we'll see, won't we? We'll see. Gifford knew that was coming at some point in the next 12 minutes.
Yeah,
when you
come
got
very early.
That Phil Howarth.
Don't forget, Phil Howarth wasn't going to attend this O-plate because he had the hump after the last round of the NKC.
Yeah, but he's back. He calms down very quickly.
He was calm by about Monday, I think.
As quickly as he loses temper, he calms down. Braden Hill has lost that third place to Alex McGee as they come through. Oh, sorry, no, it's not. It's Ollie Varney. Ollie Varney in the yellow and blue cart there, number 30. Alex McGee, it is down to 6th. It's Matthew Lambert up to 5th behind Braden Hill. So Gifford, happy to follow Howarth round. Remember, only 2 laps of running, so the tyre's not quite there, especially with that bit of delay with the red flag. So tyres just beginning to come on song now. Inside of 10 minutes, there's Gifford.
Gifford having a look up the inside of Howarth. Didn't happen that time. Now look around the boot. I don't think you're going to over and under Phil Howarth around the boot at Whilton Mill. But it's a conundrum now for Gifford, unless he can get the run up the hill to Christmas up where he can get past Howarth. Howarth controlling the pace, but it is a very, very long queue of cars.
Yeah.
Effectively the carts are a couple of lengths behind. So the first
8
are covered by 2.3 seconds.
Well, you've got the first 6 in the train, nose to tail. Oh, maybe even a 7th car. Tommy Lee Davis wanting to join in as well. So Howarth leading, Gifford second, Ollie Varney third. It's anybody's to take this one. I wouldn't like to pick a winner at this stage out of any of those 6 or 7 carts, because look what we saw earlier. Look what we saw in the Minimax final. There was only 9 carts in that one. So Howarth leads out of the boot, maximises his exit speed. Gifford Gifford not too far away, and likewise Varney not too far away from Gifford. 6 carts, nose to tail, up towards Christmas. This is Gifford's chance. Can he think about it? No, he doesn't. He's happy to sit there, isn't he? It's a high-speed game of chess,
Oh, fantastic.
It's a
they have the
high-speed game
momentum
of
to
chess.
carry him through the race. But yeah, it's nose to tail across the top 6 carts. It's hard to tell whether Gifford is going for the watching brief or that's him on the edge. He can't get any faster.
I know, it is hard to tell.
Hill's dropped back from that 3rd to 5th, so Braden being taught a lesson by the older boys at the school at the moment, but who knows, he may come back in this much longer final. They aren't yet at a normal heat length. There's still 8 3/4 minutes or so to go.
44.959, 44.904. That was Gifford's time, quicker than the leader Howarth. Still staying in position into Christmas corner. Nobody wanting to make any kind of move. It's very, very easy to be hung out to dry, quite simply. If you make that move, you can go from 2nd to 7th very quickly. That was a back marker pulling off, Nick. Don't get excited.
Yeah, he's pulling off, yeah.
The 101 is...
that's to be actually going through the wiggly bit of road and stopping there.
He's just pulling off and stopping. So the 101 still being tailed by Gifford on the 28. The yellow and blue livery of Philip Howarth, that gold helmet, and then the red and white livery of Kieran Gifford. Just pulling away slightly from the number 30 there of Ollie Varney. Gaps half as well, 0.3 of a second. And there's no doubt about it, Gifford's plan is working. He's gone with Howarth. And these two now working together and not really tripping one another up and challenging. Still 7 minutes remaining. So we're not even at half distance yet. And it really is a game of nerves, of steel, high-speed game of chess.
But are we beginning to see a little bit of a break from the first two away from third place man Ollie Varney?
Because they're working, you see, they're working together. They're not
trying to give themselves a bit of breathing room.
They are flat out, like you said, don't they?
Give themselves a bit of breathing room in their personal battle. As Varney dropped off a tiny bit, but then I think it may have got still those 3/10. It's hard to tell whether that's a comfortable. Varney is enjoying being a comfortable gap behind them during this kind of middle phase of the race. Big black nose of Matthew Lambert's 4th, and then you've got the orange and grey car, which oddly looks pink sometimes, of Braden Hill, the 35 and 5th.
Well, you can see how hard Phil is driving at the front of this field, ducking his head down behind the steering wheel just to reduce the airflow. He's still, he's still pushing on. I mean, yes, they may be pacing themselves, but they're pacing themselves at a very, very high rate of pace. Kieran Gifford just looks composed in the wake of Phil Howarth. I've got to say it. Oh, he's got momentum out of the boot there, doesn't he? And at half distance, still half of this race remaining. It's now beginning to get a little bit warmer, isn't it?
Yeah, and Hill got Lambert in that last lap as well. So Braden Hill now, that's why there's a gap. And into the lead goes Gifford. He's taken that one chance that it seems to present itself so often for the Carters here at Whilton Mill, up the inside at Christmas Corner. So it's all changed now. We've now got Kieran Gifford ahead of Howarth, and we've got Braden Hill ahead of Lambert, but 1, 2 and 3 back to being nailed together again. Ollie Varney with that watching brief.
Right, then let's see if Howarth can trail Kieran Gifford round now. His turn to lead, and if anything, he's pulled out the pace, hasn't he? Gifford pulls a cart's length on Philip Howarth, who likewise has a bit of a cart's length on Ollie Varney. As they cross the line now, it'll be 9 laps completed. It's Gifford, Howarth, Varney, Braden Hill, Lambert, McGee, Moody, Goodyear, Jensen Watts up to 9th now. Tommy Lee Davies at 10th, and then Evie Poulin just outside the top 10 and 11 spot there.
I think Howarth gave Varney the let's work together to chase down Gifford signal coming into Christmas Corner. I'm not sure whether Varney's that interested in getting it, but certainly since getting the lead, Gifford's looked pretty comfortable in that position.
He actually looked comfortable just following Phil round, didn't he? Phil Howarth was being followed there by Kieran Gifford, and Kieran Gifford just looked like he had something else to give, and it's proved to be the case. He's now chose his time, he's chosen his moment to go, and it was right on the half distance. Whether or not he's gone early, still 4.5 minutes of this race left, and there's nothing stopping the drivers behind him, Howarth, Varney, Hill, Lambert, McGee, Moody, maybe catching him. It's all about tyre management as well, remember.
Yeah.
So we are in that stage of the race where it's a bit of a, not so much a stalemate, just a bit of a waiting game. We haven't seen anybody tripping over one another, which is when all sorts of things can happen. And if anything, Gifford,
half a second lead,
very composed there, isn't he?
Got ahead. I think he's decided that actually what he wants to be is in the lead, regardless of whether that may make him a target. But he's actually eased out by another couple of tenths, so it looks like he's actually got a basic pace advantage over Howarth at the moment. Howarth himself has got a nice gap over Varney. Varney is about to come under the attention of Braden Hill in the orange and grey striped kart with the orange helmet. He's going through incomers now. With another kart preventing any overtaking there. It wouldn't normally happen. Now Can Hill, who dropped to 5th in some early skirmishes, get himself back up onto the podium, right behind Varney. And that's where the battle is, 3rd and 4th at the moment, as Gifford eases away from Howarth with just over 3 minutes to go.
Yeah, controlling the pace, Gifford. He made his break at half distance. We're now 3 minutes away from that point, and he looks very strong. Phil Howarth looks equally as strong in second place. Ollie Varney and Braden Hill are beginning to come together. It's the last step of the podium at the All Plate, which is, you know, I wouldn't say irrelevant, because it does show some sort of reward, let's say, to being part of that trophy presentation.
Work.
Yeah, it is all about the All Plate though, Nick. It is all about the win. And right now, Kieran Gifford looks like he's on his way, 2.5 minutes away from a checkered flag.
Hill all over Varney coming into Chapman there, but he didn't quite get the exit and lost out overall. Now looking to gain some momentum. He fires the kart out through pit bend and down, start finish, and it's that quick shift, jink to the left through the first part of Oblivion. They're much longer, faster, wider exit of Crooks and up to Christmas Corner. And I think Varney actually is gaining very slightly on Howarth, and Howarth is going nowhere near gaining on Gifford. Gifford is a second now. I think it's much more likely we're going to see a change for second than we're going to see a change for first, and even more likely we're going to see a change for third. Oh, and Howarth's off. Howarth's made a mistake and gone off and drops to 4th. Well, pressure got to Phil. He's gone off at the exit of Ashby and he drops to 4th. This is now the second and third battle between Braden Hill and
very out of
Ollie Varney.
Very out of character, that. The current NKC 177 Rotax champion. Very rare you see Phil Howarth make a mistake. But here we are. He has indeed. And that's allowed Ollie Varney and Braden Hill up into second and third. Howarth recovers to 4th. Matthew Lambert 5th. Alex McGee 6th. Ollie Goodyear. Jensen Watts up to 8th. Alex Moody now 9th. Tommy Lee Davis still 10th. And Evie Poulin just lying there just outside the top 10 and 11th. Braden Hill's looking for that second place, isn't he? That orangey white livery on the kart into Parker down the inside of Ollie Varney.
And then went defensive, thinking he was going to get switched back from Varney through Chapman. But actually he's got past and immediately kind of gap, but he didn't get quite the drive, and so they're right nose to tail again going through the boot. But Braden Hill holds his line, and Varney now under quite close attention from Matthew Lambert.
Phil Howarth's in there as well.
Howarth and Lambert, Howarth and Lambert.
Lambert, That's going to be a battle all the way at the flag. We're inside the final 30 seconds. Whether or not we get the last lap to go, borders. Howarth comes down the inside of Varney and into that third step, onto that third step of the podium. He's going to be kicking himself inside that helmet for making that mistake at Ashby. That corner right there, where he slid very wide, just carried too much momentum, slid himself over the curbs. So we've got our leader, Kieran Gifford.
It'll be last lap this time round.
I'm not sure. There is, it's got to be 8 seconds, 7, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It's going to be right on it.
So Howarth is right behind Braden Hill, but we probably need to celebrate our leader. So let's pick up the leader who's come at the hill. There he is.
Yeah,
the red and white kart.
He's just looked over his shoulder there, Nick, and he's thinking,
that's easy.
Where is everyone? Yeah, great drive from Kieran Gifford. Really was the star of the show. Pretty much started from the pole position, and he didn't panic, did he? When Phil Howarth took the lead, Phil Howarth had a bit of a turn controlling this race, and Kieran Gifford just stayed composed. He knew what he had in the toolbox, and into the boot for the final time, and through the final turn here at Whilton Mill, to be greeted by the checkered flag and the All Plate. We'll see Gifford out on the All Plate next time. He points at his motor. I'm not sure what motor Gifford's running,
but it won.
It is all about Kieran Gifford though on the slow down lap. I can't see what his engine, his radiator plate says. to tell you what sort of motor
Great
he's
result
running.
for Braden Hill, though. Runners up spot at the O plate.
Yeah, what happened to Phil Howarth at the end there?
I think Varney got him. So he dropped fourth by...
No,
he's still third. So
he's still third.
It's disordered, sorry. Disordered, there we go.
Yeah, still third. Braden Hill, what a great drive from the youngster. Second at the O plate. I mean, that is no disgrace. First season in seniors. Outstanding drive from pretty much everybody there, because that Nick was a very, very clean affair.
Yeah.
That was a very clean affair. Top 10, Kieran Gifford, Braden Hill, Philip Howard third, Ollie Varney fourth, Matthew Lambert fifth. Then we've got Alex McGee, Ollie Goodyear, Jensen Watts finishes eighth, Alex Moody, Tommy Lee Davis, Evie Poulin finally finishes in 11th. Archie Lyons was 12th. Then we've got Brodie Trehorn, George Sanders, Shane Collinson 15th. Great finish there for Shane, new to the NKC. Hopefully Shane will come back with Andy. Alex Warnaby, Jamie Rogers, Toby Case, Scott Goolsby. Rounding off the top 20 was Jake Davis.
Yeah, great result. Good race. I mean, it didn't quite explode like we thought it would do. Good
I know.
4 or 5 laps.
I know. It
and
didn't.
Got to see a Phil Howarth mistake, which is always a rarity. But, there's a big conversation of drivers there. Why are they gathering all the drivers together?
Well, they're all the 177 drivers. Can we? Oh, we can't see that from Ash's camera, can we?
Because we haven't Ash's camera. We're waiting for a super interview.
Yeah, of course.
But they're all the 177 drivers in their multicoloured helmets, standing up, being briefed by Chris Cox.
Old-style driver briefing, that, isn't it?
Well, what you can do is, whilst you're doing your Nazi salute...
Oh, they're having their wrist slap, Will's just told me. Are they being read out the riot act? Right, lads, this is what we don't want. This is what we want to see. Because it's such an intense affair, isn't it? You know, it's bound to be. I mean, the championship rounds are intense enough, but when it comes down to who finishes first, hello, Zach. You guys have come a long way. Zach Bolton and Keith Mason in the crowd, spectating.
Well, from up north?
Yes.
From Hull?
From Hull.
Actually, from Hull.
So we are just waiting to go down to Park Ferme, where Gaz Bury will be grabbing Kieran Gifford and putting him in front of his camera. And we'll get the insight of just what that was like then to take the win. Started from the pole position, took the lead, and was never headed again. Little bit of drama there with Phil Howarth leading for a little bit. And then, of course, he took control back and was never headed again. He pulled out quite a gap, didn't he? So I'm just going to put my hand up to Sarah to get that stop while we wait
seen
for
where
Gaz.
Kieran is.
Yeah.
There's people walking past, not realising that. Actually, they're not actually on camera. We haven't cut this shot up, but there's a lot of there's a lot of interesting outfits going past at the moment.
Yeah, there is. We are about to get underway after we've had our winners interview in the Rotax 162 category with our final race of the weekend.
No.
It's been a very, very busy 3 days for everybody at the NKC. 2 days of which we've brought you all live on the Karting Live TV live stream.
Now, where are Gaz and his victim? There's no sign of Gaz or victim at the moment. There's plenty of sign of carts being lifted.
Yeah, I'm not really sure.
There's a lot of wandering about, I must admit. People love a bit of karting. Come on, Gaz. Wave at him, Ash. Get him over. It's like waiting for someone to give birth, isn't it, to get this interview?
Yeah, need to be a bit more forceful. I've seen that.
Yeah.
I've seen that in Park Fermes. In karting, they don't seem to be aware that TV is the most important thing
in the world.
At any race meeting.
Any race meeting, there's nothing more important than
TV
us.
rules.
Too right. I need to be there just grabbing the people.
That's what the sponsors want to see.
They do. Get your Fizzog on the telly.
Come on. So what have we got next, Nick?
Rotax 177.
No, I mean after this.
Oh, we've got if you're on RC Racing TV, there is the European Championships of 1/8 Nitro Buggy coming up in about 10 days' time. Oh no, next weekend there's the British Grand Prix for RC Racing.
Is that all
from
live?
Hearts, all live all the time, Saturday and Sunday. Here we go. He hasn't got a victim, has he? I can't see his victim.
No.
No. there's an awful lot of kart movement there. This is an interesting positioning for our camera. Yes, we've got live RC for the next 2 weekends, and then we go to, of course, the third weekend we go to Fullbeck for karting. And is this the winner? It is. Right. Okay. Do we have thumbs up? We have thumbs up. So after a very, very long wait, this better be a fantastic interview. It's Gaz Burey with our winner, Kieran Gifford.
Kieran, as you just said to me a minute ago, you've been lit all weekend. What a drive. Tell us about it.
Thanks very much. Yeah, it was good. I wanted to be patient at the beginning. I didn't want to go fully in on Phil in case it ended up in a big dogfight and dropping back any more than I did. So I was patient. I think I picked the right time and come off with the win. So I'm very happy.
Yeah, did swap places, didn't you? Just holding your breath, waiting to see what happened and how it all unfolded ahead?
Yeah, no, he did me, and I thought, do you know what, I'm not going to go straight back. I thought I'll sit behind him, manage the gap behind me, make sure no one's catching me too fast. When I saw the guys behind getting a bit closer, I thought now's my time. So I went for the move and paid off. So really happy.
Top drive, Kieran. You are senior Rotax O-Plate champion. Well done, my man.
Thanks very much, mate. Cheers.
Well done.
One other thing. Thank you for a really well organised event.
Oh, that's all right.
You guys are awesome.
How we do our best.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much, Gaz. How are you? We're off and running the next one. I'm not quite sure we heard what that final comment by Kieran was. I hope it was printable. Off we go. Final race of the day. Yep, so we've got some RC for the next couple of weekends, and we've got karting.
All right, enough
and
of
then
that.
I've got a race on the track.
I've got a race on the track. Ed Matthews on the pole position. Ed Matthews from Dan Holland Racing. He's on the pole. Yeah, absolutely outstanding run for Ed. Ryan Taylor-Truman's alongside. Scott Clee and Harrison Krupp on the second row. Jimmy Zyra, Ed Matthews' teammate, is on row 3 with Louis Large carrying the number 2. Jamie Tyler and Callum Porter on row 4. Then we've got Ben Hitch, Josh Pickford, Scott Smith and Kyle Dunford, Joshua Gollin and Alex Rowley, Alfie Williams, Daniel Burgess, Jack Taylor, Elliot Thomas, Nick Skelton, Oliver Smith, Jake Lewis, Ayrton Anderson, Andy Collinson, James Yap, Finley Cross, Alex Jones, Ollie Hancock, Joe Fifner, Peter Jeans and Alex Capardia, our good mate Alex Capardia in 30th position. And then we've got Tom Thompson, Seb Pulpin and Steve Stewart on the back of the field. But that's Ed Matthews there in his Dan Holland Racing overalls, about to get things underway, Nick.
Here we go.
Turn 1 for the...
It's the O-Plate, looks okay. I think they'll let that one roll. Everyone goes across, or most of them go across.
Oh, big off there. That's Jamie Zyra getting it all wrong and coming together there. 360 spin for him. I think it'll continue, but he's well out of contention now for the O-Plate. Ed Matthews is checked out.
Let's see that one again.
Let's have a look at that again. I'm not sure if we can see. We've got to look back down the midfield, haven't we? And there he goes. He was in second.
Second place. He got kicked round.
Yeah, that was just coming together there. A bit of a misunderstanding.
Red cart that tapped him, I think. There's your leader, the 79 of Edward Matthews.
Now, Ed Matthews, who's a mechanic for Dan Holland Racing and does some kart. He's been racing in Europe this season and works here at Whilton Mill. So guess what?
He's won.
Knows the place like the back of his hand.
So it's Ryan Taylor-Truman, who I think was a man who touched Zyra, and Zyra's dropped down to 31st place.
Yeah, he will be. I would be surprised if he's not got a bit of damage as well.
But Matthews has given himself also a 1.4 second lead, but more importantly, Louis Large is a further 1.3 back. But Louis Large has come up from 6th to 3rd, but it's a big bridge, gap to bridge at this level.
Yeah, 2.6 seconds, especially with someone like Ed Matthews, who knows this place like the back of his hand and a very experienced race driver, a kart driver to boot, and will continue. That's 2 laps. Just look how much of that track he's not hanging about, is he? There's no easing the pace into this race here with Ed Matthews. Gap's gone out to 1.5 seconds. Taylor-Truman is the gap that it's 2. Then Louis Large a further second behind. So Louis, fastest kart on the track at the moment, 46.098. He's the fastest kart out there. Jimmy Tyler, Ben Hitch, Callum Porter 6th, Josh Golan 7th, Daniel Burgess, Alfie Williams, and then Jack Taylor rounds off the top 10.
So into the mid-afternoon sunshine here at Whilton Mill. Thankfully no drops of rain so far, and actually no rain at all in the parade of Edward Matthews as he continues to consolidate his lead at the front of the grid. Where the battle is now is second and third. So let's drop back to our second and third drivers, because that's where Louis Large now is beginning to chase down, hunt down Ryan Taylor Truman. The only disadvantage he has, he's still 2.5 seconds back behind Matthews. But Large now on the 2 plate, because he was second in the championship last year. If he could get on the O plate, he wouldn't run it because he's in semi-retirement. But, you know, who knows when he might come out of that.
You never know. Might come out for the last 2 rounds if he does. He's caught Ryan Taylor Truman and took half a second. He's took a second out in the last 2 laps. Ed Matthews, fastest lap of the race, 45.533. Louis Large, second quickest that last lap, 45.548, nothing in it. And there's no doubt about it that if Louis Large can get past Ryan Taylor Truman, we might have a race on for the lead. Meanwhile, while he gets stuck behind Taylor Truman, and I mean that the most respect there to Ryan Taylor Truman, who's having a great race himself, Louis Large might have a chance of actually catching Ed Matthews. They're both trading lap times, 45.366 and Louis Large 45.7.
Yeah,
there's no doubt he's being stifled.
Yeah, I mean, if Large doesn't get past Taylor Truman soon, it's all over, because Matthews has got half a second on Taylor Truman a lap.
2.7 seconds the gap to second. 2.93 seconds, you might as well call that, Nick.
Yeah, so basically, if Large doesn't get past this next lap, it's going to be too much of a gap to make through. Now, of course, Taylor Truman has no reason to let Large pass. This is not like some sort of after you clawed Northampton Sports Day. He can battle as much as he wants for the second place overall.
Yeah.
Just as selfish TV types, we want to see a battle for the lead.
Taylor Truman.
And there he goes, Large gets in and holds it.
But Taylor Truman has to take that late apex. That's the optimum line through Christmas. And Louis Large knows that. He knows this track well. Now that Large has cleared Taylor Truman, will Jamie Tyler be the next driver to have a go at Ryan Taylor Truman? So Jamie Tyler now moving on to the back of Ryan Taylor Truman. And Louis Large has been unleashed.
But he was 3 seconds back.
Yeah, 3 seconds was the gap.
What will he be this time?
Ed Matthews continues to lead. Let's see what the gap is. It's a 45.2.
2 tenths off.
Yeah, 3.2.
This is his first lap clear.
Yeah, I was going to say, Nick, that is exactly what I was going to say. It's his first clear lap now for Louis Large. We'll see what sort of pace he's got. The fastest lap of the race is the leader, Ed Matthews. 45.221 is the purple time there on the timing screen. It's just lifting a wheel through Parker there as Louis' LRG Motorsport car lifts a wheel as well through Chapman. Off down the short back straight into the boot. Into the right hand section. Accelerates out. Ed Matthews crosses the line. 45.3, 45.4. The gap's gone out to 3.3.
Yeah.
So Matthews still, and that's a personal best for Louis Large. So when he broke free, personal best, but just
it's
not got
personal
the pace.
best enough.
No.
Ed Matthews is just showing a clean pair of heels to the entire fit. It helped obviously that Zyra got taken out going down the Christmas corner straight effectively on lap 1, and that was one of the major rivals straight gone. Large was 3 seconds behind before he could get into second place, so he's...
Well, Zyra's going to have a great day, because when that happens to you and you pull back on, you think, right, let's have a go at getting by everybody. Let's see where I can end up, because that's the only way, that's the only attitude to take. I mean, you know, it's an all-plate meeting. It's not about finishing second or third, it's about the win, as I've been saying all week.
You can't win, have some fun.
Yeah, and already Jamie Zyra up to 23rd from the absolutely at the back. We lost Scott Clee. I think Scott Clee was one of the drivers involved there.
Maybe, yeah. I noticed he'd gone. Obviously, and Scott has done well earlier in the heat.
Yeah, he's been one of the fastest drivers here all weekend, Scott Clee.
Large on the screen, lost a few hundredths last time round to Matthews. We're now 2/3 round this lap, down the short straight. 2 behind him. Having a little bit of a scrapette as well, which is the third place battle of Ryan Taylor Truman and JD Tyler. But no real shaping to make a move from Tyler at the moment. Large crosses the line, and it's another 2 tenths, 3 tenths.
45.3 for Ed Matthews, 45.6 for Louis Large, 45.6 for Ryan Taylor Truman, Jamie Tyler 45.6, 45.6 for Ben Hitch, 45.6 for Callum Porter, 45.8 for Josh Gollan. as we are quarter of a minute away from half distance.
Yeah, let's have a little look at third and fourth. I think it's a bit more of a likelihood of something happening than second and third or first and second. I mean, obviously, I think Matthews is going to have to pull to decide whether major mechanical for that to change. But there we are, the orange kart with the kind of the white moustache of Ryan Taylor-Truman, and behind him it's the 45, wide 45 of Jamie Tyler.
Almost had to show his ticket to get back in there, didn't he?
They stamped his hand. It was fine.
Yeah. Now,
5th and 6th are also very close. Actually,
there's a move.
There's a swap there. Yeah, 5 and 6 have changed actually.
Let's go back to 5 and 6.
Just let it drift through.
There it is.
Yeah.
Callum Porter just moving ahead of Ben Hitch. Now the number 20 there, Callum Porter, another one of Dan Holland's mechanics out on a Lando kart. And Callum, who is now in the top 5 and doing very well indeed. I think we spoke to Callum, didn't we, in the Paddock show? Here he comes. Ben Hitch, no slouch, carrying the number 3. Third place in the 2022 NKC Championship. And will want to hang on to the tail of Callum Porter.
Okay, looking quite spread out between these two guys. Now he's passed. Porter appears to be relatively comfortable with that gain. Lots of equidistant gaps around.
Yeah, spacing out, isn't it, somewhat.
There's a lead of almost 4 seconds now for Ed Matthews. Large is a nice little gap of a nice cushion of a second over Taylor Truman, sorry. And then Tyler is still sticking about 3/10 behind. The leader goes past our commentary booth. And then there's Louis, there's third, there's fourth. There's no real close battle at all among any of these drivers. And I'm watching the rest of the field going round, and it's all pretty much spaced out. You don't really get a big gaggle of cars until you get to about 10th, 11th and 12th. Very competitive field, but it's being absolutely dominated by Ed Matthews at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, Ed's been racing in DD2, which is a 2-geared car in Europe. I can see the confusion in your face there.
Have you heard of it?
Yeah. Have you not? Yeah. No,
he's got 2 gears.
Reece Hunter did the World Finals in DT2, didn't he, last year?
He's got 2 gears. It's a Rotax with 2 gears.
Yeah, basically. I think it's a Rotax. Yeah, it is a Rotax. Yeah. It's part of the Rotax World Finals. So Ed's been racing across in Europe. I think he said he was in Genk last race, so it's not like he hasn't been doing any karting. And certainly showing everybody the way around Whilton Mill.
Back with third and fourth now, which is where it's happening, at 65 and 45, as Jamie Tyler has finally woken up and decided to start having a go at Ryan Taylor-Truman. He said, I'll follow you for a bit. There's a minute and 42 seconds to go. Large relaxed in his second place, but third and fourth could swap. Last point placed on the podium could be up for grabs. But they are being very respectful. That little talking to they got given to by Chris has really calmed these boys down, isn't it?
Yeah, we've had good clean racing all the way down the order. Alex Capadia, brand new to the, not just brand new to the NKC, but hasn't raced a kart for about a decade. He's in 22nd. He started at the back. We've lost the drivers that we've lost at the moment: Elliot Thomas, Oliver Smith, James Yap, and Scott Clee. Andy Collinson, another newcomer to NKC. Andy up to 14th. Josh Pickford, Kyle Dunford, who we've talked about a lot. Scott Smith in 8th, Pickford in 9th, Dunford in 10th. As that battle for third still kind of
the only one that's
rages.
happening. The only one that's happening. But I think at some point Jamie Tyler's got to make a move. And he's just been effectively viewing the backside of Taylor-Truman for the last, 7 minutes?
Ed Matthews has gone up towards Christmas Corner. I think there's a chance he's going to make it round before the last lap board.
It's 40, he had 46.8 seconds.
Did he really? That's right on it, isn't it?
Yeah, he doesn't. That was he on 46s.
So he's
there we go. Finally, Tyler just comes up the inside of Ashby. A little apology because it was quite aggressive, but he's finally made the move. And Tyler,
it's going to be one lap after
Leo, no, he's lost it again. So why do we let him have it back again? And he's lost it. Oh no, he's lost both the places. That's really weird. Tyler gave back 2 places there, and back into 5th goes Callum Porter. Or up into 5th goes Callum Porter. 4th goes Callum Porter.
Let's find Ed Matthews, our leader.
Find our leader.
Who's leading by 4.5 seconds as we've just been given the last lap board. And there's Louis Large. So the kart ahead of Louis is the one that we're looking for. That's him there. Brilliant from Harry up at Christmas corner. Christmas has come early to Harry, hasn't it? Our cameraman up there.
Yep.
And Ed Matthews
like
has absolutely been the class of this field pretty much today. He's been a very hard man to beat. He's had some pretty good competition to contend with. He's through the boot for the final time, and the Dan Holland driver will take number one in two-handed fashion. Checkered flag, and the NKC O plate goes to Ed Matthews.
Louis Large picks up second. Ryan Taylor-Truman holds on to third after that kind of swapper out the penultimate lap. Callum Porter up to fourth. Jamie Tyler's fifth. It's Ben Hitch who's sixth. Josh Gale in seventh. And it's Scott Smith and Josh Pickford in 8th and 9th. Carl Dunford's in 10th. Daniel Burgess is 11th. And that is as many people who've crossed the line and got a green ticket at the moment.
Nice sporting gesture there from Louis Large, who comes in a fine second. I mean, Louis, by his own admission, is not exactly race fit. He's been at every round of the NKC this year. However, he hasn't really been in the driver's seat, has he? He's been doing some practice at his home track at Warden Law. But he's done an absolutely outstanding job there to be second step of the podium. Ryan Taylor-Truman, who had a great first few laps, will take the third and final step of the podium. I think a great drive from Callum Porter up to fourth.
Yeah,
through
I think
the field.
also a great drive by Jamie Zara.
Yeah,
unrewarded after being coming off on the first corner. Zara's got up to 16th.
Zara up to 16th. What a drive that would have been.
He was down in 31st.
We were perhaps robbed for a battle of the two Dan Holland boys.
I think that was most likely where Brian Taylor-Truman and Zara tripped over each other. I'm not going to portion blame. It's very fast on the first lap. But the loser was Zara. Luckily, when he spun off, he wasn't collected by anybody and didn't collect anyone else, which was the major plus point. But that did absolutely, I think, take away what could have been a spectacle of a mechanics race.
Yeah, I think Ed Matthews was probably aware that Jamie Zara was in that race, and he was. That's why he burst off the line, and you could see head down type of attitude from Ed there. We are still going to head down to the Parc Fermé for a chat with Ed Matthews, who will be with Gaz Buret, and we wait for them to follow up. Just to remind everybody that 2023 is still very much up and running, and we are back with full live coverage of the fifth and penultimate round of the 2023 Junction 6 NKC
at Fulbeck.
Fulbeck, 9th and 10th of September. Put that one in your diary. And then the final round of the 2023 Championship, Clay Pigeon, 21st and 22nd of October for them. Karting Live TV has more karting to come, though. After the NKC has wound up, we've got the Warden Kart Club Autumn Cup coming up in November. It's a 2-day meeting. The big news for that's this week, is the fact that they're running a 177 class on Maxxis tyres. So 177 drivers, keep your Maxxis tyres, don't throw them away. They can still get a little bit of use out of them for a double header meeting up in November, up in the northeast of England in God's country. Everyone welcome.
It's a bit north of Hull, isn't it?
Very much north of Hull. Still never going to let you forget that one.
I think I'm happy with it. Literally, I feel as a man born in Kent, it's near enough.
Welcome to Warden Law, just outside of Hull.
No,
is what
just
Nick said.
North of Hull.
Just north of Hull. Just north of Hull.
Well, but basically, I started with
the man from Gillingham who lives at Milton Keynes.
The reason behind that, is I went with just north, and then realised
Hull was the only place that you knew in the north.
No, that actually it was just south of Newcastle. So I could, because Newcastle's more famous. Sorry, Newcastle's more famous than Sunderland. So I thought I would say Newcastle. Just south of Newcastle.
That would have been worse than saying we were just
I realised that. Well, I went just north, and I was stuck then. So I had to think of a northern town. And we're on the coast. We put about the North Sea and the coast. Oh, Hull's on the North Sea and the coast, isn't it? That'll be it.
Is that the way your brain worked?
Oh, yeah. Well, work, obviously, is a very, very generous description of my brain. Here is Gaz Buret with our winner, Edward Matthews. Thumbs up. So for the final interview, the final chance to see Mr. Buret doing an interview, when he's doing it with Edward Matthews, over to Gaz.
I'm with our final winner of the day, Ed Matthews. Ed, I mean, that always looked quite easy with the gap you had at the end there. Tell us about how it's gone so far.
Yeah, so we've had a really good weekend so far. Like, been really fast from the off, like throughout all the testing. Started pole for the final there, got out the first corner, had a little look behind me, saw like a couple of them were having a little coming together. Thought happy days. Had a check, like got my head down for a few laps. Had a check after that. Had a nice big gap. Just sat there nice and comfortably, doing the same time every single lap.
No thoughts to seeing behind you and thinking that's Louis Large. Any thoughts on that?
Not really. Like, I've raced Louis before, and he's a really good driver. Like, and if he could have caught me, it would have been a really good race. But I looked behind, saw I had a big enough gap, and knew that if I could just keep doing the time that I could do, then we could maintain that gap out for him.
Yeah, it was a cracking drive. You earned that one properly. Ed Matthews, champion. Well done, my man.
Thank you very much.
Here we go. And that was Gaz with our winner from the... We haven't finished yet.
Sorry.
Basically, a fan's turned up.
I've
A
got
fan's turned.
No,
No,
it's not a fan.
I know he's the winner of KZ, but he was fanning you. Oh yeah, I do this.
No,
yeah,
he wasn't. He wasn't. He's actually looking at taking our job. He's
enough.
here to find out how we do this because he does his own content.
Oh right, it's all coming on now, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh.
So he's wanting to do. So do you want to chat to him?
Yeah, go on then. This is our winner from the KZ.
Yeah, no worries.
Introduce yourself.
Yeah, I am Daniel Sabula. You know, I make karting content on TikTok, YouTube, etc.
I don't understand TikTok.
Oh my goodness.
Hang on, Daniel, come here.
Yeah.
You're the winner of KZ today. You're the all plate holder.
Yeah, I mean it's fantastic coming from two DNFs. Actually, the axle snapped. What's it called? The stub axle didn't fall off. It snapped.
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah. I know.
Sitting smugly in his chair.
No, occasionally get there. No, in fairness, you know, I get some things right, but it's like 97% wrong. But the whole point really is just to inspire a conversation. So, KZs, how tired are you after a long race with all the stuff you're doing and the G-force? And you're a young man, obviously, but I'm sitting there going, you know, I was driving a hire cart round here on Friday night, and even the wet, that was enough for me. And you're going, right, I've got to do forward, I've got to do stop, I've got to do this, I've got to do gear changes. How mentally taxing is it?
It's definitely a completely other, like, a whole nother level comparing to juniors and anything else. KZ is definitely one of the most physical, taxing classes you can do in any content.
So just because I do a lot of motorcycling, so obviously the whole kind of concept of tracks and gearbox I'm quite interested in. So I take it you've got, what is it, 6 forward speeds, is it?
Yes.
And is it like 1 back and 5 up, like in a gearbox?
Yeah, so
motorcycle box?
first gear is all the way at the front, then in between first and second you've got neutral.
Yeah, that's it. It's a bike gearbox.
And then to go up you pull it towards you, and then to shift down you push it away.
How many gears are you actually getting up to 6th and down to 1st each lap, or is it first isn't just for launch, and you are using it every lap?
I think I use second. I don't have the dash because it's very difficult to set up, and it's a whole nother technical challenge to be able to set it up properly. But I do reach 6th, and I go all the way through 6th up to Christmas, which is how you want to have the kart set up usually, to have it as the quickest acceleration possible, whilst also having the highest top speed and being able to reset top speed.
So how much of the power band are you using? What, about 1,000 revs or 2,000 revs?
It's between around 12,000 and 16,000. 16,000 is like the max.
Right, so you've got a 4,000 power band.
Yeah.
And are you trying to keep it literally about 15 then on the sweet spot for power, or is it a little bit wider than that?
You want to try to keep it as much in that gear as possible before you reach the rev limiter and like how fast you can go in that gear. So just before you reach the max speed in that gear, you want to shift up and then, go through as if it's one very elongated gear.
I mean, we're noticing on the downshifts, we couldn't get the sound to hear them going down. We could see visually. It appears that actually the downshifts happen as late as possible into the corner.
Yeah.
Is that because you don't want to lock the rear axles with the downshifts? You want to have the braking done by the gearbox, or by the brakes, sorry, not the gearbox?
In Europe, usually when you have lots of grip, you want to downshift using the gearbox. But because we don't have too much grip comparing to Europe and all those places, we have to use the brakes as well because we don't want to over rev the engine. We don't want to kill the gearbox. So we brake and then we shift 1, 2, and then 3 just before we turn in, or as we're turning in, to slow slow down the kart, using the front tyres as well to slow down the kart and then, accelerate out the corner.
And obviously, you started in junior karting. How different is the experience? Not listening to the gear, but how different is the experience of having brakes on the front tyres and front wheels, actually having proper, well, almost car brakes? I know the solid rear axle, but how different is that? How does that affect the style and the concept of actually driving a kart-style vehicle?
It's very different, because when I first drove a KZ gearbox kart, I was on a very small circuit, driving quite slowly. The first time I hit the brakes, the front of the kart vibrated, and you could feel the steering kind of shimmy around before you turned in. I was like, okay, maybe I should move the brake bias a little bit more rearwards. But it's very different, because you also need... Usually in single axle braking karts, you use the front tyres to slow down, whilst in these, if you do that, you're instantly going to spin, or you're going to end up on the grass somewhere.
Now, you said you mentioned you're racing in Europe. I mean, obviously, Whilton Mill, I assume you would say, is a little bit too small for KZs to really...
Yeah.
So in the UK, which circuits do suit KZs?
I would say PF5, but they don't really run those. Fullbeck is a good one. Shennington, Kimbolton is very good. To be honest, you can run it pretty much anywhere if you have enough skill and talent, I guess.
Yeah, but it's nice to get nice long runs and rev the whole thing up rather than having to constantly change, I take it.
Yeah, to be completely honest, we've driven it at Rye House, one of the smallest tracks.
Fair enough, I've been there, yeah.
And coming out of the second hairpin, I think, so first hairpin, we do a wheelie in first gear, all the way up until third, brake, and then do another wheelie all the way down the straight.
Wow. We need to get cameras on that one. So give us an idea of your progress. So do you race in Europe regularly? Is that where the main championships are?
So currently we're trying to gather funds to be able to race in Europe. I have done multiple test days and, like test weekends, but we haven't actually been able to gather the funds since it's, way more expensive and way less attainable than, racing here locally.
So obviously, it is a more difficult, it's a more complicated, more expensive kart to drive. It's obviously more challenging. But also, you say more challenging to raise the funds. But why have you decided to go down this path rather than continue the karting path with your senior Rotax or your TKM or whatever it may be?
I've been dreaming about driving a KZ since I was about 10 years old. 2020, roughly. I saw a KZ going around Campios in Spain. It sounded so amazing. It looked so fast. I wanted to drive one, and only the start of this year have I been able to actually attain that goal and drive it. And to be honest, I think now's the perfect time.
That's great. Give us the various socials you're on, so people can check you out. What are they?
Yeah, DC Racing Official on TikTok, YouTube. I make sim racing content as well as karting content. You will see some content
sim racing content. Are you an iRacer?
Yes. Professional.
So you're a professional iRacer.
Yes.
Okay. One final question before I cut you and say, what's your iRating?
6,000.
Yeah, I'm not talking to you anymore. Right, fine. Yeah. Sorry, yeah. I'm sorry. The problem is we're class. We're like 1,700. We know what we're doing. But what you have to remember is you take the number and you multiply it by your age. So in fact, I'm way higher than you.
You can't do me like that.
I'll give it a go. It's fantastic. Congratulations on the win. Thanks for talking.
Thank you very much.
I know you're not on the NKC, but please, if you ever are, come in and talk to us, because we're very, very happy to have you on the show, because you are a great interview.
Just hang about, and Nick will explain the technicals of what we're doing here.
Yeah, thank you.
Because now we have to go off air. That was brilliant. I love that.
That's really great.
Thank you so much.
I love to have people like Dan in to give us that insight.
And a winner.
Which we lack.
It's all about winning today.
Yeah, it is. Congratulations as well, Daniel Chibula.
Right. Thanks for watching.
Yeah,
thanks for listening. We're back in 3 weeks with karting. If you are wanting to enjoy more of my voice, the next 2 weeks we've got RC around the world. So great fun. Thank you to Harry. Thank you to Ash. Thank you to Paul. Thank you to the NKC organisers. Thank you to Sarah for holding those races. And we will see you again in 3 weeks for karting. See you then. Bye-bye.